The whip landed across my back and I felt absolutely nothing. That was the problem. Not the whip, the nothing. Because a man who takes a whip across the spine and doesn't flinch is a man who has something to hide, and the overseer standing behind me was already suspicious of everything from the tide to his own shoes, so I dropped the sack, arched my back, and made a face like my ribs had opinions. Sorry, sir, won't happen again. He grunted and moved down the line to whip somebody who'd actually feel it. I picked up the sack. My shoulder was bleeding a little. I still felt nothing. That's because of a thing called pain resistance of a super beast. It was one of 3 permanent abilities I owned, and I owned exactly 3, and they were all garbage. Pain resistance of a super beast meant I got hit and it didn't hurt. It did not mean I stopped getting hurt. So I was a man who could be destroyed at leisure and would only find out about it later when I fell over. The other 2 were well-developed deltoids and hunger resistance. Yes, really. Big shoulders and being okay with starving. In a world with sword saints and demon kings, the universe looked at me and said, "Here, have good posture." The dock at Qing River County ran 200 paces along the water, and every one of those paces had a man on it carrying something heavier than himself. We started before the sun and finished after it. We got 1 meal a day, which was thin porridge and 1 steamed bun, and if a shipment ran late, we got the porridge without the bun as a lesson. We were not slaves. I want to be precise about this. We were contracted laborers, and I know that because I signed the contract with my thumbprint 3 months ago while a man held my wrist and another man read the contract out loud very fast in a room where nobody was allowed to sit down. The gang that owned the dock and the contract and the porridge was called the Blackstone Gang. Their leader was a man named Zheng Liang. He had a nickname in the wider world, which he told people about himself, which tells you everything, and carrying sacks 11 paces to my left, humming, was the only reason I was alive. "Brother Dao!" Pang Dun waved at me with his whole arm, which meant he dropped his sack. "Brother Dao, look." A boat. That's the dock, Pang Dun. There's always a boat. But it's a new one. Pang Dun was round and cheerful and slow, and in our village the children had called him Big Fool until it wore down into Pang Dun, and he answered to it happily because it was his name, and names are good to have. He had the emotional range of a farm dog and the memory of a goldfish, and 3 months ago, when men in white masks came into Luoding village at night and did not leave anyone standing, Pang Dun grabbed me by the collar and threw us both into the river. I did not decide to survive that night. Pang Dun decided for me, so when I say he was the reason I was alive, I don't mean it as a warm feeling. I mean it as an accounting fact. The river carried us downstream and spat us out near Qing River County, and the Blackstone Gang fished us out of the shallows, and then explained that since they had saved our lives, we had naturally decided to spend those lives working for them. That was the deal. That was still the deal. And I was 18 years old, and I had 2 things to my name: a friend who couldn't count past 10, and a golden finger from heaven that was, and I say this with love, the single worst golden finger ever issued to a living man. Here it is. Once a year, a light appears in front of my eyes that nobody else can see. It looks like a little galaxy, a swirl of moving points, and each point is an ability. I reach in, I touch one, I get it. That's it. That's the whole system. Now, the quality of what you pull is decided by a chart, and I have that chart burned into the back of my skull. White, common, 99%. Green, rare, less than 1%. Purple, epic, a sliver. Gold, legendary, a rumor. And prismatic myth at 1,000th of 1%, which is not a probability so much as a joke told at your expense. 1 draw a year, 99% junk, and you can only keep 3 abilities equipped at a time, so most of what you pulled just sits in a drawer in your head being useless in storage instead of useless in the field. I had been drawing since I was 1 year old. 17 draws, 17 whites, pointed head, food guarding, fondness for eggs. I am not making these up. These are real things I own. Somewhere in the great cosmic warehouse, there is a shelf with my name on it, and it is stacked to the ceiling with novelty items. There was a way out of this, in theory. The chart improves if you cultivate. Reach a higher realm as a martial artist and the odds tilt, the junk thins out, the good stuff starts showing up. Every man on this dock knew that much. Except cultivation needs a root bone. That's the thing inside you that lets the world's energy in. You either have one or you don't. And if you don't, you can train for 100 years and all you will get is very strong forearms and a deep understanding of your own limitations. I don't have one. Never did. So there I was, hauling sacks with a system. The countdown had been sitting in the corner of my vision all morning, ticking down toward the 18th draw, and I had been watching it the way you watch a pot you know is not going to boil. 3 minutes. Come on, I muttered at it. Come on, you've had 17 tries to be funny. Give me something. Give me anything with a color. 2 minutes. I want you to understand my expectations here. My expectations were, I get a white ability, probably something like excellent fingernails, and then I carry sacks until I die of it. 1 minute. Down the line, the foreman was walking the boards. Li Wei. He ran the overseers, and he ran the beatings, and he had a face like a fist that had been given a job. He looked at us the way a man looks at furniture he's annoyed with. The countdown hit 0. The light bloomed in front of me, that little galaxy, all those points swimming. Mostly white, like always. If you stared hard, you could catch a green speck. Maybe a gold one. Once, years ago, I thought I saw a flash of rainbow and convinced myself I'd imagined it. They move fast. You can't aim. You reach into a blizzard and grab a snowflake. Fine, I said, out loud, standing on a dock in the middle of the morning with a sack on my shoulder. I'll just take one at random. God of luck if you exist and if you've been saving up. I closed my eyes and pushed my hand in, and through my eyelids the world went white. Not white like the 99%. White like the sun had personally arrived to see what the noise was about. 7 colors in it, all of them screaming, so bright I could see the veins in my own eyelids. I did not make a sound. I want a medal for this. My entire face was trying to become a different face, and I stood on that dock with a sack of grain on my shoulder and kept my mouth shut, and the only thing that got out was a small twitch in my cheek that I will be proud of until I die. Prismatic. Myth. 1 in 100,000. On the 18th try. Then the description unrolled in front of me, and I stopped being smug and started being quietly terrified because it was worse than good. Simulator. Here's what it does. It runs a life. It takes my situation, right now, exactly as it stands, and it plays it forward as a life I could have lived, year by year, in text, like a book that writes itself while I watch. And I'm not a spectator. At the turning points it stops and asks me what to do, and I choose. Inside that life, I draw an ability every single year. And when that life ends, everything the simulated me learned comes home. Every ability, every memory, every realm, every technique, every skill. There are 2 rules. First, the simulator itself has to stay equipped or the run dies early, which eats a slot permanently. Second, after each run there's a cooldown of a year, unless I complete a guided task instead, and the system picks the task. I stood very still and did the arithmetic. 1 draw a year in the real world, but a simulated life can be 60 years long, 80, and every one of those years is a draw. The deck isn't locked. I just proved that. I pulled a 1 in 100,000 on a dock with grain on my shoulder, which means everything is in there. Everything. Somewhere in that blizzard, there is an ability that just hands me a root bone. I only have to live long enough, in enough lives to find it. My hands were shaking. I put the sack down so nobody would notice. This isn't a myth, I said to nobody. This is cheating. 2 people had put me on this dock. The gang that fed us once a day and beat us for sport, and the men in white masks who came to my village at night. I had spent 3 months with nothing to say to either of them. I picked the sack back up because the overseer was looking. All right, I said. Blackstone gang, whoever wore the masks, get comfortable. Simulation begins. At noon, they gave us the porridge and the bun. I took mine and sat away from the crowd with my back against a post, and I put the bun in my mouth, and I started the first run. Black text on white, hanging in the air in front of me, like a page nobody else could see. The first run doesn't need a task or a cooldown. Free trial. Very generous of you. Before it began, it let me set my 3 slots, and I thought about it for about 1 second. Simulator had to stay. Pain resistance of a super beast could go, because in there I don't feel anything anyway. Deltoids and hunger resistance stayed, on the grounds that a simulated me was about to have a very bad time and might as well have shoulders. Then the text started moving, and it told me my own life back to me in the flat voice of a book, that my village had been wiped out in a night, that my family had died in it, that a fool had dragged me into a river, that I had woken in another county and signed something. And then, first year, age 18, drawing, white streak in the waves, white. You swim like a national champion. I laughed out loud with a bun in my mouth. 100,000 to 1 on the simulator, and the very first thing it hands the simulated me is competitive swimming. Except, we were on a river. I swapped out hunger resistance and took it, and the simulated me got a little better at swimming, and the text kept going, and about 4 lines later I stopped chewing. Because that night, in there, Li Wei came down the line and said he needed 3 men for a good job. Take a boat downstream to Shili Pavilion before dawn, deliver food to the river god, and afterward, you get 3 days off with money in your pocket. The simulated me, lying there pretending to be asleep, thought exactly what I thought. Deliver food to the river god, or deliver 3 men to the river god as food. I had heard the old laborers talk about the thing in the Qing River. Something down there liked people. It used to turn boats over regularly, and then the Blackstone gang arrived and the trouble stopped, and the old men had a theory about why the trouble stopped, and their theory was that somebody was paying. So that was the good job. I sat on the dock with cold porridge in my hand and watched a version of myself get chosen for it. He ran. Of course he ran. He went into the water in the dead of night with a brand new ability for swimming and started for the far bank, and I actually felt my shoulders relax, and then the whole dock stood up and started screaming because the coolies had all been awake. Every single one of them, lying there with their eyes shut, listening. They weren't traitors, they were arithmetic. If one man runs, the whole team answers for it. And the answers range from a beating to something worse, and every man on those boards had done the same math I had and come out the other side of it. Li Wei didn't even sound angry. He sounded amused. Let's see if you swim faster than our boat. And then the sky went orange. Pong Dun had taken the brazier they used for lighting the boards and poured it out over a pile of cargo that hadn't been moved yet. Ha 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 ha, it's on fire! He was delighted. He had done a thing, and the thing was very impressive, and he wanted everybody to see it. The dock came apart. Nobody chases a swimmer when the shipment is burning, because if the shipment burns, the gang leader takes it out of everyone. Li Wei stopped shouting about me and started shouting about water. And in the firelight, men with knives went at Pang Dun. The text was very short about it. Text is always short about the parts that matter. I sat with my back against a post, and I looked over at the real one, squatting on the boards 10 paces away, watching a bowl of porridge that wasn't his with his mouth slightly open. He had been ready to eat in about 4 seconds. He had no idea. He had, in the version of the world I was reading, just died for me on purpose, in a place where he'd been beaten daily for 3 months, for a man who'd bullied him when they were children. I put the porridge down. Fine. Noted. Whatever happens, he comes with me. The simulated me made the far bank, and the river god didn't come, probably because it was downstream waiting for its delivery. And then the text stopped and gave me a choice. 3 options. Run to my third sister in White Cloud County, hide in the mountains, or swim back. I want to be clear that swim back was genuinely on the list. The simulator has a sense of humor, and I do not care for it. I have a sister, Lin Hua, 3 years older, married into White Cloud County when I was 15. Her husband is a martial artist. And a martial artist means someone who can tell me whether a man without a root bone has any options at all, or whether I should stop hoping in my spare time. I chose the sister, and that is how I found out what the simulator actually is, because it did not take me to my sister. It took 12 days of running through mountains at night, eating wild fruit and stealing grain from villages, and nearly getting caught by farmers who thought I was an animal. And then, 1 ridge short of White Cloud County, it took me to bandits. This mountain was planted by me. This tree was raised by me. You know the words. Everybody knows the words. There were about 20 of them, and out in front was the boss, and the boss was a woman built like a supply wagon. 4 chins, arms like a butcher's. She looked me over the way you look over livestock at a fair. She searched me, thoroughly. I want the record to show that she searched me thoroughly, and that the search went to places a search does not need to go, and that I did not have any money in those places. He really is broke, she announced. Great, wonderful. Everyone knows mountain bandits only want money, so if you have no money, you're a waste of rope, and they let you go, and I relaxed for 1 entire second. But he's handsome, and my last husband just died. Perfect timing. Take him. They tied my hands and my feet and carried me up the mountain like a rolled carpet. I would like to log a complaint. Which bandits rob a man of his virtue? That night, Flying Tiger Stronghold was lit up. That night, Flying Tiger Stronghold was full of joy. That night, Flying Tiger Stronghold was extremely drunk. Grief and celebration are not evenly distributed. They washed me, they put me in red, and they sat me down under a red veil to wait for the bride to lift it. And through the wall, I got the whole picture, because bandits do not whisper. The boss was Ma Fen Feng. Her father, Ma Shan, ran the stronghold. Ma Shan was delighted because this was his daughter's 6th wedding, and he was out there in the corridor telling her to be careful with this one and please produce a grandson. 6th. I sat under that veil and did some more arithmetic about what had happened to the previous 5, and I did not enjoy the result. Outside the simulation, on a dock in Qing River County, I was making a face. I know I was making a face because a passing overseer asked me what my problem was, and I had to say the porridge was hot. Sorry, buddy, I picked the wrong road. I will spare you the year. The short version is that a very large woman who could pick me up with one arm decided I was hers, and I was a man with no root bone, no allies, and no exit, and the strategy I arrived at was the only strategy available, which was to be extremely agreeable and start looking for the door. I got out of it what I could. She fed me. Nobody in that stronghold was allowed to touch me, on her orders. I got to sunbathe. And when I said I wanted to learn martial arts, she opened the stronghold's entire library to me and offered to teach me herself, which was genuinely generous and completely useless because I still had no root bone, and the best I could manage was a lot of push-ups. The next year's draw came in, and it was called Talent, and it made me good at singing, dancing, rap, and basketball. I sat outside the simulation with my head in my hands. It's fine, I said. It's fine. Don't underestimate a young man's potential. I'll live long enough that one of these has to be useful. That is the actual line I told myself. Write it down. We'll come back to it in about 60 years. And then, on a normal afternoon, while I was performing a martial arts routine for my wife that I had invented on the spot out of things I had seen at village festivals, and while she was shaking with joy at how amazing her husband was, a man came screaming through the gate. "Chief, government troops!" Ma Shan threw his wine bowl at the wall. How? How did they get up here? Where were the patrols? Where were the lookouts? Where were the traps? It's the second boss. He sold the cargo route. And my eyes lit up, because a stronghold falling is the only unlocked door I was ever going to get. Then a hand the size of a shovel closed on my wrist. "My lord, come with me." She dragged me. I have no notes on resisting, because there was no resisting. She hauled me across the compound to a crack in the rock behind the storehouse. "Husband, go straight in. This runs through to the next mountain. Only my father and I know about it. Nobody will follow you. Run." I stood there with my mouth open. I should. Run? She got impatient with me. She actually got impatient with me, with soldiers coming up the slope. "Don't worry about me. I'll pull them off you. Go." And she picked me up and threw me into a hole in a mountain like I was a chick going back in the nest, and then she took 2 war hammers off the wall and went out to meet an army. I want to note, for the record, that I was not a bandit. Nobody in that valley was coming for me. I could have walked down the hill and shown them my hands. She didn't know that. She just did it. The text gave me 3 choices. Go through the cave, turn around and fight beside my wife, or find the soldiers and sell the stronghold out for a reward. Outside, chewing on a cold bun, I was completely calm about it. The simulated me is in there, and he gets attached, and that's his business. My business is that this first run is the most important thing that has ever happened to me, and every extra year is another draw, and the mission is a martial opportunity, and there is no martial opportunity inside a burning bandit fort. If I don't leave now, I said, when do I leave? I took the cave. It came out between 2 mountains into daylight, and the next day I walked into White Cloud County and saw a prison cart going the other way with Ma Shan and Ma Fenfang in it, both of them badly hurt, both of them still breathing, which the henchmen out in the wilderness had not managed. I looked at the ground and slid into the crowd like a coward, which is what I was. Then I went to my sister's house and found it sealed. White paper across the gate, stamped by the county office. Inside, over the wall, the courtyard was stripped bare, leaves on the ground and nothing else. I found a neighbor. Gao Ming? Oh, that butcher. Killed 10 households in one night. They took his head at the execution ground last month. Magistrate sent the whole family into exile. What's your connection to him? I'm not sure I'm within 9 degrees of him, actually. Then I walked away and had a small, quiet crisis in an alley, because Gao Ming was a demon slayer. He worked for the county office hunting the things that come out of the hills. My sister married a man who chased monsters for a living and paid for a bowl of noodles when he had no money. My memory of him is a man who was so upright it was almost a medical condition. 10 households in one night. I did not believe it for 1 second, and I had no way to prove anything, and my sister was gone into exile with the rest of them. So I did the only thing available. I changed my name to Lin Lei, and I took a job. The place was called Yuelai Inn, and the woman who owned it was a widow named Zhang Yumei, and she was the first kind person that simulation gave me. She fed her workers properly. She never docked anybody. She had exactly one policy about customers, which was that customers are always right, especially the ones who can kill you. That policy came up about a year later when a martial artist decided that the tofu pudding was too salty and expressed his feelings about it by breaking my arm. Zhang Yumei wrapped it for me herself, sitting on a stool in the kitchen. Ale, don't hold on to it. Ordinary people bow to martial artists. We're lucky to be breathing. And I heard myself say, with one arm in a sling and a bowl of somebody else's soup going cold on the counter, don't underestimate a young man's potential. One day, I will stand at the top of the martial world, and I will grind that mountain into powder. She slapped my good shoulder, laughing at me. Can't even find a wife, and he's making speeches. We looked at each other for a second too long. Yes. All right. Fine. The ability I had pulled that year was called a married man's aura, which improves how women respond to you, and which I had equipped that morning because I had nothing better, and I wanted on the record that I consider this the single most disrespectful thing the system has ever done to me. We were married. I became the owner of Yuelai Inn. I went from the bottom of the world to the landlord class in one evening by being bad at carrying soup, and here is where I have to slow down, because this is the part of that first run that I did not see coming. It was good. We ran that inn together for years, and we were good at it. I had ideas from a place I don't talk about, and she had 30 years of knowing exactly which supplier was lying, and between us that inn got famous in 3 counties. We were respectful in the daytime and stupid about each other at night. We got robbed sometimes and taxed constantly, and a martial artist ate for free whenever one felt like it, and compared to almost everyone we knew, we were living like royalty. The only thing missing was a child. She used to sit in the evening doing needlework she didn't need to do, sewing tiger head shoes, staring at nothing. In the 11th year, the draw came up green. First green of my life, 11 years. It was called The Older, the Luckier, and it said that starting at 60, every draw I take on a round decade is guaranteed to be rare or better. 60. Perfect. I'll pencil that in. In the 13th year, she got pregnant. She cried. I sat on the floor of the kitchen and let her. 14th year, a son. I threw a banquet and invited the entire city and kept it running 3 days. Husband, this is too much. We've made money, but there's always risk. Rather than let a thief take it or the magistrate invent a reason for it, I'd rather have some fun. Besides, my son, Lin Lei's son. How could I not tell the whole city? You're getting cocky again. We're ordinary people. Don't underestimate a middle-aged man's potential. 16th year, a daughter, another banquet. Another 3 days. 20th year, age 37. And I want to tell you honestly what the text said, because it says it about me, and it is the most dangerous sentence in this entire story. You have almost forgotten you are in a simulation. It feels real. It feels good. Then the 23rd year came. A martial artist came into White Cloud County carrying a black banner and killed everyone he met. The county's fighters went at him and did not come back. The demon-slaying office fought him for days and finally hurt him badly enough that he ran. On his way out, he took my daughter. I am going to say this once and then I am going to move on because the text moved on and I do not have a better method. I buried my daughter, then I buried my wife because she did not survive it. She was 7. 2 days earlier, she had been shouting at me from the gate about something urgent involving a chicken. I had a son left, so I stood up. 33rd year. Down in the southern frontier, a woman rose up out of 100 small warring kingdoms, put them all under one banner, and turned north. The war came toward us the way weather comes toward you, slowly and then all at once, and my son decided he was going. Father, if the country falls, what happens to this family? You always told strangers your son would amount to something. Now it's my turn. I walked him out past the city gate and watched him go until he was small. The text says that at that moment I seemed to age all at once. That's the kind of thing text says. What I remember is walking back through the gate and the guard nodding at me like it was a normal Tuesday. 35th year. They sent his ashes home, with his will. I buried him beside his mother and his sister, and I sat by those 3 graves for 3 months, and when I got up, my hair had gone completely white. 37th year, White Cloud County fell to the Empress, and the army went house to house asking for contributions. They called it a loan. Everyone understood the word. They took everything they could see in the inn, and the only reason I ate that winter was that my wife, years before, had buried silver under the old tree and made me promise to forget about it. 40th year, a tiger demon came down out of the hills, and the demon slayers fought it in the middle of the county, and between the two of them they took my inn apart. 3 floors. Gone. I went and asked for compensation, which was the funniest thing I did all decade, so I stood in the ruins of the only thing I had built and laughed at myself, and I honestly could not tell you whether I was laughing at how naive I'd been, or at the world for being like this. I paid off the cook, the waiters, and the servants. They had been with me for 20 years, and they took the wages they were owed and not 1 copper more, and every one of them told me to take care of myself. Then I took what was left and built a hut outside the city, next to 3 graves, and I planted vegetables. That was my life. Sunrise, hoe. Sunset, talk to my family, sleep. 42nd year, age 59. The draw was garbage, but I swapped in the older, the luckier, and I sat in the dirt outside a hut and said out loud to a system that had spent 42 years doing this to me. Almost 60, hold on, don't break, the good part might be right there. 43rd year, age 60, the guarantee triggered. Low tier root bone, green. You've got a root bone, young man. With this, even trash can make a comeback. Outside the simulation, I stood up so fast I hit my head on a beam. 60 years. I had gone through 60 years of that to be handed the thing every child in the Empire is born with or isn't, and I have never in my life been happier about a participation trophy. The simulated me took every coin he had left and walked into the county town to a place called the Benlay Martial School, where the instructor was a solid, honest man named Heibo who came out into the yard, looked at the white-haired farmer standing in his gate, and tried to be gentle. Grandpa, don't joke around. What kind of martial arts do you want at 60? And the old man said, 60 years old, the perfect age to strive, and dumped a pile of silver on the ground. I'm paying. You teach. Whether I learn it is my problem. Taking a student old enough to be his father was, professionally, a nightmare for Heibo. But there was a great deal of silver on the ground, so he taught, and I finally got the lesson I had wanted since I was 8 years old. Cultivation runs on 3 things, and everybody calls them by fancy names, so let me give you the version that fits in a head. You build a body, you gather a breath, you temper a soul. Outer techniques build the body. That's strength, speed, and how much you can take. When your body burns hot enough that the heat pools in your gut and stays there, you have crossed the first line and you are a martial artist. That first realm is called body refining, and it has 9 steps, and each step is double the last, which sounds fine until you meet somebody on step 9. After that, the inner techniques gather breath, and that's spirit gathering. Then mind techniques temper the soul, and that's soul tempering. Those 3 together are the early road. Beyond them is the middle road, golden body, spirit sea, spirit condensation, and men who reach the end of that are called dragons among men, mostly by people who have never met one. Outside the simulation, I was sitting on a coil of rope on a dock with my mouth open like a fish, taking notes with my whole face. I inherit memories, all of them. Every word of that lecture is mine forever. 44th year, 1 year of training, no progress. Hebo tried to let me down easy. Uncle Lei, let's stop. Your body is finished. How are you going to practice martial arts? The senior students talked. The county talked. The old man's lost it, they said. Restless in his old age, they said. And the old man never once looked up. Don't underestimate the poor and the old. I, Lin Lei, will reach the top. 10 years. 10 years of an old man alone in the corner of a training yard, doing one single outer technique over and over, while children who arrived after him passed him and left and came back as adults. 52nd year, age 70. The decade guarantee fired again. Effort will bear fruit. Green. When you keep at something, you will definitely get a result. Not necessarily a large one. I took it. Obviously, I took it. It's a safety net, and I was 70 years old with nothing under me. That same year, Hebo's son was recruiting a new class, and he lined up a row of 13-year-olds in the yard, and he pointed at the old man in the corner. Look, students, this is Grandpa Lin Lei, started at 60. He's 70 now, and he still hasn't made it. And every child laughed, and I want to be fair to the boy. He wasn't being cruel. He was using me. I was a teaching aid. I was the cautionary paragraph, and one of the boys said, so, whether we succeed or not, we take the step. Even if we end up like him, stuck in the same place at 70, at least we won't regret trying. Which is the single kindest thing anyone said about me in that entire life, and it was an insult. And right there, mid-sentence, with his hands still moving through a form he had done 10,000 times, the old man felt heat pool in his gut. Master, I'm in. Body refining. Hebo came running across the yard and took his wrist and checked again. Then Hebo turned around and the man changed his entire religion in under 2 seconds. Ha, exactly right. Grandpa Chen started at 60 and made it, so what excuse do you 13-year-olds have? Nothing is impossible for a willing heart. That night, he closed the school early and had me to dinner with his family. He got teary in the middle of it, about the inn, about the food it used to serve, about a man who had lost everything and walked into a training yard at 60 and simply refused. I don't know why you're putting yourself through this at your age, but I wish you long life. From now on, this school is your home. I'll keep a room for you. I had not been in a house with a family in it for more than 10 years. I trained on sunrise, practice, sunset, rest, balance work and rest. Pay attention to your health, because health is not vanity when you're using your own remaining lifespan as a resource. My white hair briefly went black again, which the students found deeply unsettling. 61st year, age 79. Body refining step 3, and then a common cold put me in bed and would not let me out. Hebo was old himself by then. The school was failing. He hired a servant to look after me out of his own money and came to sit with me anyway. Uncle Lei, how are you feeling today? Dying. I want to be honest about what I was actually doing while he sat there. I was watching the countdown in the corner of my eye. I was 80 in a matter of months, and 80 is a round decade, and a round decade is a guaranteed rare. I was holding on for a lottery ticket. Don't say that. You'll live to 100. 100 is not a small thing. I lost my wife in middle age. I buried my own children. Everything I built came apart in an afternoon. This heart has a lot of holes in it. Outside, wind. Snow coming down hard. Hebo watched it fall for a while. Uncle Lei. In life, hardship is the main melody. Happiness is just the interlude. And he held my hand while it went cold, which is more than most men get. 62nd year, age 80. The guarantee fired. Serious punch. Green. When you attack with nothing but your own hands and feet, no technique at all, your destructive power goes up by as much as 10 times, and the recoil will not break your bones. The cost is 1 hair per punch. 10 times. On a basic attack. I was so happy I nearly missed my own death, which arrived shortly afterward, on schedule, in bed, in the snow, at the age of 80. Then the text put up its little poem. It does that. It gives you a verdict on your life in 4 lines, like a teacher grading an essay. Something about a man who jumped into an icy river and a withered branch at 60 finding spring wind still roaring at the sky. And then it paid me. 62 years of memory. Body refining. Step 3. Real cultivation in my real body. 62 abilities, including 4 greens, including a root bone, and 1 outer technique at beginner level called Raging Bull Strength. The heat hit my gut on the dock at Qing River County while I was sitting on a coil of rope with an empty bowl in my hand, and my entire body stopped being tired. 63 years of somebody's life went through my head like a lantern spinning, and here's the strange part, the part I did not expect and have never fully made peace with. I remember all of it, every detail. I could tell you the pattern on my wife's needlework and the name of the supplier who cheated us in year 9, but I don't feel any of it. It's a film I watched very closely. There are deeds in there and no feelings attached to them. I know I sat by 3 graves for 3 months. I do not grieve them. I know I loved a woman for 23 years. I remember her face better than my mother's, and it does nothing to me at all. That's the price, and nobody told me about it in advance, and I have thought about it more than I've told anyone. I stood up. I was still 18. I was still on a dock. My arms were still full of somebody else's grain, but I had crossed the first line, and crossing a line changes the chart. More slots. 5 now instead of 3, and the odds moved for the first time in my life. White down to 89, green up to 9, purple at 1, gold nearly at 1, prismatic at 1 in 10,000. 80 entries sitting in my library. I sorted them and put on the 5 that mattered. Simulator, low-tier root bone, serious punch, effort will bear fruit, and pain resistance of a super beast, which had suddenly stopped being a joke and started being armor. Then I checked the cooldown, and the system offered me the alternative. Guided task. Skip the year of waiting. If you can't beat them, join them. Show them what you are and get inside the Blackstone gang. Reward, another simulation, 1 premium draw, and a low-grade spirit artifact, a heavy sword called Flame Iron. I read that twice. The gang has real martial artists. If I jump in the river right now and swim, they get in a boat and come after me, and my swimming is a story from a simulation, not a thing my body knows. And even if I made it, I would be making it alone. Pang Dun was 11 paces away, hauling a sack, humming. Twice now. Once in the village, once in a river. I never actually swam. Fine, I said. We'll join, then we'll leave, both of us. And I turned around and threw my bowl on the ground. The crack of it went all the way down the dock. Damn it! Buns and thin porridge every single day, and we're still hungry. A scholar couldn't live on this, and we're carrying cargo. The entire dock stopped. 40 men looked at me with their eyes open so wide I could see the whites from across the boards. Has Lin Dao lost his mind? Does he want to be beaten to death? Maybe he likes it. I've heard about people like that. And then, 11 paces to my left, Pang Dun looked at me, looked at his own bowl, and smashed it on the ground. Pang Dun, what are you doing? Pang Dun grinned at everybody with his entire face. I don't know what I'm doing, but I really wanted to smash a bowl. That is my friend. That is the whole man, right there. The overseer came down the boards at a run with his whip already up. You've caused trouble. You haven't had enough, have you? The whip came in, and for the first time in 3 months I did not flinch, and I did not dodge, and I did not make my careful little face of pain. I caught it. I want you to picture the pause. 40 laborers who have spent every day of their lives folding up when a whip goes near them, watching a man take one out of the air. The overseer assumed he'd fumbled it. He gave it a tug to bring it back. It didn't come back. Give me that. Are you rebelling? I brought the whip down on the boards. The crack went across the water and came back off the far bank, and the plank I hit came apart in pieces. Rebelling? You think you're the emperor? Who exactly am I supposed to be rebelling against? Then I hit him. Now, understand, I had step 3 of the first realm. That's nothing. In any real fight that is a rounding error. But these were not martial artists. You don't need martial artists to supervise starving men. These were 5 thugs with whips and a good sense of who couldn't fight back. The first one went into the river with the whip still wrapped around him. The next 3 I tied together, which I'll admit was showing off, using their own whips, in a bundle, and put in the water as a set. The last one I got with a plank. I stood on one end, and he was standing on the other, and physics did the rest, and he went up in a beautiful arc and came down in the Qing River like a bird that had made a career error. 40 laborers stood on that dock with their mouths open wide enough to swallow eggs. The overseers who beat them daily were all in the water at the same time, shouting for help, and every single one of those men was doing the arithmetic on whether it was safe to smile yet. And then Li Wei came down the boards, and he was smiling because he was an actual martial artist, and he'd been waiting for the entertainment to reach him. Little Lin Dao, you've had some training after all. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll be running the county by Tuesday. He put the whip away and took out a pair of small hammers, which are for breaking bones and are not for anything else. Step 1 of body refining. He was step 1, and I knew it because I'd spent 62 years learning how to read that in a man's shoulders. I was step 3. Every step doubles. He came in with a hammer, and I was not there, and then I had both hammers, and he was standing in front of a man he'd whipped every day for 3 months, unarmed, close enough to smell. Chen, Lin Dao, don't do anything crazy. This is Blackstone territory. Do you know who our leader is? I did. Everybody did. Zheng Liang told people himself. I put him on the boards with the first swing. That's for hiding behind your boss. The second one hit his back and something in there made a sound. That's for taking our food. Stop. Stop hitting me. That's for the contract nobody read to us. Mercy. I was wrong. Great hero. Mercy. And that's for putting men on a boat to Shili Pavilion. I didn't do that. That's a complete frame-up. He was right. In this world he hadn't done it yet. In the one I'd just lived through, he absolutely had. So what if I framed you? Behind me, 40 men were not being quiet anymore. The overseers in the water had stopped shouting for help and were watching. Li Wei had spent years being the highest thing on this dock, and every single person present was having the best afternoon of the year. Which is when a voice behind me said, "Who is this kid?" I did not turn around fast. Turning around fast tells people things. Zheng Liang had come down from the headquarters with his people, and beside him was a huge man with a belly, and Zheng Liang was pointing at me with his chin. "Fifth brother, that one's a martial artist, and Li Wei can't handle him. Go and meet him. Don't cripple him." The fifth boss cracked his neck and came over and took the hammer out of my hand like taking a spoon from a child. "Kid, you've nearly killed him. You want to spar with me instead?" I kicked Li Wei into the water first. Then I turned around and put on my most reasonable face. "Fifth boss, you're a real martial artist. How would that be fair?" "Ha, stop dancing. You're one too. Martial artists come in grades. I'm step 6, but I won't bully you. Land one hit on me, anything at all, and today never happened. I'll even ask the boss to bring you in properly. Step 6 against step 3. In a real fight he would fold me in half without changing expression. I made my hand into a fist. Does the fifth boss keep his word? When has Song Laowu ever broken his word? I said I wouldn't pay you wages, and I never did. I looked at this man and thought, your intelligence and Pang Dun's are within measuring distance of each other, and I like Pang Dun more. We went a few exchanges. He was right about the gap. He drifted around me like the whole thing was a rest break, laughing. "That's it? You can't even touch my clothes." Does the fifth boss only know how to run away? I'm afraid of forgetting myself and killing you by accident. With skills like that, I could stand still and let you hit me, and you couldn't hurt me at all. Now, here's the thing about serious punch. It only works if you use nothing. No technique, no form, no art, just a fist, which is exactly what a man like that expects from a laborer. You'll stand still? I'll stand still. And he did, because he was a man of his word about the wrong things. I set my feet and I put everything through one arm, and there was no art in it whatsoever. 10 times. The sound was wrong. That's what people remembered afterward. It didn't sound like a punch. It sounded like a door closing somewhere underground. The fat on his belly went out in a wave like something dropped in a pond. The fifth boss sat down, backward, slowly. Then he closed his mouth on something and made himself swallow it. I stepped back and looked at him with genuine interest. "How was that, fifth boss?" He was shaking. His whole body was shaking, and there was sweat coming off his forehead onto the boards. "It doesn't hurt. Not at all. In fact, it was quite good. I'll go and speak to the boss right now. You mustn't hit anybody else." He turned around and Zheng Liang was already standing behind him. "I saw the whole thing," Zheng Liang said, and he was smiling, and his eyes were doing something completely different from his mouth. "Lin Dao, since you're a martial artist, the Blackstone gang would like to invite you to take a position. Share in the profits. No more hauling. Target acquired." So obviously I made a face like a man being difficult. "I want to leave." Zheng Liang chuckled. "My fourth brother was going easy just now. He was afraid of hurting you. Don't mistake that for something else." Which translated is, if the fourth can handle you, the leader can certainly handle you. We are asking politely, and there is exactly one polite answer. "In that case," I said, "I'll stay." "One more question. You're a martial artist. Why didn't you say so? Why haul sacks for 3 months?" "I fell in a river, and I was too weak to run my energy until recently, and I did say so. Nobody believed me." "Who did you tell?" "Li Wei." They had just pulled Li Wei out of the water. He was in pieces, and he was in pain, and he heard his own name, and his pupils shrank down to nothing. "What? Boss, I don't know anything about this. Boss, I really don't." Zheng Liang didn't even look at him. "You buried a talent, and you made a man resentful. What kind of work is that? Throw him back and feed the fish." 2 men picked him up. "Boss, mercy, I really didn't know. Boss, help me." And the man who had spent 3 months choosing which of us went to Shili Pavilion went into the Qing River with every bone in him broken, screaming for help from the men he'd been picking. Gangs are gangs. The floor is not attached to anything. That noon, they threw me a banquet at the Blackstone headquarters and sat me at the top table with the 4 bosses and the elites, and Zheng Liang stood up with a bowl of wine and toasted his new brother and made me an instructor for new recruits, which is a position with a title, a salary, and absolutely no access to anything that matters. Zheng Liang was not stupid. Zheng Liang was the least stupid man on that dock. Halfway through the meal, an old man in a dark robe leaned toward him and said something quietly. And I heard it because I was 6 feet away and I had spent 62 years learning to listen while looking somewhere else. Boss, it's time to send food to the river god tomorrow. Zheng Liang nodded. Let Li Wei handle it. Li Wei has already fed the fish. Ah, right. Too much wine. Then send the 4th brother down to the docks tonight and pick a few laborers. He waved his cup. Oh, and there's that fool, isn't there? The big one. He eats an enormous amount. He has to go. I put down my chopsticks and picked them back up. Then I made myself look drunk and slurred a little and leaned in like a man being generous. Boss, that idiot's from my village. He's clumsy. He's useless. Give me the job instead. He can't handle it. Zheng Liang looked at me with a completely pleasant face. That idiot can definitely handle it. You relax. You're my instructor now. Drink. So that was the answer. I did not say anything else. I drank what I was given, and I laughed when other people laughed, and I let 2 men walk me back to my room, and I refused all offers of company at the door. The moment the door shut, I was not drunk at all. Guided task complete. A sword hit the floor in front of me, red, heavy, the length of my leg, flame iron. And a ball of light opened up in the air, my premium draw, and it was noticeably less white than it used to be because 89% still leaves room to dream. Come on, I said, something useful, anything. I touched it. Swimming dragon plays with Phoenix, white. Your skills and stamina in the bedroom are significantly enhanced. Everyone who has tried it raves about it. I stood alone in a locked room in a gang headquarters and stared at the ceiling for a while. Premium, I said. So the premium pool is like every limited banner in every game ever made. Worse odds than the standard one, dressed up as a favor. Fine. Whatever. It's a slot filler. I sat down on the bed and put my back to the wall. Start the second one. The second run started me exactly where I was standing. That's the thing about the simulator. It doesn't invent a scenario. It takes the board as it sits and plays it out. So the simulated me woke up the next morning as an instructor in the Blackstone gang, with a root bone, with step 3 under him, with a green punch in his pocket, and with about 4 hours until they walked his friend down the riverbank. He didn't wait for the 4th hour. Before dawn, the 5th boss came down to the docks with a handful of men and picked out Pang Dun and 2 others and started them walking downstream along the water. The simulated me said he couldn't sleep and asked to come along, and the 5th boss, who thought about as fast as weather, said sure. Pang Dun asked questions the entire way. 5th boss, is there good food at the brothel? The 5th boss found this hilarious. Loads, sausage, abalone, tofu. It smells incredible. And Pang Dun walked along at the front of the line with his mouth watering, carrying a lunchbox, because they'd all been handed lunchboxes, because you have to bring food when you're delivering food, and none of the 3 of them had worked out that the food was them. They got to Shili Pavilion. The 5th boss pushed the 3 of them down to the water's edge and shouted at the river. Lord River God, we've brought your meal. Eat well. And I noticed the thing that told me everything. The other gang members, without thinking about it, all took a few steps back. The water started turning. Fish came up out of it, jumping, not for flies, but because something underneath had made staying down there unsurvivable, and the simulated me, standing directly behind the 5th boss, put a foot in his back. Get lost. The splash went up over the trees. The rest of them got their swords out. Instructor Chen, what are you doing? He didn't answer them. He just put them in the water, one after another, because none of them were martial artists, and he was, and it took about as long as it takes to tell. The Blackstone gang knew exactly what was in that river. They started swimming for the bank like men who had personally arranged the schedule which they had. Lin Dao, you've killed us all. Wait until I get ashore, I'll skin you. The 5th boss was still making threats. He was also not getting any closer to the bank. None of them were. Something had a grip on the whole stretch of water, and they were being drawn out toward the middle in a way that had nothing to do with the current. Pang Dun and the other 2 stood on the bank holding their lunchboxes, deeply confused. What are you standing there for? The simulated me said. Run. They ran. He looked back once, and half of an enormous green fish head came up out of the middle of the river. It spoke, out loud, in words. The Blackstone gang is generous today. 7 at once? Wonderful, wonderful. A pleasure doing business. The 5th boss started screaming. River God, there's been a mistake. We're not the meal. The meal is on the bank. Oh, this one's the fattest. I love it. Chief Shu really understands me. What? I'm the Blackstone gang. I'm the 5th boss. Look at my face. That fish had terrible eyesight. Truly, genuinely terrible eyesight. It could not tell the difference between the men who fed it and the men it was fed, and it had been eating on that basis for years. I watched a gang boss go under, still explaining who he was. Then the text gave me a choice, and I picked the sister again, because the sister has a husband, and the husband is a martial artist, and I had a lot of new questions. They walked upstream, out in the open, in daylight, and I want to point out how different that is. In the first run, I crossed those mountains at night eating stolen grain. This time we walked up the road, because step 3 of body refining means bandits and wild animals are somebody else's problem. Speaking of which, this mountain was planted by me, this tree was raised by me. Same road, same trees, same enormous woman. Well, hello, handsome. You're not even a little scared? You're laughing? Have you lost your wits? Ma Fenfang was exactly as pleased to see me as she had been the last time, which is to say extremely, which is to say I already knew how this went. I also knew, from having been married to her, that she was step 4, and every other person on that hillside was nothing at all, so I just walked past her. Stop! 5 of them came at me with swords, and I put all 5 of them on the ground without breaking stride, and I did not kill any of them because a woman with 4 chins once threw me into a hole in a mountain to save my life, and I remembered it even if she hadn't done it yet. Ma Fenfang, to her credit, read the room instantly. She could not place my level, which meant it was above hers, and she backed off with the speed of someone who has been in this business a long time. Our mistake, senior. Please take some silver for the road. She collected every coin off her own men, piled it on the ground, and stepped back 10 paces. I walked over and picked it up. Don't be a fool about money. For the silver, here's a warning. When you get back, watch your second boss. Something's wrong with him. She stood there with her mouth open, trying to work out how a stranger on a road knew the internal politics of her mountain. I left her with it. We reached White Cloud County the next day, and my sister's gate was not sealed. There was a toddler in the courtyard, babbling at a chicken. And my sister was hanging laundry, and she turned around with a wet shirt in her hands and saw 2 men walk through her gate, and she made a sound I have not been able to get out of my head. Linhua had already heard about Luoding village. She had gone there. She had helped collect the dead, and she had not found her little brother among them, and she had spent 3 months holding on to that the way you hold onto a rope. She got the whole story out of Pang Dun in about 4 sentences, and then she knelt down and bowed to him on the ground in her own courtyard and thanked him for the only family she had left. Pang Dun was extremely embarrassed and asked if there was going to be food. There was food. There was a great deal of food. That evening my brother-in-law came home in the red and black robes of the demon-slaying office, saw me sitting at his table and had to sit down himself. Gao Ming, alive, not a butcher, not headless, just a tired man in a uniform who cried a little and pretended he hadn't. The next morning, I walked Pang Dun over to the ULI Inn and talked Jiang Yumei into taking him on as a handyman. He's slow, so nothing complicated. But he'll wash and sweep, and he's strong, so give him the heavy work. Now, I'm a kind woman, but if I'm not a little bit shrewd, I'm afraid. He doesn't want wages, just enough to eat. Then I'd feel guilty not hiring him. I knew exactly what kind of person she was. I had been married to her for 23 years in a life that had not happened. She did not know me from a post, and I stood in her doorway and made small talk about dishwashing. On the way back, a horse got loose in the street and came at me, and I slapped it. Not hard, not for me. The horse disagreed, went sideways, and stood there foaming. Inferior animal. And half the street applauded, and I stood there in my dirty clothes being extremely pleased with myself, and I did not notice that one of the people watching was my brother-in-law on patrol. He came to find me that night. I gave him the story I'd built on the road. A white-bearded old man had passed through the village a year ago, noticed I had a root bone, left me a manual and a sword, and moved on. It's the oldest lie in the world, and it works because it happens just often enough. Gao Ming sat there and thought about it, and then he went into his bedroom and came out with 4 thread-bound books and put them on the table. Since my little brother has a root bone, he shouldn't waste it. I looked at the books. These are the Shen family's inherited techniques. My generation has lost most of them. 4 are left. They're mid-grade. Master them properly, and you'll be able to make a good living anywhere in a small county. Brother-in-law, this is too much. Why are we talking like this? We're family. It's rare enough to have a root bone when your ancestors didn't. Don't waste what heaven gave you. There were 4. An outer technique called True Yang Incantation, an inner technique called Fierce Heart, and 2 martial arts, a spear form and a palm form called Cloud Burning Hand. Outside the simulation, I was sitting in a locked room in a gang headquarters, and I put both hands over my face for a second. That man had 4 things left from a dead family, and he gave all 4 to a boy who told him a story about an old man on a road. I asked him about the village, whether the government had found anything. Nothing. No trace at all. Whoever they were, they moved with precision, and they were well trained. They didn't leave us a thread. Why us? We're farmers. How do farmers get an enemy like that? He was quiet for a while. I don't know. But in my years wearing this uniform, when killers wipe out people who have nothing, it's almost always to close a mouth. Perhaps somebody in your village knew something they shouldn't have. That sentence went into me, and it has never come out. The next year, the simulated me stayed at his sister's house and trained. His realm didn't move, but his techniques did. He replaced the beginner outer art with the Shen families and started on the spear and the palm. Then Gao Ming got him into the demon-slaying office. The entrance test is a fight, and the simulated me was the weakest man in that yard by realm, and he passed anyway because every single opponent got hit by something that arrived with no warning at all and made a sound like a door closing underground. Serious punch does not look like anything, that's the point of it. So I became a demon slayer, which is not a title so much as a contract. You get paid per job. Only the ones who make officer, like Gao Ming, are on the government roll with an actual position. I got put on my brother-in-law's team, which meant I could ask him questions about technique whenever I liked, which was the entire reason I did it. Then a job came in, a bull demon making trouble at Huowang village, east of the county. Gao Ming took the team out. We rode in, and the village was peaceful. Old people in doorways, children in the lane, not a scratch on anything. We split up to search, and I heard somebody calling for help, and I followed it, and I put my shoulder into a courtyard gate. Inside that courtyard were the bodies of 18 people from 3 households. Something came out of the corner of my eye and hit me before I could see what it was, and it was strong, and it was hard, and I went down, and my sword came out of my hand and landed somewhere. And at that exact moment, boots came through the gate behind me, 20 constables, and at the front of them, Han Sheng, the head constable of the county office, who arrived precisely as I was pulling my own sword out of a body. You dare, Shen, Lin Dao, you know the law and you broke it. 3 households, 18 people. Take him! Outside the simulation, I stopped chewing on absolutely nothing and said out loud in an empty room, that's a trap. Because look at the timing, look at the numbers. 20 constables and the head constable of the county standing outside a gate in a village that had reported a demon, arriving inside 4 seconds of a sword going into a body. They weren't chasing anyone. They were waiting for someone to walk into that courtyard, and it wasn't supposed to be me. In the first run, this was Gao Ming. 10 households in one night, executed at the market ground, family exiled. That's the same machine, and I had just walked into it a year early by accident. The only man in this county who can move 20 constables and a head constable is the magistrate. So, something is very wrong with the magistrate of White Cloud County. The simulated me refused to kneel. He fought and explained while he fought, which never works. Still denying it, we saw it with our own eyes. Han Sheng was step 1 of spirit gathering, same as my brother-in-law, and there were 20 men with chains. It went the way it goes. Gao Ming arrived with the team and put himself in the gateway. Head constable. What is this? Why are you arresting my man? Nobody takes him anywhere until I get an explanation. Your demon slayer is killing civilians and using force against the law. Of course I'm arresting him. Obstruct me and I'll arrest you too. Nonsense, I know Lin Dao. Why would he suddenly kill anyone? Wouldn't it be simpler to take him in and find out? And they were about 1 word from going at each other when a voice came from the lane. Shen, what do you think you're doing? The chief of the county's demon-slaying office, Feng Yucheng, my brother-in-law's direct superior and the strongest man in White Cloud County, sitting at soul tempering while everybody else was 2 realms below. The moment he showed up, Gao Ming lost. Not the argument, the situation. He had to stand in a lane and watch me get taken. Don't be afraid, little brother. Your brother-in-law won't abandon you. I'll go to the magistrate. I'll get you justice. And the simulated me, who had already worked out what he was standing in, said the only useful thing available. Brother-in-law, don't worry about me. Look after my sister and my niece. They took me to the county jail and put me on a rack in a room with a very complete collection of professional equipment. Branding irons, whips, knives for noses, axes for feet, a chair with nails in it, a wooden donkey, which I will not be explaining. Han Sheng came in and started his speech. Lin Dao, I advise you to confess honestly. Otherwise, I confess. There was a pause. Yes, I killed them. All of it, me. The confession's already written, isn't it? Bring it over, I'll put my thumb on it. Everybody's busy. Han Sheng stood in that room and did not know what to do with his hands. The man had prepared. He had a whole repertoire, polished over years, lines that would terrify a ghost. He had the full professional toolkit laid out. He had, and I am confident about this, been looking forward to his afternoon, and the prisoner had folded before the first question. Look, I had pain resistance equipped, and even so it reduces pain, it doesn't remove it. And the outcome of that room was never in doubt. When the ending is fixed, the only variable left is how much of your own skin you spend getting there. So he got out the paper and did the paperwork properly. Lin Dao, do you confess to the Huowang village case? Confessed. Do you confess to the robbery and killing at Shiping Village? Confessed. The cattle killings at Guangtian Village? Sure, yes, fine, hurry up. You're clearing the books. I understand. He got so annoyed, he threw me back in the cell himself. A few days later, the magistrate held court. He was enormously fat and his ears stuck out, and he went through the motions like a man reading a shopping list, and then he sentenced me to military exile, which surprised me. In the first run, this case ended at the execution ground. In recent years, with the war in the South, His Majesty has been merciful. Capital sentences with mitigating circumstances may be commuted to service. Mitigating circumstances. I had just confessed to about 100 killings in 3 counties. I had cleared this man's entire backlog in one afternoon. I had been extremely mitigating. On the day they marched me out, they put a pair of steel hooks through my collarbones. They're a spirit artifact, and they lock a martial artist's body force down so he can't run. The alternative is assigning several higher-level martial artists as escorts for the whole trip, and the government does not spend money like that on a man they've already sold. My sister came to see me off with her husband and her daughter. Time to move. Stop wasting daylight. And my sister put on a smile I had never seen on her face, and went over to the 2 guards and pressed silver into their hands. Sirs, why don't you have a little wine to warm up before the road? There's no hurry. They laughed and took it and wandered off. Don't talk too much. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. My sister, bowing and scraping to 2 men who could not read. Gao Ming couldn't look at me. It's because your brother-in-law is useless. I couldn't save you. And Lin Hua finally stopped holding it. 5th brother, he did everything. He really did. There was nothing left except 3rd sister, brother-in-law. Don't. The army's a good thing. Make a name for myself and I'll come home in glory. Gao Ming knew exactly what happens to a low-realm martial artist on a battlefield full of them. He knew, and he stood there and let me say it. Then he leaned in. Little brother. 20 li outside the city, I've arranged 2 men I trust. They'll play bandits, put the guards out, and then you. Brother-in-law. No. Little brother. The magistrate had made it clear that if I ran, the family answered for it. That family was already emptied out. Every coin my sister had, and whatever was left of the Shen ancestral property, had gone into buying my head down from the block to a marching order, and I only worked that out standing in the road with hooks in my collarbones. They watched me go. My sister was already crying. My niece, who was 2 and understood nothing, waved with her whole arm and shouted for me to come back soon. 3rd year. Age 20. Drawing. Purple. First purple of my life, at 1%, and it was called photographic memory, and it does what it says. Everything you see, everything you hear, permanently. I want to explain why I nearly took my own eye out getting that equipped. I was walking to a war. On a battlefield, a low-realm martial artist is a body. But an army also runs on maps, faces, orders, supply numbers, and the names of 10,000 men, and every single one of those things lives in ink and gets lost. If you want to matter in a place where you cannot fight, be the thing they cannot replace. All right, magistrate, I said. Wait right there. I'll be back when I'm a general, and we'll continue this conversation. The Great Chen Empire is 2 capitals and 18 prefectures, and it is enormous. My destination was the Zhenan border army at the southern tip of the province below ours, and the walk took more than a year. South of the empire is the southern frontier, which is 100 small kingdoms who fight each other constantly and raid us when they get bored of that. The border army sits down there and holds the line. As a convict soldier, I went to a labor camp. No armor, no weapon. Cut stakes, pitch tents, dig latrines, clean up. There were a dozen men in my tent, and every one of them was there the same way I was. Nobody in that tent was going to be described as a fine young man. The veteran who ran it was called Lao Fang, and he came at me the first evening the way you'd expect. Hey, new boy. What did you do to get here? Killed people. How many? More than 100, I think. Lao Fang looked at me like I was lying, which I was, and then he casually went through my bag, which is normal, and found the court judgment, which was not a lie, because the magistrate had written it himself and stamped it. He read it again, then he got up and made my bed for me, then he took the blanket off the man next to me and put it on mine. Brother Chen, you don't know yet, but it gets cold down here in winter. The supply bastards skim off the cotton layer by layer. The quilts they hand out are basically cloth. You have an extra one so you don't freeze. The man he had just robbed made a small noise. Lao Fang, boss. What boss? I'm number 2 now. You and Xiao Mao can share and keep each other warm. Xiao Mao nodded shyly. The simulated me made a mental note about sleeping arrangements and the direction he'd be facing. 4th year. The camp had it official, in the county magistrate's own handwriting, that the new man had killed over 100 people, and I had been careless enough to let a little of my training show, and after that, nobody in the labor camp gave me any trouble at all. They gave me things. People brought me food. I was in the worst tent in the army, comfortable. Lao Fong and his old hands taught me how a man survives a war he doesn't want to be in, and it was the most practical education I have ever received. Eat something spoiled before a march, so you're too sick to be sent forward. If you end up in it anyway, go down early and cut yourself a little so it looks convincing. And if it's really going badly, put on women's clothes, because the enemy sometimes keeps women. Lao Fang delivered all 3 of these like a man passing on a trade. 5th year, age 22. I was walking past the recruit camp when I saw a man with pockmarks on his face, and photographic memory turned over and handed me a picture. 1 year earlier, a march, an ambush by the southern frontier, mounted archers on the ridge, 3rd from the left. That man. Now, I did not run and report it, and I want to explain why, because it wasn't caution and it wasn't cleverness. Armies leak, men change sides for a meal. Very few soldiers in that camp had strong opinions about which flag they starved under. It was entirely possible he'd simply moved, so I started swapping shifts with the boys in my tent so I could keep an eye on him, and I did it for months. I wasn't after a reward. I was after not being surprised. An enemy outside the wall is a problem you can prepare for. An enemy inside the wall is a thing that happens while you're asleep or eating, and then you're gone, and the rest of your life is spent flinching. He finished basic training and got posted to the artillery battalion. Then he volunteered to guard the powder store, and the commander said yes. I stood in a supply line with a sack on my shoulder and understood the entire plan in about a second and a half. It was a black night with a hard wind, perfect for it. The pockmarked man went into the powder store carrying a torch in a building where an open flame is the one absolutely forbidden thing because he was the guard and the guard is allowed in. This will throw the whole Chen army into chaos. No powder, no firearms, and then the elephants of my great meow will meet nothing at all. He set a fuse, threw the torch, walked out at a good pace, got down behind a rise at a sensible distance, and waited, and waited. Wondering why it hasn't gone off yet? He came off the ground about a foot. He turned around and there were 15 convict soldiers standing behind him in a half circle with rope. Take him. Lao Fang and the boys had him tied in about 4 seconds because tying a man up is a skill our tent had between us. We walked him into the commander's tent. The commander of that border army was General Xu Wuji, and he wore black iron, and he did not have to raise his voice to make a room stop moving. I never expected a handful of convict soldiers to catch me a spy. Here is what had actually happened, and it is the reason I ended up telling that man everything for the next 10 years. When I brought the report, he did not believe me. Of course he didn't. A convict labels an artillery guard as an enemy scout on no evidence from a memory of a ridge a year ago. So he quietly moved the powder somewhere else and left the building standing, which tested the spy and tested the informant at the same time, with the same building, at no cost. If the pockmarked man had done nothing, I'd have been court-martialed for false intelligence. You've performed a service, the general said, but I can't record it as merit. You are all convicts. Under the law of Great Qian, criminals cannot be awarded merit. Lao Fang went straight to his knees. General, a lot of us were wronged back home. The local officials squeeze us and rob us and rule however they like, and ordinary people have nowhere to. Enough. I am not your magistrate. I have no obligation to get justice for you. He didn't shout. The air pressure in that tent dropped and nobody breathed. But don't think your effort goes unnoticed. I can reward you. His lieutenant came around with silver ingots, 1 each, and then the text stopped and gave me 3 options. Take the silver, refuse the silver out of loyalty to the empire, or refuse it and ask for something else. Option 3 was not specified. The simulator does that sometimes. It leaves a door with nothing written on it. I looked at that door for a while. Xu Wuji was not a man who killed people for saying the wrong thing, and I had 10 years of my life sitting in front of me either way. I took door 3. The lieutenant reached me with the silver and my hands stayed where they were. You lowly wretch. You won't even accept the general's reward. Do you intend to make a scene about justice? I looked at the tent wall. I am innocent. Behind me, Lao Fong and the boys nearly fell over with admiration. So he really did kill 100 people. I don't want silver. It's no use to me. I want a pill that raises cultivation. Because I had been in that camp long enough to know that military supply isn't just food and boots. In this world, the elite soldiers are martial artists, and they cultivate while they serve, and cultivation resources are part of the pay packet. That army had pills and spirit stones in a warehouse, the same as it had rice. Xu Wuji looked at me with something that was almost a smile. You haven't advanced in 2 years. You're a low-tier root bone. How does the general know I haven't advanced in 2 years? A martial artist doing manual labor? Of course I've been watching you. You might have been a spy, too. He was spirit condensation. At that realm, a man gets divine sense, which means he can read your level off you like a label. He had known exactly what I was since the day I walked in. General, I'm a convict, but I'm a clean one. I've seen a lot of traitors. He leaned forward. Now, how did you remember one low soldier who walked past you a year ago in a crowd of hundreds? And the whole tent went still, including the pockmarked man on the floor, who had been selected for this job specifically because he had a face nobody notices, orphan, no records, forgettable on purpose. He wanted the answer as badly as the general did. I have a good memory. I don't believe you. Nobody remembers something like how many mouthfuls of porridge a man ate on a specific morning 3 months ago. 19. Shu Wuji stopped. Then his eyes changed, because he thought I was mocking him, and for about half a second that tent was a genuinely dangerous place. General, test me. And he did, because that is exactly the kind of man he was. He sent people out for materials and set up a proper examination on the spot, cards and objects and lists, the whole thing, and I went through it without a single miss. The lieutenant looked like he'd been hit. Truly gifted. Boss Chen is a divine being, said one of my tent mates, who 2 months earlier had tried to steal my boots. Shu Wuji sat back. Come to my tent tomorrow. Repeat this conversation to me, in detail, which is a much better test, and everybody in that tent knew it. The next day, I repeated it, all of it, every word in order, including the part where his lieutenant called me a lowly wretch, which I delivered in the lieutenant's own cadence, because I am not a good person. Talent like that is wasted in a labor camp. He tapped the table. But the court is what it is right now, and envy of ability is normal there. A convict who walks into officialdom does not usually get an ending, so stay in my army instead. Be my recruit. I still can't record your merit, but I can convert every bit of it into the pills and the spirit stones you want. Spirit stones, by the way, are the reason anybody fights over anything in this world. A martial artist can pull the world's energy straight out of one to raise his cultivation or refill his tank, and beyond that you can't refine a pill, forge an artifact, or run a formation without them. They are oil and coal and electricity in one rock. Lin Dao. You only have a low-tier root bone. Even with pills, the ceiling you can reach in this life is very low, and military pills are cheap grade. Take too many, and the residue builds up in a body that can't expel it. Why be so fixed on this road? And the simulated me said something I did not tell him to say. General, in every man's life there are things he'll risk his life for, and things he'll do even knowing he can't win. Shu Wuji was quiet for a moment. Then he came around the table and put his hand on my shoulder. He liked that answer. He liked it enough that it changed how he treated me for 10 years, and I only found out later that he liked it because it was his own life he was hearing. And then the good years started. Photographic memory made me the single most useful object in that army. I was a walking archive. Every supply figure, every scouting report, every casualty list, every face. And I wasn't a book, I was a man, so I could take 4 unrelated reports and tell you what they added up to. The general started asking me before he asked anyone else. Then the quartermaster started asking me. Then the military governor. Then the scouts. In the space of about 2 years, I went from a convict who dug latrines to the second most consulted person in a 100,000-man army, and the entire time my official status was criminal, no merit recordable. Lao Fang and the boys came up with me because that's how it works. Nobody in that camp was ever handed a cotton-free quilt again. The quartermaster started sending our tent the good supplies unasked, and Shu Wuji kept his word to the copper. Spirit stones came to me by the sack. I rolled them in my hand like walnuts, drank them dry, and threw them away. Cultivation pills I chewed like candy on a walk. Minor spirit artifacts turned up so often I gave them away as gifts, and there was a period where a genuinely embarrassing number of grown soldiers called me Godfather. The general never rewarded anybody with women. Other commanders did. He didn't, and he had opinions about the ones who did. Outside the simulation, sitting on a bed in a gang headquarters with a stolen sword on the floor, I said out loud, with feeling, "This military service looks incredible. I want to enlist. I've also got photographic memory. 15th year, age 32. The draw was called Badminton Expert, and it makes your right arm twice as strong and twice as thick as your left. White. Absolutely white. And in combination with serious punch, it is 20 times a normal punch, and I sat there staring at it doing sums. And then I looked at my 5 slots and had to put it back in the drawer because simulator has to stay, the root bone has to stay, photographic memory was the most valuable man in the army, serious punch was the only reason I could hurt anybody, and effort will bear fruit was the safety net under a man with no talent. That's the whole cruelty of the early game. Not that you don't have good things, that you can't carry them. 10 more years went past in the army. With that much material coming in, I climbed to step 9 of body refining, which is the top of the first realm, 1 step from spirit gathering. And there I stopped, for 2 years. The general told me there's a pill for it, a spirit-gathering pill, which can push a man with a poor root bone through the wall. He applied for one through the quartermaster's office under a pretext. It never came. Maybe it never left. Maybe it was sent and got lost, because those 2 years were nothing but war. The Dashi kingdom in the southern frontier had stopped raiding and started campaigning, one offensive after another, and the border army stopped having spare time for anything. And then there was no time to think about walls at all. Because at a small fortified town called Yangguan in the far south, General Xu Wuji and the last 20,000 men of the Suzhou border army were surrounded by the elephants of the Dashi kingdom. Yangguan is small, high walls, deep river, easy to hold and miserable to take, and it had a granary with 6 months in it, which is the only number that matters in a siege. I was in the war room because by that point I was in every room. General, those southerners are shouting at the walls again. Let me take a company out. The generals down there were all like that, hot as a kettle, and every one of them offended by noise. If you want to go, go alone. I won't stop you. Don't take your brothers. General, that's... The Elephant Corps carries spirit artifact lances 5 jang long and rides beasts 6 meters at the shoulder. There are only a few hundred of them, and they can break tens of thousands of infantry. Have our men not lost enough to that already? Xu Wuji himself did not fear the elephants. At his level, he could have walked through them, but he could not walk through them alone, because behind the elephants was an entire regular army and their own high-level martial artists, and the moment he committed, they would swarm him and the wall would be empty. I put up my hand. There are fewer elephants patrolling under the walls this week. Even the ones who come out to shout look listless. I think the animals can't take our climate. I think they're sick. Xu Wuji nodded slowly. Possible. Or a lure. Either way, the Dashi army is deep inside our territory with a very long supply line. If we hold and refuse to engage, sooner or later, they have to walk home. That was the entire war, and he was right about it. And it did not matter at all, because a runner came through the door. Report. Imperial envoy at the gate, golden tablet. The general is ordered to lead his troops out of the city immediately, engage the Dashi army, and retake the lost territory. A soldier came in holding a crimson token in both hands. Imperial decree, no delay permitted. Xu Wuji took it and sighed. That is the 10th golden tablet. 10. The lieutenant lost his composure. What is wrong with the emperor? He knows how to send orders. He does not know how to send a single reinforcement. And the general looked out the window at a gray sky over the government office. A treacherous minister has the court's ear. His Majesty most likely believes Suzhou lost a dozen cities because his border troops were cowards who let them go. Somebody at the back said, "A tyrant," out loud, in a room with 11 witnesses. I stood by the wall enjoying myself enormously and being quietly impressed, because saying that in that room was worth your whole family. He refused the 10th tablet. 2 months later, the envoy himself arrived at Yangguan, and here is my favorite detail of that entire war. When the besieging army found out why he was coming, they escorted him in. They gave him a sedan chair with 8 bearers. They gave him good clothes. They fed him delicacies. A pack of barbarians who had spent 2 years trying to get through that wall suddenly discovered court etiquette, and they walked the man who was going to kill Xu Wuji right up to the gate with an honor guard. Inside, the garrison worked out why he was there in about 10 minutes and treated him with the most poisonous courtesy I have ever witnessed. They praised him constantly. They complimented his robes. One old sergeant said loudly in the yard that it was a sad day when outsiders had better manners than your own people. The envoy read the decree. If General Xu Wuji did not go out and give battle, his entire army would be executed. That night, in the study, he called in his lieutenant, a handful of men he trusted, and me. Tomorrow at dawn, open the south gate. I will take my personal guard out and meet them. The Dashi have offered a reward of 10,000 households for my head. The moment I appear, every one of them will come. Nobody spoke. While they do, the rest of the army takes off its armor, puts on civilian clothes, and leaves through the north gate with the townspeople. The lieutenant was on his feet before the sentence landed. General, the emperor is forcing you to die. What is the point of loyalty now? Rebel, and then all of them at once. Rebel, General! You're 100 times the man that dog on the throne is. Why shouldn't you sit on it? Fortune turns. I'll follow you to the death. I stood against the wall and said nothing at all, and he noticed because he noticed everything. Military advisor Chen, why so quiet? I gave him a bitter smile. Because I know the general's character. He would rather die than be called a traitor. What I did not say out loud was the other reason, which is that rebellion in that world is set to a difficulty nobody survives. This is a world of martial artists, and the largest concentration of top-level martial artists in the empire belongs to the imperial family. A general with 100,000 loyal soldiers is a man with 100,000 people who can be killed by 9 individuals. But General, I said, not rebelling isn't the same as walking into a field to die. There are other options. That envoy, for instance, could easily have an accident on the... Enough, my mind is made up. General, I seem to remember, he said, somebody telling me that there are things a man does even knowing he cannot win. And he used my own line on me 10 years later in a study the night before he died. I did not sleep. I went walking through the camp by the south gate around the middle of the night, and every soldier I passed straightened up because by then I was a story to them. Nobody could work out how my head was built. The general could not name 100,000 men. I could. Zhang Yu, have you eaten? Good, good. There's extra wine tonight. Sun Tai, how's that arrow wound? Then no drinking until it closes. Wen Tao, gambling again? If the general hears about it, that's 80 lashes. And then I came around a supply tent and found a dozen men sitting at trestle tables by a fire, writing. They were the general's personal guard, every one of them at a level where they simply did not lose to ordinary men. The sun's come up in the west. You lot, not drinking and not sleeping, writing all night? They showed me. They were copying out their family techniques, by hand, each man his own. I knew their files, all of them, because I knew everything. Some had no children, some had children with no root bone. Every one of those techniques ended with the man holding the brush, so they had each made a copy to carry, and the arrangement was simple. Tomorrow, whoever lives, carries all of them. Our families don't pass these to outsiders, one of them said, but brothers on a battlefield are closer than blood relations. Taking each other's inheritance out isn't a problem at all. I stood there for a moment. Out of professional courtesy, I did not look at a single page. Why go to all this trouble? I said. And what if? What if? None of you come back? Then everything you're writing tonight is for nothing? They looked at each other. They knew. Every man at that fire knew he was going out tomorrow as bait, with a commander who was also bait in front of an army. How about this? I said. I'll memorize them. If I live, I'll open a school and carry your families on. What do you say? And a dozen professional killers sat around a fire at midnight and did the thing where a group of grown men all realized something at the same moment. Heavens, how did I forget Advisor Chen's brain? I read 30 or 40 family techniques that night. 2 of them were mid-grade. All the rest were low. That is what a lineage looks like from the inside. That is what everyone is protecting. I have all of it, I told them, and I put my hands together and bowed properly, which is not a thing an advisor does to guards. I will not fail you. At dawn, the south gate opened. Shu Wuji came out in full armor on a red horse with a spear 2 zhang long and 800 men behind him. Bandits, I, Shu Wuji, am here. If you want to fight, fight me. Do not touch one civilian in my city. Then he went into an army. At his level, in the middle of tens of thousands, he was still moving forward until men of his own caliber came out of the enemy ranks to meet him, and after that the 4 or 5 of them tore up so much ground that nobody else could get near. His 800 did what they were there to do. They broke the siege formation open at the seam and forced the enemy to pull their whole line in to reset it, which stopped the general's advance and pinned every eye on the south side of the city. And at the north gate, 20,000 men took off their armor and walked out into the fields dressed as farmers, in among the townspeople, exactly as ordered. We got clear, and a soldier next to me looked back at the city and asked the question, Advisor Chen, we're out. What's the plan now? There was no plan. There had never been a plan. The order to leave the city was not a maneuver. It was a man buying 20,000 lives with one. I didn't answer. Neither did any of the officers, and that told them. Zhang Yu started laughing. Actually laughing. Good, 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 good. In my whole life, I, Zhang Yu, got a great general to cover my retreat. Nobody at home will ever believe me, so I won't go home. He turned around. If the general isn't leaving, we aren't leaving. Brothers, get your weapons. The officers screamed at them. The officers drew swords on their own men and threatened to cut them down. Not one man stopped. And then the officers turned around and went back too. 20,000 men out of a siege, safe, in the clear, with the road home open, walked back into it. The Suzhou border army lives and dies together. I want to tell you, I was above this. I had 10 years of memory to protect, and a mission that had nothing to do with anybody's flag. Damn it, I said out loud, on a road with my hands shaking. It's a few fewer draws, that's all it is. I've had enough. And I started running the wrong way, and 2 men caught me by the arms. I knew them. Personal guard, 2 of the men from the fire. What are you doing? Let go. General's order. Anyone who overestimates himself and insists on joining the battle gets carried out. No, let me go. General, I can't leave. I want to live and die with the border army. They were both a full realm above me. They carried me off like a chicken. My magnificent moment lasted about 9 seconds and was ended by 2 men who had a list. And then the dashi sprang the ambush in the north, because of course there was one. Of course a commander who has spent 2 years outside those walls has men waiting on the escape route. They came out into a column of civilians and started killing. The border troops in the rear turned and went back to cover them, and they were fighting a detachment that included elephants in the open without walls. Both of my captains died putting themselves between me and it. I did not see either of them go down. I found out because their hands stopped being on my arms. And then I was a small man alone on a field with arrows and elephants and no plan at all, and every bit of the 10 years of cleverness I'd built went straight out of my head. What do I do? What do I do? I have thought about this a lot. In 62 years of a previous life, I buried a wife and 2 children, and I never once panicked, because grief is slow. Panic is different. Panic is fast, and it makes you stupid, and it happened to me on that field, and I am not proud of it. Boss Chen, over here, quick, Lao Fang. I turned around, and I could not see him anywhere, and then I could, and I stopped running. He had opened up a dead elephant and climbed inside it. Get in, there's loads of room, nobody's going to look. I looked at that. Then I looked at the field, then I pinched my nose shut and got in. Outside the simulation, sitting on a bed in a gang headquarters, I put a hand over my own face. Oh me, you've suffered again. 16th year, age 33, green, spider sense. When danger comes near, your hair stands up and you get goose flesh. I swapped out effort will bear fruit for it on the spot because a safety net for cultivation is worth nothing to a man who is about to be stepped on, and that ability is the only reason 2 men came off that field. For 3 days it went off and we moved, and it went off and we moved, and eventually there was nothing left to move away from. The Suzhou border army was destroyed, all of it, and not one civilian who had been inside Yangguan survived. With Shu Wuji gone, the Dashi advance had nothing in front of it. They took all 31 cities of the province and the whole thing came off the map. And the court's official position, recorded and circulated, was that the border army had failed to resist effectively and allowed southern barbarians to occupy an entire prefecture of the Central Plains. Lao Fang explained the situation to me while we were washing in a stream. You have to disappear now. Properly. They know we're dead. They know the army's dead. Nobody remembers me, I'm nothing, but you were famous in that camp. If the court finds out Advisor Chen is walking around, they'll want him, and what you earned out there isn't merit, it's another charge on top of the one you've already got. He was right, and changing your name in a feudal empire takes about as long as saying it. Boss Chen, where are you headed? I'm going to find a sect that'll take an old apprentice and give me a spirit-gathering pill. Because Shu Wuji had told me once that the martial sects on the mainland stay out of wars and out of politics on principle, which meant a criminal record was not necessarily a barrier. You're still on about breaking through? Lao Fang wrung out his shirt. Honestly, that's luck. Some men with low-tier root bones go through without effort. Some never get there in a whole life. Don't burn yourself for it. Look at me. Step 9 for years. There's no hope in it. I shook my head. I didn't say anything. 17th year. On the way, we detoured to Lao Fang's hometown. His house was a ruin with a tree growing through it. He was the only able-bodied man in that family. When he was taken for the army, his parents were executed a few years later, and I never got a straight answer about the legal theory involved, and I don't think there was one. His younger sister was sold to a brothel and died there. Lao Fang, who had never been serious about anything in 15 years, walked off and did not come back for 3 days. His hair started going white from that week. I left him to it and went into the nearest town to listen to people, which is how I learned what the empire was doing. In a tea house, a table of scholars were talking about how the emperor did not believe Shu Wuji was dead. He believed the general was hiding somewhere to avoid the war. He had issued a warrant. There were agents across the empire looking for a dead man. And with Suzhou gone, every neighbor had smelled it. The southern kingdoms were all in motion. The 3 dynasties of the west were stirring. The tribes of the north were arguing about who got to go first. Great Qian was one empire and could not fight 3 fronts, and the court had come up with a solution. They were going to marry Princess Baihua, said to be the most beautiful woman in the 5 regions, to the king of the Dashi kingdom, and sade more of Suzhou as a wedding present. At that table, a man picked up his cup and threw it on the floor. They traded a woman and our land. They've disgraced their ancestors. And I noticed something. The owner of that tea house did not charge for the cup. He came out, looked at the pieces, and told the man his meal was free. He had a policy. Any customer who broke a cup out of anger at the court's humiliation ate on the house. That afternoon, the sound of breaking pottery did not stop for an hour. I sat in the corner of that room and looked at the floor. This great Qian, I said, just like these bowls, broken. Then the text stopped and offered 3 roads. Gather righteous men and rebel. Keep looking for a sect, or find a plot of land and farm until I died. Rebellion in this world is a way to die with extra steps. That's settled. Farming was safer, and safe means long, and long means draws, but a sect might mean the pill. How do you get anywhere without a little adventure? I took the sect. Lao Fang came back on the 4th day with white in his hair. Brother Chen, I've got no home and no family. I'd like to follow you from now on. Is that all right? I had come out of Yangguan with a great deal of silver. Lao Fang had come out with a shirt. A soldier at his level saves nothing, ever, and if he didn't follow me, he would have a real problem finding food. That's fine. 18th year, age 35. We walked the Central Plains looking for a sect, and I want to be honest about how that went, because the story usually skips this part. The big famous sects will not take a 35-year-old with no realm and a criminal record. You don't even get through the gate. So you look for small and mid-sized outfits that need bodies and have some resources, and you climb their mountain and you get thrown off it. Sigh. Kicked out again. So rude. Brush the dirt off. Rub the scrape on your face. Walk down the mountain. There was a village at the foot of that one, and I smelled it before I got there. Everyone in it was dead. Why is it like this again? Everything was fine here yesterday. We ate here. 4th time that year. 4 villages in 1 year, all of them on our road, all of them behind us. It was like being followed by something professional, and spider sense never went off. Not once. Not walking in. Not standing in it. Not walking out. Lao Fong tugged my sleeve, looking frightened. Boss Chen, let's go, in case whoever did it is still nearby. Let's go. These people. Bad luck. My own relatives had died in a village at night with strangers in it. Standing in that lane, I felt something I recognize now as the closest that simulated man ever came to being me. 23rd year. Age 40. 5 more years, and no sect would have me, and I was running out of road in a different way, because the pills had come due. 10 years of cheap military-grade medicine had left residue in a body with no capacity to expel it, and it had started eating into me. I coughed. Then I coughed more. I had to cultivate every single day just to break even against my own medicine cabinet. Lao Fong was 55 and looked 80. We came to a place called Lingfeng Pavilion in Sanjiang Prefecture, which happened to be the same prefecture my home county sits in. If this one doesn't work, I told him on the road, I'll go home and rest. It isn't far from White Cloud County. I've still got savings. I'll open a school and finish what those men at the fire asked me for. I'm tired of walking. Brother Chen, I'll go where you go. You open a school, I'll be the gatekeeper. He was laughing when he said it. Then he stopped laughing because the gates of Lingfeng Pavilion were standing open and there was no sound coming out of them at all. Everyone inside was dead, and this was not a village. Lingfeng Pavilion was a real sect. Not a great one, but a known one, with soul-tempering men in it and a good number at spirit gathering. Whatever had done the villages had walked in here and done exactly the same thing, and the wounds looked exactly the same, ragged, like an animal, and the faces looked exactly the same, which was worse. How could this be? I stood in that courtyard and finally started to think properly. Why doesn't spider sense go off? Is a serial killer following me for a year not enough for it? What kind of ability is that? Brother Chen, come here. Look at this. Isn't this a spirit-gathering pill? Lao Fang came out of a side room holding a small porcelain bottle with 2 blue pills in it, and every single thought in my head stopped. 23 years, 10 in an army, 5 on the road, chasing exactly this. Yes, I said, that's a spirit-gathering pill. Wonderful, 1 each. I never thought I'd see spirit-gathering in my lifetime. Lao Fang had a low-tier root bone too, stuck at step 9, same as me, for years and years. I did not think about the bodies. I want to be honest, I did not spare them 1 second. I put the pill in my mouth and sat down where I was standing. The pill opened everything up. The breath of the world came at me like something with hands, and I ran the Shen family inner technique, the one my brother-in-law had given me on a table in a small house, and it finally had something to do. Body refining stores heat in the gut. Spirit gathering condenses the world's breath into the 12 meridians, and each meridian filled is a layer, and there are 12. I burned every army spirit stone I had left, all at once, and I filled the first one, and the wall came down. Spirit gathering. In my real body, when the run ended, 2 whole realms above anything in the Blackstone gang, where the strongest man alive was step 9 of the first. Outside the simulation, I was already up off the bed. Blackstone gang, your days are numbered. And inside, as the medicine settled and my head cleared, 1 small stone rolled over. Lao Fang, how did you know that was a spirit gathering pill? He was sitting with his eyes closed, running his energy, apparently miles away. Lao Fang, I never told you what one looks like. Did somebody in the army show you? Lao Fang opened his eyes, and spider sense went off like a struck bell. Every hair on my body stood straight up. I got 2 steps back before I knew I was moving. Lao Fang smiled at me. It was not a smile I had seen on him in 15 years. I don't know a spirit gathering pill, he said, but I can ask them. And he looked around slowly, at all the dead. You killed Lingfeng Pavilion. You killed every village we passed. Correct. Wait, you don't have that kind of strength. I didn't, until 6 years ago. Black smoke came off him. He moved his hand, and a banner came out of his body and grew in the wind until it was 3 men tall. There were faces on it, dozens of them, pressing out through the cloth, mouths open, screaming with no sound. 10,000 souls banner. I said it out loud, and I said it instantly, and here is why. In the first run, in the 23rd year, when I was 40 years old and running an inn, a martial artist of the demonic path came into White Cloud County carrying a banner and killed everything he saw, and on his way out of that city, he took my daughter. I never saw that man's face. I had never once put together that I might have eaten with him. Oh? You recognize this treasure too, Boss Chen? It really does have a reputation. He was stroking it. That's the part I remember. He was stroking the cloth with real affection. As long as I keep it fed, it feeds me back. With my garbage talent, I've come from step 9 to soul tempering in 6 years. 6. How could that ever happen normally? It really is a wonderful thing. Look at your hair, I said. Look at your face. It isn't feeding you. It's eating you. Get rid of it. Because he had aged 20 years in 6. I had spent all of it assuming it was grief and old army injuries, and Lao Fang's face came apart. So what? Does getting stronger not have a price? His voice went wrong. It went high and it went multiple, like there were several hundred people trying to use one throat. I kept the law, and officials made me a scapegoat and sent me to the army. My family were decent people, and they were eaten by wicked men down to the last child. And your General Shu Wuji, the man you admire, they forced him into a field to die anyway. He came a step closer. Surviving and getting stronger are the only correct things. That is what makes a man a king. And I stood in a courtyard of dead men with a fresh realm and no chance at all, because he was a full realm above me now, and he was holding an artifact. Come on, Lin Dao. His voice changed again, back to friendly, which was so much worse. I won't hurt you. You helped me over and over in the camp coming out of Yangguan. I'm the kind of man who repays a kindness. Let's share it. Spider Sense was screaming. Because it was a lie, and the reason it was a lie was standing right in front of me wearing a face that had aged 20 years in 6. He was dying. That banner had drained him nearly to the bottom, and it wanted the next one, and the next one was supposed to be me. Lao Fang, I said, keep going mad on your own. I'd like a few more years. I put my hand in my sleeve and threw a red iron pellet on the ground. Smoke escape bead. One of 100 toys Shu Wuji had thrown at me over 10 years, and I had carried it for a decade without once needing it. Smoke went up and filled that entire compound, and a wind came out of the bead and got under my feet, and I ran. Ha ha ha, you think you're getting away? He stopped acting. He waved the banner and sent the things inside it after me through the smoke, and they caught up, because they do not have to see. They got on me, and my whole body went heavy. My eyelids started closing on their own. True Yang incantation. 3 Yangs bring prosperity. The Shen family outer technique is a pure Yang art, and it burns that kind of thing off, at least a little, at least for a while. It was not enough. I want to be clear about that. It bought me 20 paces. The banner unfurled properly and pulled the entire smoke cloud into itself in one breath, and I was standing in an empty courtyard in daylight. Lin Dao, you can't run. Lao Fang came at me with his tongue out and his eyes rolled back, and the things arrived before he did. They got into me, and my life started going out through my chest. Well, I said, that's the game. And then shapes came over the walls on every side. Swordlight came down across the yard from a distance and drove him back and burned the things off me. You brazen devil, stop. The 18 schools of Sanjiang Prefecture will act for heaven today. Fellow Taoists, that banner must be destroyed. It cannot be allowed to keep harming people. Lingfeng Pavilion had gotten a distress signal out before it died. Lao Fang had made exactly one mistake in 6 years, and it was the last day he made it. 18 schools, 30 to 50 fighters in the first wave alone. I have this treasure, he sneered. You dogs and chickens think you can take me? And they could not. He had a full sex worth of souls in that cloth, and he sent them out screaming, and they could break a man's mind, and some of them could break his body, and dozens of trained fighters could not close on him, until 3 men came over the wall with gold light coming off their skin. Golden body. The gap between golden body and soul tempering is not the gap between soul tempering and spirit gathering. It is not the same kind of number. Lao Fang ran without a word. After him, don't let him go. And that is how I lived. Not by anything I did. I was on the ground with the bottom of me pulled out, breathing hurt. Somebody crouched over me. There's one alive. His root has been drained by that banner. He's finished. Leave him. We'll lose the devil. Ah, it's my benefactor. Master, let me take care of him. And I saw a large round face over me, upside down, and then nothing. I spent a long time after that in pieces, awake, then not. I know somebody fed me and washed me and turned me over. Several times my accounts nearly closed and somebody kept them open. 24th year, age 41. I opened my eyes properly in a log cabin in a forest, with good air coming through the window. You're awake! A woman's voice. Whoever she was, she had nursed a dying stranger for months. Even children get tired of a sick parent. This was a benefactor by any definition. Benefactor, please accept my. I turned my head. Ma Fenfang? She had lost a little weight. Only a little. Ha ha ha, wonderful. My benefactor's awake. You're finally awake. She jumped up and down, and the entire cabin moved, and I had to ask her to please stop before the roof came in. Wait, why is it you? And why are you calling me benefactor? You have it backwards. And she told me. She had met a stranger on a road who knew her name and told her to watch her second boss. She had taken it seriously. She had checked. And it was true. The second boss was selling the mountain to the government, exactly as promised. She went to her father with proof, and Ma Shan, who was stubborn the way mountains are stubborn, would not believe that his own second in command would betray him, and she argued with him until her voice went and he said no. So when the soldiers came up the slope, she was the only person in that stronghold who was expecting it. She got out. Nobody else did. She went to Sanjiang Prefecture, and one of the local sects tested her and found a mid-tier root bone, which is a real one, and took her as a student. And a year before, she had gone out with her sect elders to deal with a devil carrying a banner, and found me on the floor. If my benefactor hadn't warned me about the second boss, I'd have died in that siege. She looked at her hands. It's a pity. My stubborn old man wouldn't listen. Ah, well, everyone has their own fate. Everyone has their own fate. Benefactor. Actually, I never did marry all these years. I would like to describe the speed of my next thought as the fastest cultivation I performed in that entire life. Cough. Ling Long. You don't know this, but I was sent to the army in my early years, and I took far too many cheap pills in that camp, and there's residue in me that won't come out. Cough. And on top of that, the banner drained my root. So my body is. I coughed again, with feeling. It doesn't work. Her eyes cleared instantly. She had buried 5 husbands and married a 6th. A woman with that record does not take on a 7th who is below specification. Well, now that my benefactor has recovered, I feel I've repaid the debt. What are your plans? I wanted on record that everything I said was true except the last part. 3 roads, open a school in a small town, and keep the promise I made at a fire. Keep wandering and hope, or go and take that banner off Laofeng because it was still out there. Hehehe. I looked at option 3 for slightly longer than I should have. Then I took the school because the residue and the banner between them had wrecked that body, and more wandering was just an elaborate way to die earlier, and a man who wants more draws wants more years. Is my luggage still here? Of course. I haven't touched a single thing of my benefactor's. There are some spirit artifacts in it. Take a few. No need. I'm in the Clear Soup sect now. The Clear Soup sect. I did not say anything about the name, and neither will you. I settled in the nearest town, called Maku. Money buys a hall and equipment fast. The harder part is students, and Ma Fenfang solved that by walking around the town telling everyone that I was a training master with a long-standing relationship with the Clear Soup sect, which was a lie assembled out of 2 true words, and it filled my yard with teenagers inside a month. I named the school Chang'an, because every single technique I was going to teach in it came out of a fire on the night before a man went out of a gate. 27th year. Age 44. Maku was small, and I was the only school in it, so I took everybody. Root bone, no root bone, didn't matter. If you paid, you were in. No root bone, you got strong and healthy. Root bone, you got the foundations, and then I sent you up the mountain to the Clear Soup sect to see if they wanted you, which, over a few years, made me a genuinely valued partner of the Clear Soup sect, because I kept sending them talent for free. 3 years in, the school was full. I had hired instructors to do the actual teaching, and I was mostly a landlord again. I spent my time on my health, because my health was the resource. And one afternoon I was crossing the market and I saw 2 beggars on the corner, and one of them was round, with his eyes pointing slightly in different directions. I did not walk over. I ran. Pang Dun! He looked up at a well-dressed stranger, and his whole face opened. Brother Dao! Oh, Brother Dao! Are you begging here too? Come on, I'll make room. He shuffled over on the step to give me space. I had to stand there for a second. There was a girl behind him, maybe 12. She got behind his shoulder and stayed there and watched me with a very specific kind of fear, and she was studying my face like she was trying to place it. Pang Dun, what happened? Why aren't you at Yuelai Inn? Why are you in Maku? And who is this? Pang Dun could not explain things. He never could. The girl explained things. She was my sister's daughter. Not long after they marched me south, the machine came back around for Gao Ming. Same shape as before. A murder, a body, a room. Constables already in the lane. He had watched it happen to me. So this time he knew what it was, and he refused to kneel, and he fought his way out of the county office with his wife and his daughter. They caught them on the road, county men and the other kind, the ones who don't wear a uniform, and Gao Ming died there. And in the middle of it, my sister put her daughter into the arms of the nearest person, who happened to be a slow fat man from her home village who had wandered up the lane, and then she ran the other way to pull them off. Pang Dun was not clever, but he understood, standing in a road with a child in his arms, that neither the county office nor the other kind would let that girl grow up. So he walked out of White Cloud County with her and did not stop. They had been on the road ever since. 2 people, one of whom could not count, and one of whom was a child, begging their way across a prefecture in a war. I looked at her. Her face had gone thin in the wrong way. Her clothes were rags. She was, by every measure, alive by accident. May, I said. I'm your uncle. Don't be afraid. And she frowned at me, and then something in her face moved. You're my uncle. I remember the little mole at the corner of your eye. I touched the corner of my eye and laughed, and it did not come out right. That's right, it's me. Come on. Your uncle's going to feed you and buy you something new to wear. They came to the school. Pongdun took whatever work there was, hauling and sweeping, and he was happy inside a week, because Pongdun's requirements were never complicated. I sat up that night with a very old feeling. Why is the county office so determined to kill Gao Ming? And I made myself put it down, because I was 44 years old with a damaged body in a simulation, and the county was 100 li away, and anything I did there now would achieve nothing except a shorter life and fewer draws. Later, when there's nothing left to lose anyway, 28th year, age 45, green, presence of demon trace. Wherever a demon has passed, it leaves something behind, and now I can see it, equipped immediately. In a world with that many demons, being able to see where one has walked is worth more than a sword. 29th year, age 46, purple. Ginger is spicier. When old, your cultivation speed, your body, your strength do not decline with age, and the older you get, the faster you cultivate. Up to 5 times. Now, I was 46. That should have been a retirement plan, not a tool. Except my body had been aged by the pill residue and hollowed out by the banner. By the only measure that ability cares about, I was already old. I put it on and I felt the difference in a week. By then, my niece had been in the school 2 years and the terror had mostly gone out of her, and she trained in the yard with the other students, and I discovered that she had a high-grade root bone. A real one. A good one. The kind that opens doors. So I asked Ma Fenfang for a favor and sent her up to the clear soup sect, later than a child should start, but not too late. She had never been given a proper name, so I gave her one. Gao Lan. Uncle, look after yourself. Your cough has gotten worse these 2 years. Take the medicine Aunt Linglong sends and stop complaining that it's bitter. She said that from the gate 3 times while a cart waited. Just look after yourself. Pang Dun did not want her to go either. But Pongdun waved her off cheerfully and told her to come home early for dinner because he did not really understand distance, and because he had spent 4 years keeping her alive on the road and had never once mentioned it to anybody. 33rd year, age 50. My body was running at about 75 and ginger is spicier. When old was reading that as a bonus. The worse I got, the faster I climbed. It is the single most sarcastic ability I have ever owned. 35th year, my eldest student took over running the school. 38th year, age 55, layer 5 of spirit gathering, and I could feel exactly how I was buying it. That ability goes fastest right before the end, which meant I had a schedule now. Time to go to White Cloud County, I said to a wall, and get an explanation out of the county office. 39th year, age 56. I swapped my abilities over to fighting ones. Serious punch back on. Badminton expert on, out of the drawer, after 24 years. Then I left in the morning without telling anyone. Not Pongdun, not my eldest student, not Gao Lan, not Ma Fenfang. Nobody in that town knew I'd gone, because I was going to attack the government, and I did not intend to come back, and I was not going to hand them a list of my associates. And outside the simulation, watching a 56-year-old man walk out of a gate at dawn, I finally understood something about my own cheat. Stay in there long enough and the simulated me stops treating it as a simulation. He starts having people, he starts making decisions that cost him draws, and then I thought about it for another second and stopped feeling superior because I had been in this world 18 years and my feelings about my sister and my village and the fat man asleep in an inn were not research notes either. I'm not a cold-blooded animal, I just have more options than most. White Cloud County, same walls. The young man who left in chains came back gray with a heavy sword on his back and a spear in his hand, and the gate guards took one look at how he walked and asked for a name and nothing else. Chen Nan, I said. I make them up on the spot. It's a bad habit. And the moment I got within sight of those walls, presence of demon trace lit up the entire county like a lantern festival. It was everywhere. Outside the walls, inside the walls, in the lanes. Different colors, different depths, layers of it, old and new, laid over each other for years. I spent a few days walking and listening. I went to the Yueli Inn first. It had changed hands. The old owner had died of grief, the waiter told me after her daughter was killed. I stood in the doorway of a building I had owned for 23 years in a life that never happened and did the arithmetic, and it was easy because I already knew the answer. When I was 40, Lao Fong ran from the 18 schools of Sanjiang, came to White Cloud County, and used that banner here. So even without marrying me, I said, she didn't get out of it. Then I ate a proper meal, paid, picked up my spear, and walked to the front gate of the county office. Halt! What do you think you're... I didn't stop walking. Ordinary constables are nothing to a spirit-gathering martial artist. I went through that courtyard with the Shen family spear and put men on the ground in the order they arrived. The head constables were a different matter. They were my realm. There were several of them, and they had numbers. I started losing, which is when I stopped using martial arts. Here's the trick, and I have never had a better one. In a real fight, everyone is reading your form. They watch your shoulders, your hips, the shape of the technique, and they answer the technique. So you hide a basic attack inside the middle of one. Badminton expert doubles the right arm. Serious punch multiplies a plain unarmed strike by 10, 20 times a normal punch coming out of the middle of a spear form from an old man. The head constable found out that his own liver had been introduced to his spine and he did not get up. And then I saw the magistrate's robe going out the side of the hall on all fours through his own panicking staff, and I left everyone else standing and went after him. He got under a desk. I pulled him out from under it like taking a chicken out of a coop. Let the magistrate go. You brazen madman! Who are you? How dare you? Aren't you afraid the Dragon Protection Division will wipe out your whole family? I should explain those two offices, because they are not the same and the difference matters. The Demon Slaying Office deals with demons. Public, uniformed, a normal government department. The Dragon Protection Division has no offices and no signs and is spread through every corner of the empire, and its job is not demons, its job is keeping the imperial house on its throne. Protecting local officials is a service they provide as part of that. County Magistrate, I said. How have you been? He looked at me with his eyes going everywhere. Friend, do we know each other? I don't know you. I knew your father. I had no idea the post was hereditary. How many favors did your family have to call in? What favors? I passed the imperial examination on my own merit. The fat one was dead. This was his son, who had grown into the opposite shape, all bones and no meat. Enough. I'm here about 2 old cases. Answer honestly, and you might keep breathing. 30-odd years ago, your father sentenced a demon slayer named Lin Dao to military exile, and convicted a demon-slaying officer named Gao Ming of murder. Remember? I don't remember any Lin Dao, but I remember Gao Ming. He put my father in bed for a month, and he died a few years later himself. Why were they framed? What was it actually about? Friend, don't talk nonsense. My father was a strict judge. He never wronged anyone. I broke his arm. His officials tried to come forward, and I led a little of what I was into the courtyard, and they went back. Don't come closer. I'll finish him where he sits. I took his throat again. Stop wasting my time. The truth. Yes, it was a frame. The real culprit paid. We had to find somebody to carry it. No, that's not the truth. That is the truth. If it gets out, I lose my post. Finding a scapegoat is ordinary. That's Tuesday. But scheming against a demon slayer and a junior officer? Your father would have had to be insane. Tell me the real reason. He looked at his own arm and then at the other one, and I broke that one too. I'll talk. Lin Dao was a mistake. The Huawang village case was built for Gao Ming, and Lin Dao walked into it by accident. Then my father made new arrangements, and Gao Ming finally stepped in one. Why? Because Gao Ming was investigating cases at the office, old murder cases. They're all closed. But the men who were convicted were innocent, and the ones who actually did it were. He stopped. Every clerk in that courtyard was listening. Demons, he said. The yard made a noise. Framing men for killings done by demons? Why? Even a corrupt magistrate is still a human being. Why would he cover for demons? Those were his own staff asking. They had worked in that building for years, and they had genuinely believed the last 2 magistrates were merely greedy. The thin man looked around at all of them and understood that he was finished either way and opened his mouth to say the rest of it. And the gates of the county office slammed shut on their own. Every head turned. A man in the black and gold of the demon-slaying office was standing in the gateway, Feng Yu Cheng, and the magistrate in my hand went completely rigid. I told you to fetch the Dragon Protection Division, he said in a small voice. Who told you to fetch the demon-slaying office? Something came out of Feng Yu Cheng's sleeve, very fast, and went through the magistrate's head. Loose-mouthed thing. Then he threw command flags into the 4 corners of the compound, and a formation came up out of the ground and closed over the whole courtyard like a lid. I don't know formations. I know a sealed room when I'm standing in one. You have all learned things you should not know, he said, in the flattest voice I have ever heard a man use. So you will all die today. The clerks came apart. Chief. Mercy. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. Chief Feng, I didn't hear anything. I'm deaf. He did not look at any of them. He looked at me because I was the only person in that yard standing still, and it surprised him. Lin Dao, you're so old. What are you doing back here? If you didn't die on the road south, you should have found a poor corner somewhere and lived quietly in it. He was right. That is exactly what I had done. Then he told me the rest, because men like that always do, and because he had already sealed the exits. If a district has a demon problem for a long time, he said, The court holds the local demon slaying office responsible. But the beasts get uncomfortable if they don't eat people. So I had an idea. Cooperate with the county office. Turn every demon killing into a human killing. Frame a few unlucky men. The higher-ups conclude White Cloud County barely has a demon problem at all. And the arrangement runs forever. I stood there and put the pieces where they belonged. At Huowang Village, when I was on the ground with 20 constables around me, Feng Yucheng arrived. I had always read that as bad luck. He was not passing. He was supervising. He came to watch his own trap close. Gao Ming had noticed something wrong in the old case files and started pulling on it, and the magistrate and the chief agreed to bury him under one, and a demon slayer nobody cared about stumbled into the hole a year early. What do you get out of it? I said. You're the chief of a demon-slaying office. What are the demons of White Cloud County paying you? And Feng Yucheng raised both hands, and his face did the thing Lao Fang's face had done in a courtyard full of dead men. Power. I'm the same as you. Low-tier root bone. You know exactly how it feels to have talent like that. He said it almost gently. So, I made an arrangement. They refine a pill for me. It takes fresh material and demon smoke, and it breaks through the shackles of a bad root bone, and it keeps working. That is why the entire county was glowing when I walked in. It had been a farm. Then the formation over the courtyard opened a hole and poured a column of red light straight into him. What's happening? The formation's feeding him. He's already soul-tempering and he wants more? Are we all dying today? Yes, was the answer. And I was calm about it because I was 56 with a wrecked body and a countdown, and dying in a fight beats dying in a bed. Although I want to be accurate, it was not a fight. He was a realm above me, and he had just doubled that, and he turned into a streak of red light and went through that courtyard, unarmed, putting his hand through one chest after another, with an expression like a man doing the washing. He looked at me last. Don't blame me. In a world where martial power decides everything, if I don't do this, I'm a fish on somebody's board. I gave him my middle finger. Wait for me, we'll do this again. And I died in a courtyard in my own county with 2 broken arms lying beside me and a formation over my head. The text put up its poem. A loyal general, his soul gone, the nation in ruins, an old man carrying the setting sun, remembering old dreams, white-haired, closing his fist, holding a light against the dark. 39 years of memory, spirit gathering, layer 5, in my real body, 39 abilities. And a technique list I had spent an entire life assembling. The Shen family's 4, plus every one of those family arts from a fire outside Yangguan, all sitting in my head, waiting. The energy came into me on a bed in the Blackstone Gang headquarters, and it did not feel like the first time. The first time was heat and relief. This was structural. Something new arrived that I had never had before, and it was not strength. If the body is the foundation of a man, breath is the foundation of everything a martial artist actually does. Techniques run on it. Some arts cannot be performed at all without it. It is the difference between hitting somebody hard and doing something to them. Less time had passed in that room than it takes to burn a stick of incense. I checked the panel, and I am going to do this once, at the only point in this story where it means anything, and then never again. Name, Lin Dao. Realm, Spirit Gathering. Layer 5, Slots, 7. 119 abilities in the library. And the chart, white down to 79, green 14, purple 5, gold nearly 2, prismatic, 1 in 1,000. 10 times better than the day before yesterday on the top 2, and the 2 of them together still added up to 2%, so let's not get excited. 7 slots. Simulator, because it has to be. Photographic memory, the root bone, serious punch, spider sense, presence of demon trace, badminton expert. Then the system offered the next guided task, and I laughed out loud in an empty room. Leave the Blackstone Gang and take Peng Dun home to White Cloud County. The Blackstone Gang can no longer hold you. Come home, wanderer. Reward. Another run. Another premium draw. And 10 spirit pills. I got off the bed and kicked the door off its hinges. 2 of Zheng Liang's men were standing in the corridor, and they came over grinning because the instructor was up and the instructor was popular. Instructor Chen? Is something? I don't eat coriander, I said. What? Who put coriander in the hot pot at lunch? I hit him. He went down the corridor without touching the floor and made a shape in the wall like a letter. A patrol squad came around the corner at a run and stopped. They looked at the man in the wall. They looked at me. Instructor Chen? What's going on? And the man in the wall, using the last air he had, said, Captain Song, it's the coriander. Instructor Chen doesn't eat coriander. The patrol captain's face did several things. What is he talking about? I was extremely calm. Don't panic. He's a spy. A spy? I got it out of him just now. He has accomplices inside the warehouse, and they're clearing out the silver today. Take me there, now. Here is the only reason I did that. I had been in the Blackstone Gang headquarters for one day, and I had no idea where anything was, and asking for directions is suspicious, and having 6 armed men escort you to the vault at a run is not. The captain went white and started moving, because if the vault empties, nobody gets paid. And he did not question me for a second, because at lunch the day before, the gang leader had been drinking with his arm around my shoulder calling me brother, and doubting me meant doubting the boss's judgment. We arrived at the warehouse and the doors were standing open and a dozen men were carrying boxes out. You spies, you really are stealing the silver. Sanbao, get the boss. The rest of you, with me. The men with the boxes turned around and looked behind themselves because obviously, they were carrying the archive out to dry it in the sun so it wouldn't go moldy. It was a scheduled task. It was on a list. They opened their mouths to explain, and there were already knives at their throats. What are you doing? Song, have you lost your mind? The warehouse manager came out, saw his archive detail being arrested by the patrol, and lost his composure. Song, are you rebelling? Nonsense. Not one of you spies leaves here alive. And the Blackstone Gang went to war with the Blackstone Gang in its own courtyard. I walked into the warehouse. I want to be honest. I enjoyed this part enormously. I took cloth off a shelf, made a bundle, and put every piece of gold and silver in that room into it. Then I found the pills and took those. Then I ran out of bundle, so I emptied a crate of low-grade technique manuals onto the floor and used the crate. This wealth was all squeezed out of poor men, I told the empty room. Today, I return it to the people, via me. There was far too much to carry. I was not going to leave the rest for the gang. I already had a plan for the rest. Then I found the mask. It was in a corner, on a shelf, behind things, white, and across the face of it, a black flame. I had seen that mask 3 months ago in the dark, on men who came into Luoding village and did not leave anybody standing. The Blackstone Gang had one. I dragged the crate to the door and kicked it open. Outside, the fighting had stopped because the 5th boss had arrived and settled it. He had settled it by killing both sides. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. Nobody fools me. He had walked into a courtyard with 2 groups of his own men accusing each other, listened to about 4 sentences of it, said, and I quote, "Stop talking nonsense. Nobody fools me, Song Laowu. If I take all of you down, the trouble's over." And then done exactly that. Both sides had had time to say one thing each before it started, and both of them were still lying there. He turned around and saw me. "Instructor Chen? No need to help. I've already handled these troublemakers." One of his men coughed. "5th boss. Wait. It looks like Instructor Chen is stealing the money." The 5th boss looked at the crate. His expression changed. "Hey, Chen, what is this?" "I only take a little when I'm short. You're taking a whole crate?" That was his objection. That was the entire objection. I held up the mask. "Whose is this?" "Don't know him. Put the crate down first, or don't blame me for being rude." "If you don't know," I said, "then die." He came at me with a spiked club, overhead. I did not move, and I slapped him. At my realm, with breath running through my skin, a club with nails in it is a stick unless the man swinging it is at my level, and he was 2 realms under. The club left his hand and went somewhere else in the courtyard. He looked around for it, and I slapped him again, and he went around in the air twice before he landed, and if he had been carrying any less weight, that would have killed him. The 5th boss sat up on the flagstones and finally noticed the situation. "What are you all standing there for? Get him!" "5th boss, you told us not to move." "You pig brains, can't you see I can't beat him? Numbers stopped mattering an hour ago." I picked up the crate of gold and threw it into them. The second crate broke on the front rank and silver went everywhere, and men went down under it, and the ones behind slipped on the coins. Somebody at the back had the good sense to bring out bows, so I used a palm technique called wind wave, and a wind came up off the flagstones and took the archers off their feet and put them and their bows 30 paces into a wall. There is no artistry in any of this. I want to be clear, this is not skill. This is a man with bigger numbers standing among men with smaller ones. I put a foot on the 5th boss's chest. "Last time, do you know this mask?" Several of his ribs had opinions, and his face was completely sincere. "Brother Chen, I truly don't know it. Could you ask me about something I do know? I promise I won't lie." And I believed him, which is the most useful thing that man ever did. I asked the survivors. None of them knew either. Fine, Zheng Liang would know. Zheng Liang was at the dock. I stepped down, and the 5th boss stopped, and then I drew the heavy red sword and went through the rest of that courtyard, and I did not leave anybody standing. I am not going to be delicate about it. That gang ran a labor camp on forged contracts and fed men to a river on a schedule. Every single person in that yard had walked past the boards. Then I went to the dock, and the wave of them that came at the noise arrived in 1s and 2s, like brothers in a story going to save their grandfather, and they arrived in exactly the same order they left. By the time I got to the pier, the sword was running, and there were 40 men standing between me and the water, and none of them wanted to be the front one. I took a step. 40 men took a step back. I took another. So did they. 3 things were carrying me, 2 realms of suppression, an ability nobody could see, and a spirit artifact in my hand. Zheng Liang was standing at the end of the pier, and his face had gone the color of the boards. Lin Dao, you were pretending all along! I kept walking, and I kept my expression pleasant, and I know exactly how that combination reads because I had practiced it. Wow, you're quick. You worked that out all by yourself. Charge him, kill him, one of them said from behind a barrel. Boss, everyone who went up there is dead. Cowards, you died one at a time because you went one at a time. If all of you go together, can he kill all of you at once? There was a pause on that pier while 40 men considered the mathematics of that sentence, which is technically correct, and the laborers had all stopped working. Every man on those boards was standing still with a sack still on his shoulder, watching and doing an entirely different calculation, except one who was still hauling and who looked around at everybody with mild concern about the schedule. I walked over to him. Pang done? You don't have to work anymore. We're going home. All right, I'll listen to Brother Dao. He put the sack down neatly because he was a good worker. Zheng Liang took his shirt off, which is a thing men like that do, and ran a technique that swelled him up, and 40 men compared his outline to mine and decided the boss was bigger. So they came. The red sword goes scorching hot when breath runs through it. It came out of that fight glowing. Someone in the crowd finally worked it out. Boss, he isn't body refining. Look at the sword. It's burning because he's running breath through it. He's spirit gathering. I don't need you to teach me. So what if he's spirit gathering? Doesn't he get tired? Keep going. And for a wage of a few coins a month, they declined. Half of them jumped into the river and swam for the far bank. The ones blocking the pier exit simply were not there anymore. In about 4 seconds, Zheng Liang was alone on his own dock, and I was still walking. Lin Dao, don't forget your debt. If our brothers hadn't pulled you 2 out of that water, you'd have drowned in the river. And Pang Dun, standing beside me, said, Who said that? I got out on my own. Then I found a bit of wood and pulled Brother Dao out with it, and then you lot showed up. Zheng Liang turned on him. Lin Dao, he's an idiot. Don't listen to his nonsense. So, I said, do I believe him, or you? He lost his footing then, in his voice. Lin Dao, look, you should have just said you were a martial artist, and a real one. You could have taken the leader's chair. I'd have carried sacks for you. Why do it like this? Only a fool walks away from money. Even stealing your dirty money is still making money, I said, and I don't only make it for myself. Then I turned around to a dock full of men who were still holding somebody else's cargo. What are you all standing there for? The Blackstone gang is finished. Those thugs who just ran are dividing up the warehouse right now. If you get there late, you won't get a drop of the soup. It took about a second and a half. Then 40 laborers put their hands on iron bars, planks, hammers, and anything else within reach and went up that road like weather. I did not do that for them. I want to be honest about it. I had already emptied the vault of everything worth carrying, but I had fought my way from the headquarters to the pier, and I had been thorough about the martial artists, and whatever those men could take off the survivors, they could keep. Zheng Liang watched his entire life go up the road with his own employees. Now, I said, and put the sword against his neck, which was hot enough to be a real conversation. Do you know this? He nodded so hard before he'd even looked at it that I had to hold his head still. Then he actually looked and stopped. I could see the fear switch over into thinking and then thinking into remembering, and it took him a long time, and he knew exactly how much time he had. There were more than 2 of you that day. 3 came down the river. That mask was on the 3rd one's face. One of the brothers said it was hard to break, some kind of spirit artifact, so we kept it. Where is he? He was already dead when we pulled him out. The brothers dug a hole. Where? Take me. You. You want to dig him up? Not me. You. 3 months in the ground. He dug it himself with his hands and a plank, and I stood over him. Even Pang Dun, who had never in his life turned down anything organic, went behind a tree. I went through what was left with the point of the sword, looking for a token, a jade, anything with a name on it. Was he carrying anything else? No, all black clothes, and the mask. Black clothes and a white mask. Same as the ones in my village, so one of them had died. In my memory of that night, they were all real fighters, every one of them, moving like professionals in the dark. How does one of those die on the same river as 2 farm boys? The government never found the killers, so it wasn't a patrol, a wandering hero, possible, unsatisfying. And then I found the only thing in that hole worth anything. He had a lock of red hair, not dyed. Nobody dyes hair in that world. Red hair means something. I stood up with it in my hand, and I put it away in the only place I had that never loses anything. He's running away, Pang Dun shouted. Zheng Liang had gotten about 40 paces while I was looking at a corpse. I did not chase him. I'll give you the first Li. And he looked back, saw me standing still, concluded that I could not catch him, and his professional instincts came all the way back. Lin Dao, wait until I make my comeback. We'll settle everything, old and new. You'd better get ready. Then he saw me move. Run, you dead legs. He put everything he had into it. He was genuinely fast. He looked back once more and saw a burning hand the size of a cart coming up the road behind him. Cloud-burning hand. It is one of the 4 things a tired demon slayer put on a table for me in a life that never happened. You gather breath and shape a hand out of nothing in the air, and it copies your own hand exactly, and when your inner technique is a fire art, it comes out burning. 2 hands, each longer than a man, came down out of the air and picked him up. Fire, fire, brother Lin Dao, mercy, I'll be your servant, I'll be your slave. I don't keep people, I said. If you'd let us walk away when you found us in the water, none of this would be happening. He did not understand it, even at the end. He could not work out how a man who had carried sacks for him 3 days ago now decided whether he lived. He had no way to know. There is no way to know. Pang Dun sniffed the air. That smells really good, brother Dao. You can't eat that. Come on, I'll buy you a proper meal in the county town. We walked up the riverbank instead of taking a boat because there were thick, dark trails of demon smoke lying on the water, and I knew exactly whose they were. That fish and I had unfinished business, and I was not going to open the account while standing on its dinner table. Pang Dun, I've realized I don't actually know your name. My name is Pang Dun. Nobody's surname is Da. In the village, everyone shouted big fool, and after a while it turned into Pang Dun. I walked for a bit. I should apologize to you, actually. When we were children, I did that too. Really? I don't remember at all. He said it cheerfully. He was not being gracious. He genuinely did not remember because he does not keep that kind of thing, and I keep everything, and one of us sleeps better. A man needs a proper name. You're from my village, so you should be a Chen too. How about Chen Da Chun? But Pang Dun means big fool. Can I be Xiao Dun instead? It sounds cuter. So that was settled, and the 2 of us walked up the grass along the Qing River, one tall and thin, one round as a ball. In Qing River County we stopped to eat, and the whole dining room was talking about us. Have you heard? The Blackstone gang, out at Shiliting Wharf, wiped out. There's not a plank left in their headquarters. Which gang did it? Who dares touch the magistrate's brother-in-law? That's the thing. It wasn't a gang. It was one man. One man, heaven help us, one of those grandmasters the storytellers talk about. By the time we finished our noodles, the version circulating had a grandmaster descending from the sky out of pity for the enslaved laborers and removing the Blackstone gang with a single slap. This is how rumors are built. The surviving gang members ran in every direction telling everyone how terrifying I was because otherwise they were incompetent men who lost their own gang. The laborers went around telling everyone about the hero named Lin Dao who had saved them, and they described me as having the speed of a leopard, the strength of a bear, and the agility of a monkey. I found out that Zheng Liang had in fact been the magistrate's brother-in-law, which gave me about 4 minutes of concern. Then I found out that the magistrate had also heard the rumor and had decided not to make an issue of a passing grandmaster over a dead relative who ran a dock gang, which meant my real name was floating around Qing River County attached to a man who could remove a gang with one hand, and nobody would ever connect it to me because homonyms are cheap and greatness is not. I bought a carriage and drove it myself and let Pang Dun ride in the back, and halfway to White Cloud County. This mountain was planted by me. This tree was raised by me. I stopped the horses and put my face in my hand. Why is it always you? Ma Fenfang scratched her head with a warhammer. Why are you saying always? Doesn't matter. You can't beat me. Move. 20 of us can't beat one of you? What have you got in there, 200 men? And Pang Dun's head came out of the carriage. What? There are 200 people in the cart? Brother Dao? Where? I can't see them. Ma Fenfang laughed so hard she had to lean on a tree. Ha ha ha! There's only an idiot in the cart! I raised one hand, and a burning palm the size of a shed came down and took a row of trees off at chest height. The laughter stopped. She threw both hammers on the ground and went to her knees so fast the impact was audible. Big brother, our mistake. Just ignore us and let us go. And her men went down beside her because that entire crew had excellent instincts. Big brother, spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a large family of wives and concubines. I genuinely cannot support them all. That's why I came out robbing. Brother, honestly, this is my first time. I had no intention of doing anything to them because officials were going to collect them within the year and I had a schedule. And then I saw it. 4th man from the left, a lock of red hair on his forehead. You, come here. Ma Fenfang's soul left her body. She had one thought, and it was the correct one, which is that the terrifying man had recognized somebody in her crew. She sacrificed the pawn faster than any commander I have ever served under. She got him by the ear, dragged him over the ground, and put him in front of me. Confess! If you tell one lie, I'll take your head off myself. The man was shaking so hard I had to ask twice. Why is your hair red? He stopped shaking and looked confused. My hair? Ma Fenfang also looked up. She had staged an entire betrayal for a question about hairstyles. I used to be a student of the Crimson Heart sect, he said. Our outer technique is called heart fire. The deeper you take it, the more of your hair turns red. The elders in the sect have full heads of it. There it is. You were a sect student. Why are you a bandit on a road? When you cultivate heart fire, you have to control the burn. I lost control, and it went wild, and it cooked me from the inside out. I can't practice martial arts at all now. They put me out. He shrugged. Then there was a locust year at home, and the officials took the relief grain, and my parents starved. So, I nodded and let him go. Crimson Heart sect. A corpse in a mask with red hair in a hole beside the Qing River, and a sect that turns its people's hair red in a prefecture 2 counties over. I got back in the carriage, and on the way past, I told Ma Fenfang to watch her second boss, and drove off, leaving her standing in the road with her mouth open for the second time in 2 lives. Outside the simulation, Lin Dao was extremely pleased with himself. Inside it, I mean. It's very hard to keep the pronouns clean, and I've stopped trying. We came into White Cloud County in the afternoon, and there was an old man selling candied hawthorn by the gate, and Pang Dun's head came out of the carriage and stayed there. I stopped and bought all of them, every stick on the frame, and I told the old man to keep the change, which was a silver ingot, and the old man stood in the street and cried and told the entire lane that he had met a living Buddha. I put Pang Dun in the Ulai Inn as a guest, not a worker, a guest. Remember, you're a guest. Don't be silly and start helping them with things. Yes, I know. And then Zhang Yumei came out to greet the customers, alive, in her own doorway, with a cloth over her shoulder. Please come in, sir. Eating or staying? Staying. 3 meals a day, 4 dishes and a soup, on time. Certainly. Upstairs, please. Young sir, why are you looking at third sister like that? I could not help myself. I really could not. Ma'am, don't you think we look familiar? She covered her mouth and laughed at me for about 6 seconds. Sir, do you say that to every woman you meet? I'm Zhang Yumei, and I don't care for women younger than myself. I laughed and paid and went upstairs, and that was that. I had wanted to know one thing, whether the simulation is a parallel life or a story, whether memories can bleed. I had read enough about that sort of thing, in a place I don't discuss. They can't. It's a story. She had never met me and never would, and the 23 years were mine alone to carry, and I did not want anything from her at all except to know she was breathing. Then I went to my sister's house. Lin Hua was inside burning incense in front of 2 memorial tablets, telling our parents that she was sorry, that her eldest brother and second sister had been gone for 10 years, and that if her 4th brother was gone too, she did not know what she would do. She had gone to Luoding village herself, she had helped collect what was there, and she had not found me, and she had built her entire month on that. I knocked. That'll be my husband back from duty. She opened the door, and there was a young man in swordsman's clothes with a red sword on his back. Third sister. And she took my hand and put it against her own cheek because she needed to feel that it was warm. Then she cried into my chest until my shirt was wet through, and I stood there with my hands out like an idiot. All right, third sister. You're a mother now. Why are you crying like a girl? My eyes were also doing something, and I want the record to show that I did not let it get past the eyes, purely out of stubbornness. Don't cry, don't cry. Third sister thought she had nobody left on her mother's side in this world, and heaven took pity and left me the 4th. A toddler came unsteadily across the courtyard. Shen, I nearly said the name. I got as far as the first syllable and stopped because in this world nobody had named her yet, and the name I nearly used came from a life where she had watched me die. Is this my niece? Come here, Mei Mei. Call him uncle. Uncle, uncle, have some sweets. Lin Hua was appalled. This child meets her uncle for the first time and starts asking for sweets. How clever of her. I picked her up. Sweets? No problem at all. Your uncle will take you right now, and you can have as many as you want. Yay! 5th brother, don't spoil her like that. Besides, you barely escaped with your life. Where would you get money for? I had a crate of the Blackstone Gang's gold in a bag on my shoulder. I gave her the story I'd built on the road. Pang Dun pulled me into the river, which is true. A kind old martial artist found us downstream and took us in, which is not. He taught me an outer technique and gave me a sword and then went traveling and couldn't take 2 boys with him. On the way home, I helped a wealthy merchant with a wild animal, and he was grateful. I see. Well, don't waste that money. Save it for your wedding. Stay here for now. I'll make up the small room. And then the guided task cleared, and the rewards landed while I was sitting in my sister's courtyard, playing with a 2-year-old. 10 pills, in a bottle, and they smelled like nothing the army ever issued. System quality, I said. As long as you don't take them all at once, you can ignore the residue entirely. And then the ball of light for the premium draw, and it was noticeably less white than it had ever been. There were greens in there you could actually see, purples that weren't a rumor. Come on, earn the name this time. I put my hand in. Purple. Treasure-sensing nose. Your nose can smell the presence of treasure within a radius that scales with your realm. There was a second line. Bad news. You cannot smell anything else. I put it on and sniffed and got nothing whatsoever, which either meant my realm was too low or that there was nothing of value in my sister's courtyard, and I decided not to explore that second possibility. But I sat there with a 2-year-old pulling my ear and started to think properly because I had just been handed a search function in a world that is full of buried things. I had already met one, a banner with a sect inside it, and the man who was going to find it in 6 years' time was, right now, digging latrines in a border army, unaware that his family's grave was going to explode. If I go into the next run and take that banner before he does, then Lao Feng never turns, and every village on that road stays standing, and Lingfeng Pavilion keeps its doors, and Zhang Yumei's daughter grows up, and I get an artifact that raises a man's cultivation at a rate the world considers criminal. There was exactly one problem with it, and I sat in that courtyard and looked at it honestly. That thing runs on souls, and every previous owner fed it people. I am not going to do that. Not in the simulation, not out of it. I have killed men in a courtyard, and I will do it again, and I sleep perfectly well, but there is a line between that and what Lao Feng became, and I had watched what it cost him from about 4 feet away for 15 years. But the thing does not actually care what kind of soul, and I have an ability that lights up every demon trail in a county like a lantern festival. I sat there and started laughing, and my niece thought it was a game and started laughing too. That night my brother-in-law came home. He came through the gate in red and black with the day still on him, saw me at his table, and made a sound. Fifth brother? Is that the fourth brother? Ha ha ha. Heaven has eyes. Where have you been these 3 months? I've had people looking. If you hadn't turned up, your sister would have run out of tears. I told the story again. He believed all of it. Linhua cooked, and the two of us drank, and my brother-in-law got happy and generous, and went into the bedroom and came out with 4 thread-bound books. The same 4 books. The same table. A different world. I had already mastered every one of them in a life that never happened, and I sat there and accepted them with both hands and thanked him properly, because if I ever used Cloud Burning Hand in front of him afterward, he would want to know where I got it. Fifth brother, cultivate them well, and when your skills improve, I'll recommend you to the office. Slay demons with me, wouldn't that be a fine thing? Demon Slayer's a good job, I'd probably fail the test. Don't worry, if you have any trouble with cultivation, come to your brother-in-law. Stop bragging, said my sister from the kitchen. You're only spirit gathering yourself. The fourth might pass you one day. Gao Ming sighed at his cup. Ah, my generation is useless. We can't restore what the Shen family used to be. And after dinner, while she was washing up, I put my elbows on the table. Brother-in-law, have you been looking at some old murder cases at the county office lately? He was drunk. He stopped being drunk in about 1 second. How do you think some of the men convicted in those closed cases didn't do it, and that the ones who did aren't human? He stood straight up. You know about that too? Now, this was the whole reason I had come back to this house. I got up, put my arm around his shoulder, and sat him back down, because a man that upright will get himself killed standing. Stop investigating. Fifth brother, this is deeper than you think, and the people in it are not people you can offend. And even if you're willing to trade your life for the truth, shouldn't you think about my sister and Mei Mei first? He sat there with his hands on his knees. I suspected somebody was covering it. I have no evidence. How are you so sure? I acted mysterious, which is easy when you actually know. My master told me before he went traveling. There are things about this county he knows better than anyone living in it. I can't tell you more. Those who know. Just stop. He didn't know how serious I was. He looked at his hands and got quiet. Fifth brother, how could I not know what I'm walking into? He turned the cup around. But if you had seen the families, the ones whose men were executed, the neighbors won't speak to them. Their children can't attend school because nobody will sit next to a murderer's son. When you've seen that, you'll understand how I feel. And he drank the whole bowl. I sat there and thought about how many men in that world value their integrity above their lives, and how few of them ever get anything for it. You're right, though, he said. I have a family. If an expert says leave it, I'll leave it, which he said with his mouth, and I could see straight through, so I gave him something better than an order. I heard in town that the prefecture office sends a demon-slaying commandant around the counties on inspection. That's in 6 months, isn't it? That's right. Every 5 years, the prefecture inspects the demon situation in every county under it. The next one's in about 6 months. I know where every demon nest in White Cloud Ridge is. I'll give the list to the commandant. Then his men clear out every last one of them. He looked up. The men who were wrongly convicted may never be cleared, I said, but those things never get to do it to anyone again. At the very least, no more families. And my brother-in-law's entire face changed. Fifth brother, are you telling the truth? I could find them. Presence of demon trace makes it trivial, you just follow the smoke to where it thickens. I simply had no intention of doing it in person. Find them in the simulation, inherit the memory, walk out of my sister's spare room with a map. Absolutely true, so in the meantime, brother-in-law, you do not touch those files. Of course, of course. And if the Commandant finds that White Cloud County is full of demon nests when only 2 or 3 cases were reported, he'll investigate the reporting. And then the men who were framed will be cleared anyway. Ha 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 ha. Good, very good. He cheered up so fast I felt slightly bad about how easy it had been. I went to my room. And I sat down on the bed and I thought about the chief of the demon-slaying office, who had killed a magistrate for talking, sealed a courtyard, and put his hand through my chest while explaining that he had no choice. Feng Yu Cheng, I said, in this one, we're not comparing techniques, we're comparing lifespans. Third run, start. The third run put me exactly where I sat, in my sister's house in White Cloud County, with a root bone, spirit gathering layer 5, 7 slots, and a nose that smells buried things. First year, age 18. The draw was white and it was called, and I want you to appreciate this, Aren't You Amazing, Brother Kun? And its effect is that when you use your singing, dancing, rap, and basketball skills from the talent ability, onlookers are captivated by your personal charm. That is the first time I had ever seen 2 of my abilities designed to work together. Both white. I did not equip either of them. But I noted it because it meant the junk in my library was not random junk. Some of it was a set. Then the simulated me burst out of the house at a dead run, laughing, leaving my sister and my brother-in-law standing in the courtyard. The simulation started. 10,000 souls banner. Here I come. Ha 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 ha. Outside the simulation, I watched myself do that and made a note. That thing is genuinely sinister. It hasn't even been picked up yet and it's already doing something to me. I bought a fast horse and rode day and night for 2 months to Hongtong County in Wushan Prefecture in the province west of ours, which is where Lao Fang was born and where his family is buried, and I stood there with my nose in the air like an idiot for 4 days and smelled absolutely nothing. I searched the whole county. I have an epic grade detection ability. There is no way its range is a few hundred paces, so there was only one answer, and it was the obvious one I had refused to think about for 2 months. The banner is not there yet. Lao Fang received it in the 17th year of that timeline. That is not a coincidence, and it is not a location. It is an appointment. 17 years, I said, sitting on a rock in a county I had no business being in. Fine, I can wait 17 years. If I don't poison myself with cheap medicine this time, I won't die young like the last one. So I rode home, because interfering with Hongtong County now might change the appointment, and on the way, I paid off my brother-in-law. I rode the ridge above White Cloud County for a few days, and followed the smoke inward, and it converged in 3 places, and I did not go into any of them because I was spirit gathering, and there were things in there that were not. I just stood on the ridge and memorized the ground. By the time I got back, the inspection team from the prefecture had already arrived. The county was lit up, lanterns, banners, firecrackers going constantly. The magistrate, who was so fat he had trouble with stairs, had personally gone out to greet the man, and Feng Yu Cheng, who normally walked around looking like everyone in the county owed him money, had gone 50 li outside the walls to bow. Before I handed anything to anybody, I wanted to know exactly who I was handing it to, because if the commandant was in the arrangement, then all I would be doing is telling the demons which of their nests I'd found. He was staying at the government relay station. Not a mansion, not a wealthy family's guest wing, the standard lodging for an official on business, and he had refused every single visit from every gentry family in the county. An old man in a tea house put it best. When an envoy comes to a district, that's his harvest. He doesn't see anybody and does nothing but inspect. He must be a good official. There are honest men in that world. There just aren't enough of them to bet a family on. So I wrote the letter anyway, and I did not sign it. Then I went home, and my sister beat me with a cloth for disappearing longer than the time I disappeared after the entire village was killed. What legitimate business could an unemployed man like you possibly have? Gao Ming came to my rescue, sort of. Lin Hua, the 4th brother has gone to take care of something important. Ah, him, I said. Secluded cultivation. She put her hands on her hips. Fine, fine. You're going into seclusion. But next time, before you go into seclusion, could you please tell me where you're going and how long you'll be? Which is, I have to admit, an extremely reasonable request. When she'd gone, my brother-in-law leaned in. 5th brother. Did you go and scout the demon nests? Why didn't you tell me? I could have brought my team. No need, it's all done. He looked at me with something close to awe, which I had not earned in this timeline and had absolutely earned in another. The list's in this letter. I'll put it into the relay station tonight. He said he'd deliver it himself to keep me out of it. And I looked at a man whose superior had personally supervised a trap built for him and said no. Brother-in-law, absolutely not you. He thought about it and agreed, and then he said something that turned out to be the entire plan. Actually, I have a more suitable candidate. 2 weeks later, the inspection ended. Commandant Wei Jing formed up his column at the city gate with the magistrate and the chief of the demons slaying office there to see him off, and half the county watching. Chief Feng, Magistrate Fan, the demon threat in White Cloud County has been eliminated and the people live in peace, undisturbed. Your contribution is undeniable. On my return, I will report to the general and record your merit. The fat magistrate did modesty. I'm ashamed to say it's all heaven's blessing. Those things simply rarely come to our county. Feng Yucheng said nothing at all because he was not an idiot, and as the column started to move, a woman came out of the crowd and went down on her knees in the gateway with a letter held up in both hands. Lord Zhang, I have a grievance. The magistrate's whole body went rigid, and he shouted before he thought. Where did this troublemaker come from? Are they trying to assassinate Lord Zhang? Guards, drive them off with sticks. Feng Yucheng closed his eyes for a moment at the sheer quality of his colleague. Assassinate a demon-slaying commandant. That woman weighed about as much as a bundle of firewood. The fat man was trying to kill a witness in the street in front of an inspector, and he had come up with the plan in under 2 seconds, which tells you what that county had been like for 20 years. Magistrate Fan, she is one weak woman. Let her be. There's no need to hurt her. She was crying so hard she had to start twice. Lord Zhang, justice. My husband was innocent. He was kind and honest. Everyone in our lane will tell you, he never killed anybody in his life. Wei Jing stayed on his horse and looked down. Madam, I am a demon slayer. I handle demon matters. If you have a grievance, take it to the county office. This is not my work. Lord Zhang, it is a demon matter. The people were killed by a demon, not by my husband. The office beat a confession out of him and made him carry it for a demon. The fat magistrate started making frantic gestures at his officers. Feng Yucheng, very quietly, took one step backward so that everybody else was in front of him. And from all around that gateway, people started standing up out of the crowd. Not one woman, dozens, widows, brothers, mothers, sons. They came out of the crowd and knelt in a ring around the commandant's horse and started telling him about their families, one after another, and none of them could prove a thing about demons, and every single one of them was certain about the one fact that mattered, which is that their man did not do it. Wei Jing sat there and looked at the ring of people around him, and then at the magistrate. Magistrate Fan, with this many people crying out for justice, you are not doing your job well. The fat man was soaked through. These are all troublemakers, Lord Zhang. You can't believe. Fellow citizens. Wei Jing got off his horse. Today, here at this gate, Magistrate Fan will re-examine every one of your cases. Magistrate Fan, is that acceptable? It was acceptable. The first woman came forward and put the letter in his hands. Lord Zhang, this has the location of every demon nest in White Cloud County. A noble person asked me to give it to you. He took it and looked at her. And the idea of stopping me in the street today, that was the noble person's as well, wasn't it? She looked at the ground, which is the only honest answer. And at that moment, a voice went up from the middle of the crowd. Lord Zhang, Feng Yucheng is escaping. Wei Jing's head came around. He scanned the line and found a gap in it. After him. Half a dozen of his people went over the rooftops. I was standing in the crowd, 4 rows back with my hands in my sleeves. That shout was, of course, me. Nailed it. Every wrongful conviction in that county came apart inside a week. The magistrate reopened his own cases and put himself in his own jail. The demon slayers took 500 garrison soldiers up into White Cloud Ridge with my letter and came back with nothing at all. Wei Jing did not conclude that the letter was false because they found traces everywhere they went. He concluded that Feng Yucheng had warned them on his way out. He was right, and that is the entire lesson of the 3rd run, and I got it in the 1st year for free. The plan works. The plan is repeatable in the real world, and there is exactly one flaw in it, which is that the moment the woman kneels, the chief runs, and he has been living in that county for 30 years and knows every road out of it. So next time, I closed the door first. At my sister's house afterward, when it had all settled, Gao Ming sat on the step and shook his head. I never imagined Chief Feng was behind it as well. I thought at most the magistrate. Good. Live a long time, brother-in-law. 2nd year. Age 19. I was sitting in my room when the black text turned gold. Gold. 1.9%. The strictest father of the alien races. When you fight a race that is not human, you can raise your body force by raising your fighting spirit. Up to 100 times. Damage dealt to you by a non-human race is reduced 100-fold with no conditions, and you cannot be tempted or influenced by another race in any way. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. Fight on, warrior. I got off the bed and hit my head on the same beam, 100 times my body, 100-fold reduction coming back, against everything that isn't human, and I was about to spend a lifetime feeding a banner with demons. I took off effort will bear fruit, which is a safety net, and safety nets are for men who are not carrying 100 times multiplier, and I put on the gold. And then something occurred to me, and it is the reason that ability turned out to be the most important thing I have ever drawn. It does not say demons, it says any race that is not human, which, at the time, I assumed was a technicality. Through Gao Ming's connections, I joined the Crimson Heart sect, not as a disciple's apprentice under a high-level master, and do nothing but cultivate. I went in as a retainer, which is the other track. No master, no sect techniques above the basics, but you get resources every month, and in exchange, you take a job and do it. They gave me the job of gate patrol, out of respect for the Shen family name, and told me to walk the perimeter every day. Perfect, absolutely perfect, because I had not come there to cultivate. I had come to find out what a sect full of red-haired men had to do with a corpse in a hole beside the Qing River. The Crimson Heart sect identifies its people by hair, which sounds like a joke until you spend a week there. An ant with a single strand of red. Ah, senior with the half-red head. Greetings. Is that the elder with the full red mane? So elegant. Those are real sentences. That is how they talk to each other. It is a caste system you can see from across a courtyard. The place was good for cultivation, which I had not expected. A monthly pill, 10 low-grade spirit stones, and a mountain that sat on a vein of the world's energy, which makes inner cultivation noticeably easier. My realm moved, but I was on patrol, and patrol walks the perimeter, and there was one thing on that perimeter that was wrong. An old tower, 7 floors, stone. Every single time my squad walked past it, spider sense went off. Not screaming. Just enough. Goose flesh, hair up, every time, for a year. Captain Zhang, what's in the tower? That's where the old ancestor secludes himself. Off limits. Don't disturb it unless the mountain's on fire. Somebody wandered in once, and the old ancestor killed him. The Crimson Heart sect is young enough that its founder is still alive. Fair enough. Except a man sitting quietly upstairs does not make my hair stand up every time I walk past the wall. 4th year. Age 21. Green. Silent step. When you control your movement, you make no sound, and when you hold still, divine sense cannot find you. I took off Presence of Demon Trace, which had nothing to do that month, and put it on. And 2 days later, I walked past the tower and felt nothing at all. Nothing. No goose flesh. Flat. By the way, said one of my squad, there's an exchange conference over in the provincial capital. The old ancestor took the best disciples and went, so the danger was the man, or the danger was something that left when he did. That night, I went up the outside of the tower, put myself through a 3rd-floor window that hadn't been latched properly, and had a look. 7 floors. Empty. Completely empty. Not a chair, not a mat, not a cushion, nothing that anybody has ever meditated in. But the floors were carved, every single floor, all 7, covered in patterns, intricate and regular in a way that meant intent. I had sat in on formation lectures a few times as a retainer, enough to know what a formation looks like. These did not look like any formation I had ever seen, not a variant, not an old style, a different grammar entirely. A man really doesn't know how little he knows until he needs it, I said, and started memorizing the 7th floor with the one ability I have that never loses anything, and the floor lit up under my feet. Spider sense went off like the roof coming down. I was through the window before I finished the thought, and I came down on the eaves outside and stopped dead, because out of the corner of my eye, as I went, I had seen 2 figures standing on the pattern where there had been nobody at all. Running was worse than staying. I stood on a ledge in the dark and did not move a muscle and let Silent Step do its work. Inside they talked. I could hear every syllable and I could not understand one of them. It was not an accent. It was not a dialect. It was a language. Gurgle, slurp, K. And then, about a minute in, my head clicked over, and I understood them. Because 2 years earlier, I had drawn a green ability called Must Learn Foreign Languages, and I had left it equipped purely because I had a spare slot and nothing better, and I want to say for the record that I have never in my life been so glad to be lazy. Here is what they said. General, you must keep a low profile on this inspection tour. This world is full of powerful people. If they discover us, or learn our identities, we may never get home. I know. Our army has only scattered reconnaissance posts in this region. We have not recruited enough human traders. There is no stronghold yet. We must plan carefully. Human traders. Our most significant achievement so far is this tower, 7 demon bridge arrays, which allow travel between all our major outposts. 7 floors, 7 arrays, a relay station. Unfortunately, we lack the resources to bring a large number of troops and clansmen of excessive realm across. Bring across, not march. Bring across. Then one of them sniffed. I smell demons. Your nose is sharp. The remnants of the demon race from 30,000 years ago rebuilt themselves in this world. Their relationship with humans is poor. That is a small detail we can use. I stood on that ledge with my back flat against stone and did not breathe. Because whoever these two were, they were not human. And they were not demons either. Because they were discussing demons the way a quartermaster discusses terrain. Why do I still smell a human? You joke, sir. Of course this place smells of people. We disguised it as the old ancestors' retreat. No, not lingering. Right now, there is someone here. My heart went so hard I genuinely believed they would hear it through the wall. Silent step makes no sound and cannot be found by divine sense. It has nothing whatsoever to say about smell, and I had just discovered that the hard way, on a ledge, 70 feet up. They searched all 7 floors and found nobody, because I was outside, on the roof edge, in the dark. My lord, let's go to the eastern base. This is the Central Plains. If we stay too long, we leave a trace. Wait a moment. Something went through my back. It was like being run through with a wire. My face went the wrong color, and my mouth filled up, and my whole chest locked, and I did not make a sound, and I want to be clear that not making that sound is the single most difficult physical act of my life. Whether or not anyone was here, if they will not show themselves, they are weak. The pain-piercing demon sound I just used would kill them. My lord is meticulous. I admire it. Then the tower buzzed, and the light on the floor flickered once, and they were gone. I stood on that ledge without moving for a full hour. Then I climbed back in and sat down on a stone floor and started laughing very quietly with my hand over my mouth. Thank heaven for Alien Daddy. Without the gold ability, that last one would have ended the run. 100-fold reduction. Unconditional. Against any race that is not human. I had drawn it 2 years earlier and put it on to hunt demons for a banner, and it had just eaten a killing technique from something that travels between worlds and left me with a nosebleed. I memorized every pattern on every floor, and then I got out. 5th year, age 22, layer 6 of Spirit Gathering. 5 years of perfect attendance on the patrol roster, which is a genuinely stupid way to earn contribution points and works perfectly. I spent them in the library, where the guardian elder was a man called Guang Han, whose hair was completely red, which in that sect is a resume. Lin Dao. The 9 Yang Heart Sutra is a mind technique. You haven't reached soul tempering. You won't be able to use it. Elder Yin. What are you saying? Do you think I'll never reach soul tempering? He looked at me over the counter for a moment. Then he beckoned, and a manual came off a shelf and flew into his hand. I watched you spar with Captain Zhang. You've never learned a movement art. Here, rocket step, which is exactly what it sounds like. Even in the mid-tier there are levels. The mid-tier techniques you can afford are the bottom of it. The good ones are one shelf up. I bought that old man a great deal of wine over the next 10 years, and he answered every question I ever asked him. Pills, forging, formations, history. He knew all of it. He was one of those men who has read everything and been promoted for none of it. 10 years went by. I want to be honest about those 10 years, because they are the ones that explain everything after. I went from layer 6 to layer 8, 2 layers, in 10 years, on a mountain that sits on a vein, with a monthly pill, with a mid-grade inner art, cultivating every single day without missing one. A low-tier root bone is not slow. It is a tax on every single thing you do, forever. And sitting in a library in the 3rd of those years, working out that arithmetic on my fingers, I finally understood the man who put his hand through my chest. No wonder Feng Yu Cheng went crooked. Without something unorthodox, there is no hope at all. Not less hope. None. And then I sat there for a while longer and had the other thought, which is that I was intending to raise my own cultivation with an artifact that eats souls, and the only difference between us was the species of the soul. 15th year, age 32. I made patrol captain. Captain Zhang, who had held it for 20 years, was let go because he had gotten old without advancing and the sect optimized him. That is not cruelty. That is simply how it works. It's patrolling. If you won't do it, 40 loose cultivators will, and half of them will clean the outhouse as well, because a sect sits on a vein, and a vein is worth more than dignity. Some of my squad had wanted the post, and had lost it to a man with a friend in the library, and they let me know about it daily, which is why, on the day it mattered, they didn't move. I saw demon smoke in the forest below the mountain, not a trail, fog, enough of it to blur the trees. Alert, there are demons in the trees. Somebody go up and tell the guardian elder. They looked around at some perfectly normal forest. Captain. Where? What demon would dare in our Crimson Heart sect? Exactly. Go up the mountain and report. Stop arguing. If they come, I can hold them. You cannot. That made it worse, obviously. And then the ground started growling. A dozen boar demons came out of the tree line at once and went through the men who hadn't moved. And behind them, coming over the ridge line in a wave that raised dust for half a li, was everything else. That is not an attack. That has a name. A demon tide is what happens when one or more powerful demons decides on a target and drives every lesser demon in a region at it. The demon race is not a herd of animals. They are people. They simply live like animals, and when there is somebody at the front, they move like an army. What I could not work out standing there was why the Crimson Heart sect was second-rate. Nobody sends this for a second-rate sect. A boar came at me at full speed. There was a metallic clang. I did not move. The boar backed up and looked at me, refused to accept the evidence, and did it again. Its tusks broke. What? It said that out loud, in human speech, because they are people. And while it was standing there having a crisis about its own teeth, I punched it, and half its head stopped existing, and the force went through and lifted a layer of leaves off the ground behind it. The 3 surviving patrolmen stopped questioning my promotion. 100 times body force. That is what Alien Daddy does when your fighting spirit is up, and I want to explain the joke of it because the requirement is high morale against monsters. When you are already the kind of man who talks to himself in a fight. I have never had a problem getting my morale up. I simply announce that I am somebody's father and go. I put rocket step on and went up the mountain like something fired out of a tube, and the demons in my way did not slow me down enough to notice. Captain Chen, take us with you. I did not. I had told them to run up the mountain and report, and they had stood there arguing about my promotion, and now they wanted the captain. Too late. Genuinely, unpleasantly, too late. The sect got its mountain array up. Once it was up, nobody outside could get in, which included everyone still on the slope. Every disciple, every elder, the sect master, and the founding ancestor himself came out to stand on the terrace and watch an army arrive. The array shook. The formation masters at the core were burning spirit stones by the sack just to hold it. And then a shadow came over the peak. There was something in the cloud. You could see scale through it. Green, and enormous, and moving. Heavens, somebody said. What law did the Crimson Heart sect break? That was the exact moment I stopped planning to defend anything. A head came out of the cloud and it was the size of a hill with eyes like 2 lakes. It hummed. That was all. One low note, and the mountain protection array came apart like wet paper. I already had my route. Sword in one hand, spear in the other, straight through the flank of the horde and down, and I want to note how strange it felt, because I had spent 15 years in that sect being a mediocrity, and against demons I was a wall with fists. Well, this is easy. To a human, I was a spirit-gathering nobody. To them, I was 100 times. And then I saw Guang Han. He was in front of the library, holding a doorway against a crowd, and he was going to lose. The text stopped and gave me 3 options. Save him, run, or loot the sect in the confusion. I picked saving him immediately, and I said something noble out loud about how I could never rob a sect in its hour of need. Look, I almost convinced myself. Weapons and resources do not come out of a simulation. Only 3 things come out: memory, cultivation, and technique. Guang Han was guarding the library. Saving him and getting the collection were the same physical action. I went through the horde on rocket step like a cart through a market. At this moment, the text said, and I have never agreed with it more, you are not their biological father. You are their living father. I could not break their defenses efficiently. They could not scratch me at all. So it was simply a matter of how long I felt like being there. Guang Han saw me coming and something came back into his face. Young friend Lin Dao, don't worry about me. Take our techniques out and protect them. The future of the Crimson Heart sect depends on you. He gestured, and a wooden case came skidding across the flagstones to my feet. And instantly, from 3 directions, sect disciples started running at it. Don't worry, Elder. Leave the techniques to me, fellow travelers. Wonderful. I kicked several demons into their path, which knocked all of them down at once, and strapped the case to my back. Elder, I won't leave you. Guang Han smiled at me. He was completely calm. I'm old. The Crimson Heart sect raised me my whole life. Now they're in trouble and I'm willing to go with them. Go, Lin Dao. I only hope that one day, when the people of this sect come looking for you, you give them back what they need to begin again. I bowed to him properly. Then I ran, and I want to be truthful. I ran with tears on my face and a case of stolen books on my back, and both of those things were completely sincere. Going down the mountain, my nose lit up. Treasure, an enormous one, directly above me, the thing in the cloud, which told me something about the world. There are no truly powerful demons in the Central Plains, because this is human territory, and nobody lets a thing like that grow up in the garden. Whenever one appears, somebody terrifying comes and removes it. So the tide swarming that mountain was ordinary stock, the kind that can bully a second-rate sect, and the thing in the sky had not come from here at all. Halfway down, a disciple grabbed at the case on my back. Senior Brother Chen, the techniques are too heavy. Let me carry some. Get lost. Lin Dao, your hair isn't even red. How dare you carry our advanced techniques out? My heart is red. And then the sky tore open. A sword came across the horizon. Not a man with a sword. A sword, the size of a bridge, and the clouds went out of its way, and the light under it went white, and there was a figure standing on it. Azure Dragon, why are you making trouble in the Central Plains? Do you intend to disregard the treaty between our two races? And the thing in the cloud, seeing the swordsman arrive, did one thing before it dealt with him. It removed the top of the mountain. The peak of the Crimson Heart sect went flat, dozens of meters gone in a single motion, with the founding ancestor still standing on it. I was already at the bottom of the slope, and the wave still picked me up and threw me several hundred meters, and I hit two things on the way. That is insanely strong. And then it answered, and its voice made the air itself shake with every word. He Ching, I am not disregarding the agreement. Your human race crossed the line. I am saving myself, and I am saving you. Then a sword and a great deal of green scale went up above the clouds together and stopped being my problem. I sat in a field and opened the case. 20 techniques, 14 mid-grade, and every one of them the best of the mid-grade, and 6 advanced. I remembered Gao Ming saying that for an ordinary martial artist, obtaining a single advanced technique is the opportunity of a lifetime. 6, and 2 of the 6 were an outer and an inner art, which meant I could replace my entire foundation with something better and cultivate faster forever. Can't carry these around, I said. I'll memorize them, then bury the originals and let fate sort it out. So I did. I stayed in a small town called East Pond for a year and read. I replaced my outer art with the Crimson Heart sect's advanced version, which burns your own body force in combat and puts fire on every strike and makes you very hard to hurt with heat. It also turns your hair red. Within a month, I had a red streak in my fringe. Sect branding is very literal, and I replaced my inner art with an advanced pure yang technique, which meant my breath came out heavy and hot, made me almost immune to ordinary illness, and quietly extended my life. 16th year, age 33, and it was in East Pond that the nose went off again. Treasure, outside the town, close. I followed it into the woods, and I want to note that I was extremely cautious about it because in my experience, smelling a treasure and obtaining a treasure are two entirely separate activities that happen to different people. There were 2 men in the trees ahead of me in light armor, one tall and thin, one short and wide. Brother Gao, the princess has taken the love flower poison. If she doesn't get the antidote tonight, she dies. It's your fault. You were supposed to watch her. The princess is too clever. She fooled me again. Never mind that now. The antidote's what matters. The only antidote is yang energy, and you and I watched that girl grow up. We would die before we did such a thing. Then I'll go into town and grab a man. And if she goes to a foreign marriage in that condition, how do we explain it? What time do you think it is? Is the princess's life not the important thing? Fine. There's a man nearby, young, presentable. It won't be too bad for her. I had already turned to leave, and I stopped. There's a man nearby. I looked up, and they were 5 paces in front of me. Yes, the tall one said pleasantly. You! The short one picked me up and the world became a smear, and then I was in a cave, and I want to note the speed because it was faster than the founding ancestor of a sect. There was a woman on the floor of that cave, and she was in a very bad way, and even like that she was the most beautiful thing I have ever seen with my own eyes. Not attractive. Beautiful in a way that is structurally unfair. Hey, I said, handsome fellows, why have you brought me here? You heard all of it. We need your help. And afterward, nothing happened today. Is she a princess? Genuinely. Will I still be alive afterward? If you don't draw your sword to help, said the short one, you certainly won't be alive now. Look, I had gone out that night to take a walk, and I ended up on the floor of a cave with 2 men above the level of any human being I had met, being informed that I was a doctor, which is what I decided to be, because there is another way to move yang energy into a body, and it is not a pleasant one, and it takes hours, and both of her guards stood there and watched me do it with their hands on their weapons the entire time, palm to palm, then the meridians in order. The advanced pure yang art I had learned 3 months earlier, running through somebody else's channels against a poison that was trying to cook her from the inside all night, with 2 men at spirit condensation standing over me discussing what they would do if I stopped. By dawn she was breathing normally, and I could not feel my hands. Her name was Xia Lian. She had been given the title Princess Baihua by the Emperor, and she was passing through on her way to a marriage alliance with the king of the Dashi kingdom. She had not wanted to go. She had gotten out of the wedding column by a trick and been recaptured, and then found what she believed was a poisonous plant and eaten it on purpose. She had picked the wrong flower, 2 plants that look identical. One kills you, and one very much does not. I sat against the cave wall with my hands shaking from exhaustion and did the arithmetic. A princess sent south for a political marriage. In the second run, after the border army died, the court had bought peace by ceding land and sending a princess to the Dashi king. This one, right here. So she really is the most beautiful woman in the 5 regions, I said out loud to nobody in a cave. Even I can't look away, tisk. She blinked at me. You want to ask me something? I said. She thought about it and didn't. You want me to take you away. But you're no match for Uncle Hua and Uncle Sue. Maybe next time. She had absolutely no idea what to do with that sentence. Then her guards came in, and the short one hit me without a word, and a voice went across that cave like a whip. Stop! Every trace of the frightened girl was gone. Princess, we cannot show mercy. This concerns the dignity of the royal house. This one cannot be allowed to live. And Xiaolian sat up on a stone ledge in a cave, with her hair down, and became somebody else entirely. The dignity of the royal house? A royal house that trades women for peace. What dignity is left? Are we not already a joke to the whole world? The tall one bowed. Princess, this is not the time to discuss politics. If word of tonight gets out, your life in the southern frontier is in danger. Word of what? He kept me alive. Say the other thing out loud and see how it sounds. Nobody said it out loud. I lived entirely because she decided I would, but I was not staying, because those two had agreed with their mouths and I did not believe their faces, and a princess cannot supervise her own guards forever. At the parting she looked at me for slightly too long. After this, I don't know when we will meet again. It won't be long, which for me meant the next run. For her, it meant an entire life. 17th year, age 34. I put my fighting abilities back on and rode for Hongtong County, and I got there early because I was not going to be late for the most important appointment of that lifetime. Lao Feng's family graves are on a slope outside the town. I came up through the trees and he was already there, on his knees in front of 3 stones, crying. 15 years before I met him, 25 years old, a soldier home on nothing, looking at what the county had done to his family while he was away. Father, mother, sister, look at the state of you, this damned world, and his father's grave exploded. Black smoke came up out of it in a shape like an auspicious cloud, and Lao Feng went straight down on his backside. Grandpa, the ancestral grave is smoking, and what came up out of the ground was not his father. It was a white banner on a bamboo pole, and the banner spoke, Oh, Fang Qing, sorrowing son of Fang the Eighth, do you yearn for power? Lao Fang's brain stopped working entirely. It had to ask him twice, and then I watched it happen. I watched a man's face change while he was still sitting in the dirt. I watched the idea arrive. This is it. This is the legendary opportunity. It came for me, at my age, from a family like mine. I want power. I want to break the injustice and the darkness of this world. I want everyone who ever pushed me down to be afraid. Oh, my friend, you are a true warrior. Then come. Take this power from the abyss and from nightmares. There is a small price. What does that matter? And his old hand went out for the pole, and a younger hand closed around his wrist. Friend, I said, this opportunity is too big for you to hold. He turned around and looked at me, and his eyes were already not his own. Who are you? Mind your own business and get out of my way. Step 9 of body refining against layer 8 of spirit gathering. I put him out with one punch and moved him aside with my foot, and I was extremely careful about how hard I hit him because I liked that man for 15 years, and none of this was his fault yet, and the banner did not hesitate for even a moment. Oh, brave warrior, do you crave power? I looked at it. Oh, my friend, do you long to shatter the darkness and injustice of this world? Do you want those who bully you too? There is a line in my gold ability that says you cannot be tempted or influenced by another race in any way, and whatever was talking out of that cloth, it was not a person. So the sales pitch went into me and came out the other side and left absolutely nothing behind. The banner noticed. You could hear it notice. I pulled it out of the grave and started hitting it, trying to seduce me, trying to control me, trying to use me. Hey, brave warrior, hero, handsome, why are you being so serious? Do you want to be friends? I'll beat you into shape first, then you'll serve properly. And there was a crack, and the pole broke in half. Oh, come on, I said. What kind of shoddy counterfeit? The smoke did not disperse. Instead, a sphere of dark light came out of the wreckage and hung in the air. Damn it, I finally found a clean white banner. Where am I going to find a vessel that fits me that well now? I stood in a graveyard holding half a bamboo pole. Hold on, what's going on with you? Aren't you the 10,000 souls banner? Why can you talk? Why don't you have a body? Nonsense. I am an immortal artifact spirit. I exist perfectly well without a body. It just gets weaker and weaker, which is why I need to find a scapegoat. No, sorry, a kindred spirit to help each other. Please stop insulting my noble character with that look. Here is what it actually was, once I had it talking. It was a spirit. Its true body had been destroyed a very long time ago, in a fight it did not want to describe, and the destruction had shredded its memory along with it. It could inhabit any object and keep functioning, but the closer the object was to the original in form and quality, the more of itself it could use. And it was an immortal artifact, which sits above heaven rank, which sits above earth rank, which sits above everything a normal person ever sees. I'm willing to take you as my master, it announced. But let's be clear first. You cannot turn on me. No shortening my life. No draining me. Nonsense. Where do these rumors come from? How could I, the 10,000 Souls banner, treat a master like that? If that got out, what would the other immortal artifacts think of me? Would I have a face left? Answer me. I told it what had happened to one of its previous masters as a story I had heard. Ah, that. It sounded almost embarrassed. I don't know which owner you mean, but I can tell you what happened. He was in a hurry. He had me refine part of his own root soul for a fast return. It works. It also burns your life and hollows out your foundation. Besides that, are there other ways to raise my cultivation? Simple. Kill. Kill indiscriminately. Fresh lives, souls before they scatter. Give me those delicious souls. Then I refine them and we split the power 30-70. You improve, I repair, we grow together. 30-70 sounds unfair to me. Hey hey. You're the 3, I'm the 7. 50-50. 30-70. 50-50. 30-70. 30-70. 50-50. Done. Then I said the thing I had been building toward for a year. By the way, how about demons? Killing demons is such a hassle. Mortals are made of paper, and you're a martial artist. You can do those easily. Then it's settled. From today, you and I put down demons and monsters and every evil thing in the world. I picked a torn black funeral banner off a mass grave nearby and let it move in. Oh no, brother, this thing is old and broken. Make do. I'll find you a proper body later. Brother, you're such a good friend. My resources are limited, probably a low-end mid-grade. How can resources be limited? Go and rob someone. Your approach to problem solving is genuinely unusual, and I want to record the exchange that became the constant background noise of the next 40 years of my life because we had it on day one. Have you forgotten that you just told me to go and kill and rob? Did I say that? All right. I've reformed. For the first hunt, I picked the softest fruit on the tree because presence of demon trace tells you how strong a thing is by how thick the smoke is, and I am not a brave man, I am a thorough one. There was a mountain god temple in a village in Hongtong County. The whole village was in it, praying, some for children, some for marriages, most for weather. And then they put a baby down under the idol. It started crying, the way they do when the warmth goes away, and nobody in that building reacted at all. Not one person. They had done this before. The statue's eyes lit up, and the child rose off the floor and drifted into its stone arms. Ah, the mountain god has accepted our offering. Every prayer will be granted. Wonderful, wonderful. Next year will be another good harvest. And I walked in through the doors with a spear. Let go of that child. I did not negotiate. I put the spear through the statue and it came apart, and I caught the baby on the way down, and it stopped crying immediately and started laughing at me, which was frankly unearned. The village turned around as one animal. Where did this madman come from? He's offended the mountain god. Throw him out. Give us back our offering. Fools, I said. There has never been a savior. There is no god and no emperor coming. If you want a good life, you build it yourselves. I very nearly sang it. Then a cold wind came through the doors and something sat down on the broken pedestal inside a cloud of white mist and holy light. You audacious wretch, you have destroyed my sacred image. Do you understand your crime? The village went down on their faces so fast it sounded like rain. Mountain god, mercy. It was this outsider. We of this village have always honored you. And I stood there holding a baby and looking at the single filthiest column of demon smoke I had seen in my life. Cheap tricks. I blew the mist off it. Underneath the holy light was a gray wolf with one eye, thin as a fence post, mangy across the shoulders. The village made a noise I still think about. That is the mountain god? There is no mountain god, it's a wolf demon. It came at me then, and it had the humiliation of an entire village behind it, and it went at me with everything it had. I stood there with a baby on one arm and did not move, and at one point I reached over and touched the child's nose to make it laugh. 100 times body force out, 100-fold reduction in. Useless, I said. Is spitting on me the whole plan? The wolf stopped. It had torn my shirt. That was the total damage. Then I put the spear through it and lifted it off the ground, and the thing an entire village had knelt to for a generation went up in the air in front of them, and they knelt to me instead. A god has come down. Is there nothing in your heads except gods? I gave the baby back. I told them that if they ever put another child under a statue, I would come back and flood their fields, which is not a thing I can do, and they believed it completely, which tells you everything about how that village had been governed. Then I shut the temple doors, took out a torn black funeral banner, and collected my first demon soul. Is that enough? I don't feel any stronger. It can't be that fast, brother. Refining takes time, and that is one soul. Look at those villagers out there. Ignorant, wasting food by being alive. Kill them all. Don't drag me into that. Suit yourself. A pause. Although I'll note that demon souls are stronger and refined better than mortal ones. Damn it. How did none of my previous masters work that out? Bunch of idiots. Because mortals are easier to bully. Whereas for me, with that gold ability, it was the demons that were easy to bully. Which is the entire joke of the next 40 years. 18th year. Then 19, 20, 21, 22. I want to give you those 5 years properly because they are the years that built the man. I walk the central plains following demon smoke. Layer 9 of spirit gathering, then 10, then 11, then 12, and layer 12 is all 12 meridians full, which puts you against the next wall. Horns, scales, claws, and hides sell extremely well in a martial artist market where nobody uses silver and everything is priced in spirit stones. I funded my entire cultivation off the corpses. The advanced outer art kept turning my hair red, more of it every year, and there is no hiding that. So people started calling me something, the red-haired demon slayer, which people shortened, immediately and universally, to redhead. That sounds awful. It did not matter what I thought. I would put down something in a village and the entire village would start shouting redhead, redhead, and I would wave awkwardly and leave. The great redhead hero, fears no demon, kills the thing, takes no reward, doesn't even stay for a meal. I did not stay for a meal because I was embarrassed, but the legend recorded it as humility, and I have decided to let that stand. Humans though, humans were consistently more dangerous than the demons. I sold in a different market every time, and I still got noticed, and one night on a road, 5 martial artists were standing across it. I recognized all 5. Photographic memory does not forget a man who stood next to you at a stall. Redhead, a moment. Advice, gentlemen? Spirit stones are hard to earn. I thought I might borrow some. You just cleared 500 low grade on 1 golden bullhorn. We're all loose cultivators here. We won't be difficult. 8 or 900 will do. And you've sold a lot without ever carrying a bag. So you've got a storage artifact. Hand that over too. I sat on my horse with my arms folded and laughed. So it's robbery. Robbery sounds so ugly. It's a loan. I'll pay you back after you die. All right, I'll lend it to you. After you die. Their faces changed. You won't listen to reason, so take the consequences. 3 of the 5 of us are soul tempering. Let's see you handle that. 3 soul tempering loose cultivators is genuinely impressive. Loose cultivators do not usually get that far. I checked that the road was empty in both directions, then I turned my hand over and the banner was in it. The cloth was black now, and it smoked, and the wind came up off the ground for no reason at all. What is that? They did not recognize it. They were not well read, but something older than their education told all 5 of them to be somewhere else. All demons, kill them. Dozens of demon souls came out of that cloth at once, screaming. 2 of them wet themselves. I want that recorded. Here is the mechanic, since it matters later. The banner does 2 different things to a soul. It can transform one, which means melting it down into raw power, half for me and half for it. Or it can refine one, which means keeping it whole and training it into a servant that fights on command and still remembers everything it could do when it was alive. Strong demons get refined, weak ones get transformed, so the strength of that banner does not add up, it compounds. Every fight makes the next fight easier, which is precisely why a man like Lao Fang with one of these can empty a city. I put all 5 of them on the cloth. Let us out, you filthy demonic cultivator. 5 loyal fans have donated martial artist souls. I am Redhead. You're welcome. I thought you hated being called Redhead. I did not need you to point that out. There was also the arrangement about storage, which is where our permanent argument came from, because the banner will hold things for you. I put in 500. 450. You stole 50 spirit stones. Ha! How could that be? I am a dignified immortal artifact. Why would I steal from a piece of trash like you? That conversation happened, with minor variation, several hundred times over the next 40 years. 23rd year, age 40, I went to Divine Weapon City to get the banner a proper body. That city exists because a long time ago, one master smith settled there. People came to learn from him. Others came to commission work. The traffic built a village, the village built a town, and the smiths eventually organized into the Divine Weapon Pavilion, which is now one of the 8 great sects of the 5 regions, and holds the authority to police every forge in the world because somebody has to make sure nobody builds a demonic weapon, which was a problem, since I was there to build a demonic weapon. The banner solved it by drawing up a blueprint that was deliberately wrong, close enough to work, different enough that nobody would recognize the original. The shop I could afford was a second-tier operation, and the apprentice looked at my drawings for a long time. And this is called? Devil Conquering Flag. Uh-huh. He kept looking at it. Forging can fail, you understand. You've brought your own materials, 1 set. If it fails, do you give up or buy more from us? If it fails, do I get the forging fee back? Of course not. Then give me a moment. I left to accumulate more spirit stones, which the banner had opinions about. Hey, middle-aged man yearning for power. Short of spirit stones? There's a grove 10 li outside the city. Just squat in it and you'll have some by morning. I have an image to maintain now. An image. I am the red-haired demon slayer. People shouted at me in the street. And then there was the other wall, which the banner had been circling for a year, and which it finally got to say properly. I could not break into soul tempering. Soul tempering needs the third energy, and the third energy needs a mind art. And the only advanced mind art I had was one of the 6 from the library, called the Azure Flame Heart Sutra, and I had been staring at it for years without getting past the first page. Hey, middle-aged man stuck at his realm. Do you need my help? You're a schemer. Can you actually help me break through? Soul tempering. Soul tempering. Do you think that might be my professional field? Go on. The Myriad Souls Empowerment Formation. It laid out the requirements, and they were not modest. 1. 10,000 souls stored in the banner. Mortal souls. If demon souls, a few hundred is enough. 2. Somebody who can build a formation, and the banner would supply the design. 3. An enormous quantity of spirit stones because formations eat them, and this one eats them faster than most. 4. The banner itself needs a real body, mid-grade spirit artifact at the absolute minimum. A torn grave marker will not do. And then you sit inside it while several hundred souls are driven into you at once. And if your body survives that, the door to soul tempering opens. The real problem is your garbage root bone, it added. Otherwise none of this would be necessary. Then again, without me you'd never see soul tempering at all, so really, you should be grateful. I ignored the second half of that sentence for 4 decades. Spirit stones and souls are just work. A body is money. So the only genuinely hard piece is finding a formation master and binding him to this. That's the spirit. Kidnap one. It's please. The word is please. While I was in Divine Weapon City, my nose went off. Which was strange, because there was no demon smoke anywhere in that entire prefecture, and the smell was coming from outside the walls. I rode out to a waterfall, and standing in the falling water, upright, was a golden staff the size of a pillar holding up a roof. Is that the Rui Jingubang? Hey, friend? What exactly do you intend to do with the weapon my master gave me? There was a golden furred monkey sitting on a branch above me in a human shirt, swinging on a vine. Great sage? Haha. Friend, you look considerably older than me. Why are you calling me a big brother? And on the branch behind him was a second monkey, red-furred, with 4 eyes and 6 ears, hiding behind the trunk and not looking at me. 2 talking monkeys, obviously demons, except neither of them had one thread of demon smoke on them. Not one. The gold one waved his hand and the enormous staff shrank down and flew into his ear. There, all clean. They had been washing their weapons in the waterfall. The gold one came down and walked around me a few times, and he barely came up to my armpit, and his eyes were doing something I did not like at all. Friend, there's something sinister about you. I very nearly pulled out the banner to have a word with it about the phrase "nobody can detect me." However, he went on, you have no evil intent. You haven't killed innocents. I let out a long breath. He slapped his thigh, delighted. Ha ha ha, did I frighten you? Don't worry, I know who you are, the red-haired demon slayer. Are you here to kill me today? Brother monkey, you joke. I can see at a glance you're a good monkey. I only remove wicked demons, not good ones. Ah, good men. Monkeys. Frightened you again? All right. If you want demons, go far away. My brother and I have cleared this entire prefecture, which explained the total absence of smoke, and also explained why they were relaxed enough to be washing a divine weapon in a waterfall in the middle of the afternoon. They were also, and I did not expect this at all, enormously friendly. I said goodbye 3 times, and they kept catching up to give me wild fruit. The fruit was terrible, sour and gritty and full of seeds. Why aren't you eating? Is it not good? Delicious. Delicious. You have to give people face when you are out in the world. When they finally stopped following me, I took the banner out and gave it a beating. Anyone who can casually detect my existence doesn't deserve the name Immortal Artifact. Who said that? Who said that? Answer me. How is this my fault? Those 2 were a fire-eyed golden monkey and a 4-eyed spirit monkey. Both born of heaven and earth. They are not casual. Not long after that, I followed a heavy trail to a mountain village and found a tiger demon in it. And I was going to be efficient about it because the smoke had read as soul tempering, 1 realm above me, which with the banner and the gold ability is a fight I win. Except the village was still happening when I arrived. People running in every direction and something moving faster than any of them, catching whoever it caught. Old, young, it did not matter. I have seen that shape of thing before, from inside it in a village called Luading. You piece of filth. I let out several hundred demon souls at once, and it did not work. A tiger is a mountain lord, and a tiger is pure yang by nature, and being an evil animal does not change what its nature is. It put its head back and roared once, and a dozen of my weaker souls came apart in the air. Banner, do you have anything else? I do, but this body is too weak for you to use it. Fine, then I'll do it myself. Sword out, fire art up, pure yang inner art up. Two suns hitting each other in a burning village, and something was wrong. I was under pressure. Actual pressure, for the first time in 5 years. I looked at the smoke again. It was not the smoke I had tracked on the road. It had thickened. It had changed color. Golden body realm. It had broken through. That week, probably that hour. That is why it had been going through that village without any caution at all, because a thing about to cross a wall stops caring what it eats. 2 realms above me. With the gold ability, it could not kill me. That was not in question. 100-fold reduction is 100-fold reduction, but I could not kill it either, and it had no intention of letting me leave. Where did this trash come from, nearly ruining my breakthrough? Since you love exercising demons so much, come inside my stomach and exercise from there. Banner, ideas. Don't panic. I've prepared a first-class suite for you. You can move in the moment you die. And then a golden staff came out of the sky. The sound was the loudest thing I have ever been near. The ground jumped. The sky changed color. And the tiger demon, golden body and all, stopped being a shape. The staff stood in the earth afterward like a pillar, and it was oddly comforting. Something small and quick landed on top of it. Hey, my good friend, we meet again. What a coincidence. Are you following me? Ha 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 ha. Then forgive me. My brother and I had no choice. We had to be sure about our master and about the people of the prefecture. So they had followed me across 2 prefectures, and nobody else had come. Which meant they had not told anyone, which meant those 2 monkeys had spent weeks personally verifying a stranger instead of reporting a demonic weapon. That said, we did offend you. Let me do you a small favor. He knew I had been fighting a mind art and getting nowhere. We sat down on a hillside beside a dead tiger and a golden staff, and a monkey explained the Azure Flame Heart Sutra to me for a few hours. The thing I had not moved in 3 years opened up that afternoon. That is what a teacher is. That is the entire difference. Everybody in that world guards technique like gold, and the actual scarcity is not the book. It is one afternoon on a hillside with somebody who already understands it. 5 more years went past. Demons, souls, materials, spirit stones. My technique levels climbed even while my realm did not. 28th year. Age 45. Purple, called sudden inspiration, which occasionally hands you a flash of understanding. Useful. No room. By then I had the materials, the stones, and enough saved for a serious commission, and I went back to Divine Weapons City and paid a genuinely skilled old master to forge the banner a body. He failed once, then he made it. An advanced grade spirit artifact in the shape of a black banner, which came out of the quench, smoking gently, and did not stop. The old smith stood there looking at it for a while. That's normal, I told him. The banner was insufferable for a week. Ah, you old warrior, with your diligence and courage you have given me a new body. Do not grieve for the wealth it cost. I shall use this body to reclaim everything you have lost. Stop overacting. Then Nanyang Prefecture, 1 province over, for the formation master. His name was Yun Shu, and I had met him on the road 2 years earlier. Same age as me. Mid-tier root bone, which is a real one, and stuck at layer 12 of spirit gathering anyway, which I found comforting, in a way I am not proud of. Everybody has a wall. Some men get over theirs, and some men die at the bottom of it, and the root bone is not the whole story. Brother Mo, I need a formation built. It's for my breakthrough. Successful or not, I've set aside payment. Ha ha ha, Brother Chen, don't insult me with talk of payment. A formation is a small favor between friends. Do you have the design? Let me look. I'll set it up immediately. I handed him the Myriad Souls Empowerment design. He looked at it. He looked up. Brother Chen, let's discuss payment. He dug trenches in a hillside for 4 days, and I helped, and on the 5th, he climbed out of one covered in mud from the eyebrows down like a man who had been under a cart. Right, it's running. Startup successful, all channels lit, stone consumption normal, no explosions, no shutdowns, every function correct. He was a self-taught man who had learned formations off one textbook he found and refined it on paying customers, and he was cheap, and I gave him his money and he left without asking a single question about why a man needed several hundred demon souls and a soul infusion array on a hillside. That is a professional. In that world, curiosity is the leading cause of death. Then we did it. The banner came off my hand and covered half the hilltop like fog out of somewhere unpleasant, and every demon soul I had collected in a decade, more than 300 of them, came out at once. They tried to leave. The formation would not let them. Spirit stones started burning at a rate that I could hear. Lindao, ready? This might hurt a little. Come on, I'm not afraid of dying. Why would I be afraid of this? and then several hundred souls went into me through the 7 openings of my head at the same time. Ow, ow, that hurts. That hurts so much. I can't take this. The technical description is that you are pouring 1 full measure into a container that holds half a measure. Under any normal circumstances you burst. I did not burst because the formation held my body and my soul together while it happened, which meant I stayed alive and conscious for an entire night. Outside the simulation, I sat in my sister's spare room with my face screwed up. A miscalculation. We should have brought pain resistance of a super beast. And then I sat back and looked at what I was watching, honestly, for the first time. Everything. Every single thing. 62 years of being poor and losing a family. 39 years of walking to a war and back. All the pills, all the residue, all the walls, and now a hillside with a man screaming on it. The simulated me carried every hour of it, and I sat in a chair and pressed buttons. Brother, I said out loud, and then, it feels genuinely strange to call yourself brother. Brother, hang on, next year I'll give you swimming dragon plays with Phoenix. Strong middle-aged man, the banner announced from somewhere in the smoke. Without enduring the bitter cold, how can the plum blossom send out its fragrance, undaunted by 1,000 trials? Stop reciting poetry. That thing watched me suffer all night and commented on it. If it had owned a phone, it would have posted the whole thing. By late that night, the screaming stopped. My clothes had gone through wet and dry so many times I burned them off with a slap and walked down to a stream and got in the water. Soul tempering. First layer, 9 slots now, and the chart moved again. White 69, green 20, purple 8, gold 2, prismatic 1 in 500. Soul tempering is exactly what the name says. You temper the 3 souls and the 7 spirits that a person is made of, one at a time, and each one finished is a layer, and there are 10. And the process itself makes you smarter and quicker to understand things, which is the first time in that entire world I had encountered a realm that improves the man rather than the weapon. That completes a martial artist. Body, breath, soul, all 3 running and all 3 feeding each other. Before that, whatever you are not finished. 29th year, age 46, gold, 2nd gold of my life, mortal bone. If you have only a low-tier root bone, no special constitution, and have never had your body reforged by a treasure of heaven and earth, then your comprehension of divine ability is not restricted by the rules of heaven and earth, and your understanding of divine ability is increased tenfold. I read it 4 times. Comprehend divine ability. What is divine ability? There was no answer. Nobody I asked had heard the phrase. It was not in any of the 20 techniques I had memorized. It was not in the Crimson Heart Sex library. It was an ability that only functions for a man with garbage talent, and it referred to something that, as far as the entire 5 regions were concerned, did not exist. So I filed it, and I have thought about it approximately once a week ever since. 30th year, age 47, and the banner was empty, and I needed several hundred more souls, and the Central Plains do not have them. Demons here are few, and they hide, because a demon-slaying office will find them. So I decided to go east, and on the way, I passed through my own county. Zhang Yumei was alive. Of course she was. In this timeline, Lao Feng never got that banner, so the man who came to White Cloud County when I was 40 came instead as an old soldier with white hair and a normal life. You do not usually get to see what your interference actually did. I got to stand in a doorway and look at it. Pang Dun was still working at the inn, still round, still well-dressed, which told me everything about how the owner had treated him for 30 years. I gave her money, and I gave her a warning. I've come up from the south. Things down there are not calm. If war comes north and you hear anything strange, go further north. Don't wait. Then I went to my sister's house, and strangers were living in it. They told me the previous owner had sold it because money got difficult, and they did not know where she went. So I walked into the county office. I was going to demonstrate a little soul tempering in order to speed things along, because in that world, respect scales with power, and it saves everybody time. The magistrate took one look at my hair. Could it be the red-haired demon slayer? Hearing your street name from a government official is like hearing somebody shout your handle in a market. Ahem, that's right. Heavens, we've heard of the great redhead even here. They say you clear 300 demons a year, more than the offices manage. It's in the court gazette. His Majesty asked the demon-slaying ministry why, if a private individual can be that efficient, the local offices only report a handful of cases a year. I had not realized I was a policy problem. They found my sister in the registry in about a minute. Madame Lin Hua sold the courtyard she inherited from Gao Ming 5 years ago. She lives with her daughter in Huowang village. Inherited from Gao Ming. What happened to Gao Ming this time? And the magistrate pushed his clerk out of the way and told me himself because he wanted very badly to be helpful to me. That I do know. About 10 years ago, a few months after I took the post. Two martial artists came flying through the air over White Cloud County and landed at Gao Ming's house. Flying, not leaping. Nobody in that county had ever seen it. They talked to him for a while, and nobody could get within 500 paces of that courtyard to hear a word of it. And then somebody saw Gao Ming leave with them, into the sky. Which way did they go? Into the sky. Which direction? Into the sky. I asked 3 more times and got the same answer, and eventually accepted it. Outside the simulation, I sat in a small room in my sister's house, 4 paces from my brother-in-law, who was at that moment complaining loudly to my sister about somebody at the office, and I stared at the wall. Is my brother-in-law a god? The magistrate then insisted on escorting me to Huowang village personally with 50 constables and a drum and gong troupe because he had decided I was a hometown hero returning in glory. I let him. Not because I enjoy parades, because I was about to leave forever and my sister was not, and a woman in a village is much safer if the county magistrate is personally invested in her family. We arrived to find a village being worked over by a landlord's men. Rent collection, done publicly, with sticks, so everyone learns. Afterward, they empty the house. Sometimes they take the children. And among the people on the ground being made an example of were an old woman and a young one who looked exactly like my sister had looked at 20. The magistrate looked at my face and moved very fast. Great redhead, one moment, leave this to me. He lifted his own robes and started giving orders. Arrest these thugs for oppressing the people, send them to the army. And the thugs did not even flinch because their master had an arrangement with the office and they said so. Isn't this the upright and impartial magistrate? What brings you out here? No matter who comes today, it makes no difference. 50 constables went in, and then he went over and helped my sister up himself with his own hands and brought her to me. 30 years. She looked at me for about a second and a half. 5th brother, how have you been all these years? She was thin in a way that has nothing to do with food. Her hands were wrecked. Her eyes had gone out. Everybody in that lane felt the wind move. Nobody saw me do it. At my level, an ordinary person cannot. There was a run of small sounds, one after another, and every man who had touched my sister and my niece went down with his arms and legs broken. Not all of them. I left each man 1 arm and 1 leg. Death is too generous for a village bully. I wanted them to spend the rest of their lives finding out what the bottom looks like from underneath. Not one villager showed them any pity. The fact that nobody cheered out loud was, honestly, good manners, and the magistrate understood exactly what had happened and turned around and shouted at his own constables. What is wrong with you? Be careful when you make arrests. How did their arms and legs get broken? How are they supposed to serve in the army now? Terribly sorry, Excellency. Our error. These men can't be conscripted. We'll have to exile them to the Beggars Guild instead. That's a good suggestion. Do that. Superiors set the tone. His subordinates read a room like professionals. Then my sister took me to where she lived, which was a hut at the end of the village that leaked in 2 directions and that I initially mistook for a cattle shed. After your brother-in-law was taken, GR and I depended on each other. 5 years ago, landlord Zhang from the county town had decided he wanted my niece. He was past 60. He beat the wives and concubines he already had. She said no, so he sent men to harass them every 2nd or 3rd day. She did handicrafts at a stall to earn a little, and he had the stall smashed and then demanded compensation for the damage. When it became impossible, they sold Gao Ming's ancestral courtyard cheap and moved to a village to get out of his reach. So he bought the village, all of the land. Every family in it became his tenant, and most of what they grew went to him. And if you could not pay, he emptied your house and had you beaten in the lane. Which is how a demon-slaying officer's wife and daughter ended up in a cattle shed. The magistrate was standing right there listening to this, sweating. Magistrate Chen, we share a surname. Look at the people in your jurisdiction. Do you think this has nothing to do with you? He wiped his forehead. Great hero. You don't know. This landlord Zhang has connections in the capital. His elder sister is a concubine in Prince Day's household. That's why he behaves like this out here. A concubine? Anyone listening would think she was a princess. Yes, concubines have no standing in a prince's household, but it is still a prince's household. Even I have to be polite. I used an ability I had drawn a while back, which lets you check 1 person a day and tells you whether they are, in a very simple sense, good or bad. The magistrate came up good, and careful, which is most good men. That was all I needed, because it meant that when something happened to landlord Zhang, this particular magistrate would find the file too difficult and put it at the bottom. Magistrate Chen, you can go back to your duties. He went, and I sat down with my sister and finally got the rest of it. The 2 old men who came out of the sky said they were elders of the Shen family and that they had come to take her husband home. Take him home? I said. He had a home. He left his wife and daughter and went? 5th brother, don't talk about your brother-in-law like that. Two strangers had landed in his courtyard and told him he was descended from an ancient family with tens of thousands of years behind it. He had not believed them either. And even believing it, he had not wanted to go. They were not offering. They were collecting. They told him it was an enormous opportunity, that with it, even a man of his poor talent might one day pass spirit condensation and stand at the top of the martial world. How did they decide he was theirs? By the technique. Anyone who can cultivate the true Yang incantation is of the Shen family. An outsider cannot cultivate the Shen family's inherited arts at all. That is the test. That is the whole test. I sat very still in a hut in a village. Because I can cultivate the true Yang incantation, I have cultivated it in 2 separate lifetimes. I am not a Shen. What kind of bug is that? He had asked to bring his wife and daughter. He was told his standing within the family was too low to bring outsiders in from the region. Outside the region? Inside the region? They said the Shen family doesn't live on this land of the 5 regions at all. They live in the sky, in the star domain. I want to be precise about my reaction, because it was not awe. It was appetite. 2 men fly down out of the sky, identify a man by a technique, and remove him to a place above the world, where an ancient family has been sitting for longer than the empire has existed, and in the next run, I could be standing in that courtyard first. The tide rises on the Qiantang River, I said out loud, in a hut to my sister, who had no idea what I was talking about, and only today do I truly realize I am Gao Ming. I gave her enough money to buy a proper house in the county town and hire people to run it, and she tried to refuse it. 5th brother, this is too much. 3rd sister can't take this. It's your hard-earned. It wasn't hard-earned. It was ill-gotten, and I'm returning it to the people. That night, at Landlord Zhang's residence in the county town, an unidentified martial artist of the demonic path in a mask, carrying 2 kitchen knives, went in the front gate and came out the back, then back in the back gate and out the front, 7 times. In the morning, the county office found a line written on the inner wall of that house. The killer speaks for the people. Oppose land seizure. Down with all reactionary bureaucratic landlords. The county talked about that for a year. I also left my niece a set of equipment and taught her the foundations myself for a few weeks because she had a high-grade root bone and nobody had ever told her. Then I went east, 31st year, soul tempering 2, then 3, and I crossed the Firmament Ridge, which is the longest and highest range in the 5 regions and the border between the Central Plains and the Eastern Wilderness, and which took everything I had. An ordinary man cannot cross it. It is not a matter of climbing skill. It is a wall the world put up. On the other side, there are no empires, no kingdoms in the south, no tribes in the north, just forest, all the way out, deeper and older than anything in the Central Plains. There are humans in the Eastern Wilderness, not many, and not weak ones. Sects settle there because the Eastern Wilderness has the richest veins in the world, and only a power strong enough to hold one against everything nearby bothers to try. Which is why the strongest sword sect in the 5 regions lives there. The limitless sword sect has stood in the Eastern Wilderness surrounded by demons for tens of thousands of years, and has been the first line between humanity and whatever comes out of the great wilderness that entire time, and everybody in the world respects them, including the people they have beaten. For me, personally, the Eastern Wilderness was a buffet. Demon smoke everywhere, nothing but targets. I could pick by strength, which is what I did, because a stronger demon makes a stronger soul. In 2 years, I took more souls than in the previous 6. 32nd year, age 50, soul tempering 4, and I want to record the only genuine complaint I had, which is that there was nobody out there to sell the materials to. And then I walked into a valley, cliffs on both sides, narrow, overgrown. One entrance, 3 meters wide. Spider sense started up the moment I was inside it. Wrong. This is wrong. What? A soul tempering demon is rare. If you see one, take it. Look at this terrain. It's built for an ambush. We're leaving. The entrance had 5 bull demons standing in it. There were eagles on the cliffs above, and out of the grass all around me, rat demons stood up, each one the size of a man, and from the back of the valley, 4 gray rats carried out a sedan chair with a golden furred rat sitting in it. Red-haired human, let's see where you run today. I did not expect you people to be this organized. And the Silver Scale Snake King came off his chair and screamed at me, and I want to report it accurately because it is the only time in that entire life that somebody put my own account in front of me. Nonsense. You treat us like rabbits to be flushed out. How many of my brothers have you killed in 2 years, and you don't even let them die? You lock our people's souls in that filthy rag and use them. You will not let them rest. I scratched my face. From where he was standing, I was the devil. That is simply true. That is the accurate description of what I had been doing in his country for 2 years. Then we fought anyway, because he was there to kill me, and I was there to survive, and being able to see the other side's reasoning has never once stopped a fight. 100 Ghost Night Parade. That is one of the moves the banner got with a proper body. Every soul at once, briefly solid, going forward like cavalry. The first rank of gray rats came apart under it, and pieces of them hit the silver scale Snake King in the face as he jumped clear. All of you, charge! Birds from above, bodies from the front, and things coming up out of the ground underneath, and I was completely surrounded from every direction at once. Which is when Alien Daddy runs at its absolute best, because the requirement is fighting spirit and there is nothing like being surrounded. Come on, let me show you the wrath of your father. I fought on a pile that got higher as the afternoon went on, and every demon that died went straight onto the cloth, which meant my side got bigger while theirs got smaller, and they kept coming. Brothers, charge. There'll be no peace until this one is gone. Don't fear death, cut a way through for our children. For the Silver Scale Snake King. We have to live. And I stood on top of that heap with my fist closing, because they were dying extremely well, and I am capable of noticing that about people who are trying to kill me. Then, it stopped being winnable. Golden body demons arrived, then Spirit C, and ginger is spicier. When old keeps a man's strength from declining with age, and it says nothing at all about a man's strength not running out inside a single afternoon. Even with a 100-fold reduction, a body has a limit on how many times it can move. And the only exit was 5 bull demons wide. The banner, from the ground beside me, offered its analysis. Brother, this isn't working. If you'd known it would end like this, you should have just given me your root soul. You absolute, and a voice came down off the cliff. Hey, demonic path, I've been watching you a while. You're only soul tempering. How are you giving them this much trouble? There was a young man lying half-propped on the cliff edge, in white, with one sword stuck in the rock beside him, and 2 more on his back. Brother, I carry this banner, but I am not of the demonic path. I'm a wandering demon slayer. I checked him with the ability that tells you good or bad, good, which does not mean he will help. A good man watching a demonic cultivator get what is coming to him is still a good man. He had been up there for a while. And he was walking around the eastern wilderness alone, which nobody weak does. The Silver Scale Snake King saw a second human arrive and immediately ordered everything he had left to finish me. Go! Kill him! I got my sword up with almost nothing behind it, and a sword came out of the air, slid under my feet, lifted me steadily, and carried me straight up out of that valley. A bird demon came after us. The sword under my feet trembled very slightly. Something left it that I could barely see, and every bird in the air was suddenly completely bald. Not cut. Not hurt, shaved, every feather off, and nothing else touched. Birds without feathers do not fly. They dropped out of the sky like fruit. We landed on a peak. Thank you, young brother. I will not forget it. Whether righteous or demonic, you're still human. He waved it off, and I looked at your banner. There are only demon souls in it, no human ones, so I can extend some credit. There had been human souls in it, Landlord Zhang, for one, and 5 men on a road. But they had all been transformed into raw power years ago, and there is no receipt. May I ask your name and your school? I should visit and thank you properly. I'm just an ordinary disciple of the Limitless Sword Sect. There's no need for formalities between martial artists. He talked like a man of 30, and he did not sound 30 at all. Young brother, your cultivation is clearly not low. Why didn't you simply kill them? There are agreements between humans and demons. I can't break the rules. It would give them an excuse to escalate. Agreements. When the Crimson Heart sect died, a man on a giant sword shouted about a treaty between 2 races at something the size of a hill. Speaking of which, he said, do you have some special constitution that counters demons? Even with that banner, handling that many, including several above your realm, is remarkable. I gave up. Yes, I have a special constitution. I call it the Demon Race Buster. He laughed. A Demon Race Buster. What a pity you only have a low-tier root bone. Reaching soul tempering at all is already difficult, and I doubt you'll go further in this life. He looked out over the trees. Otherwise, the balance between our 2 races might have come apart in your hands. Then he gave me a jade pendant. If you're ever finished, put breath into this. Anyone of my sect nearby will feel it and come. Outside the simulation, I sat up, because that changes the entire calculation of the next 40 years. If I cannot win, I can call, which means I can hunt things I have no business hunting. 41st year, age 59. 9 years in the eastern wilderness treating an entire continent as a soul farm. The demons in the regions I worked gave me a second name, and it is genuinely the one I like best. Demon Fearing Sorrow. Because the trouble with me was never that I was strong. It was that I could not be killed, and every single time they finally got me pinned, somebody from the Limitless Sword Sect turned up and took me away, and after a few years of that, the local demons were cursing my name in their sleep. The banner in an advanced body holds 3,000 demon souls. Mortals, hundreds of times more, which is where its name comes from. When it filled up, I would let it transform the whole load at once, and the power that came back pushed me up to the peak of soul tempering. And then the next wall. which is not like the others. Body refining, spirit gathering, and soul tempering are together called the early road. Golden body, spirit sea, and spirit condensation are the middle road. The step from the end of the early road to the start of the middle road stops geniuses. It stops men with perfect root bones and infinite backing. Don't panic, said the banner. There's a method. Go on. Ley lines. What? Why can you gather breath at all? Answer me. Because the world's energy is in the air. And where did the world's energy come from? Ley lines? Congratulations. You've learned to answer first. The proposition was that if I could get inside a ley line, it could draw the raw thing straight out of the earth and use it to break me through. Where are they? Legend says they move, so I don't know either. We'll have to look. Legend, you're not making this up? Nonsense. Would I, a dignified immortal artifact, lie to a mortal? So I became a man walking around the world sniffing for something that runs away, which is exactly as dignified as it sounds, and which the banner brought up every single day for the next 20 years. 42nd year, age 60. Green, and its effect was that when you hide in grass, you are theoretically invisible, meaning that if nobody looks at you, nobody sees you. I sat with that for a while. That's like being told that if you're alive, you aren't dead, and they made it green. I was 60 and in excellent condition, which was new. In the previous life, I had not made it to 60 at all, and I was standing by a river tidying myself up because I was going back to the Central Plains and I did not want to be mistaken for a monkey demon and removed when my nose went off. Treasure. Not the banner. Something else. Something enormous. And then the ground started shaking. I got up a rise and looked. Across the plain, moving in an absolutely straight line and going through everything in its path rather than around it, was a 9-headed beast with dragon horns and 4 hooves, pulling a golden chariot with people in it, and every one of those people was dressed like money. A 9-dragon carriage, that's showing off. Then a hum came out of the sky, very high, and I looked up. A bronze ship the size of a fortress went over me, and the deck was crowded, and not one of those people was ordinary. And then men started coming past who did not need either, just flying, under their own power, coming in from the Central Plains, from the north, from the south, all converging, every one of them advertising exactly how strong they were by the way they arrived. Whatever my nose had found, the entire world had found it too. An event this big, and I happened to be nearby, I said. It would be rude not to look. I did not need to follow the smell after that. I only had to follow the traffic. Then the horizon went white. A mushroom of pale fire went up ahead of us, and a shockwave picked me up off a hillside and threw me 1,000 meters. At 60, that is a bad landing. Fortunately, I came down on a crocodile demon that had been sunbathing. I'm your real father. 100 times body force applied by a falling man is enough to kill a crocodile demon and leave the man completely unharmed. Much obliged. I skinned it for a belt because I am not wasteful. Then the streaks started. Out of the center of the explosion, lines of light came arcing up and out in every direction, dozens of them, falling all over the landscape. And every rich man in the sky started chasing them. Those are treasures. One came down near me, and I was far enough out that nobody was competing. Rocket step, and I was standing at the edge of a small crater looking at an ancient bronze sword, half a man tall, plain, old, and radiating something that made me want to be somewhere else. A treasure. It's a treasure. It's not a treasure, said the banner, in the voice of a man reading a menu. It's just an Earth rank war sword. Just an Earth rank? An Earth rank spirit artifact is beyond most sects. I had priced an Earth rank body for the banner at Divine Weapon City, and the number had ended the conversation. I jumped into the crater and reached for it. Amitabha. Something blurred past me at the bottom of the hole, took the sword, put it into a small cloth bag, and was gone. A monk, bald, 6 ordination scars, patched red robe. Hey, bald donkey, I saw it first. He turned around and looked at me with an expression of the deepest compassion. Please do not be agitated, benefactor. This object has an affinity with the Buddha. This poor monk is merely collecting it on the Buddha's behalf. Oh, come on. And he was gone again, because another one had landed somewhere. Another explosion. Another wave. Ha 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 ha. Come here. Come to daddy. I chased a falling light across open country, and I want to note that it felt exactly like scrambling for an airdrop, and there is no dignity available in that activity at any age. I got to it first. It was a jade slip. A letter? Is a letter a spirit artifact? It is, said the banner. That kind is used to store techniques. It doesn't damage easily. If somebody bothered to store it like that, then it's an advanced technique at least. Broaden your expectations. Earth rank at least. Oh, Amitabha. Benefactor, this is a technique of the demonic path. It must not be touched. Allow this poor monk to take it away and destroy it, lest it harm the world. He picked it up. He dusted it off. He put it in the bag. Bald donkey, I'll foo. Stop staring at me. There are hundreds of people out there stealing treasures. Go and intercept them. The monk put his palms together and smiled slightly. With so many experts present, this poor monk can only defeat you. I stood in a field and had nothing whatsoever to say because it was true and because it was, structurally, an excellent answer. You should be grateful, benefactor, that it was this poor monk who stole your treasure. Monks are compassionate. This poor monk would not kill you. You stole my… Wait, you admit you stole it? Another bang in the distance and he was gone, moving faster than any monk has ever moved, with no visible detachment from worldly things at all, so I followed him. Why is the benefactor following this poor monk? You're going to steal my loot anyway. You said yourself you can only beat me, so I'm waiting for somebody else to kill you, and then I'll loot your bag. The benefactor is quite old. How disrespectful. Amitabha. Mind your own business. And in my head the banner was making a sound I can only describe as a wheeze. Ha ha ha. Disrespectful to elders. Ha ha ha. I could laugh for a year. I stayed with that monk for the rest of the day, and I noticed something about how he worked. Treasures were coming out of the center. He never went near the center. He worked the outer edge, taking what nobody else could be bothered to chase, and he never once contested anything, so I asked him questions instead. Bald donkey. Why is all this good material flying around out here? People admire strength. So do objects. Meaning? People are drawn to the strong. So are these spirit artifacts. You're telling me spirit artifacts have a will of their own. All things in heaven and earth have life. Fine, fine, stop preaching. So what is down there that's strong enough to pull this many treasures to it? Does the benefactor know of immortal artifacts? I knew. I had one in my sleeve. Low, mid, high, earth, heaven, an immortal artifact above heaven rank. And above immortal artifact, I stopped walking. There's something above immortal artifact? Great Tao immortal artifact. That sounds impressive. Immortal artifacts, he said, whether forged by a master of this age or handed down from antiquity or fallen out of the sky, are all made by somebody. And the other kind? The Great Tao immortal artifact was made by the world itself. Then he gave me the analogy that I have never been able to get out of my head. Imagine throwing a pile of metal and stone into the ocean. Over ages, currents move it, storms strike it, animals disturb it. And one day it assembles itself into a pocket watch. That is what a Great Tao immortal artifact is. So that's what everyone in the world is fighting over down there? A Great Tao immortal artifact? They are not fighting, they are cooperating. The seal is what they are breaking. All these spirit artifacts flying about were shaken out of the earth's crust during the breaking. What's the thing called? The 9 Provinces Cauldron. I stood in an open field on the far edge of the eastern wilderness, and something turned over in the back of my head. I had heard that name before. I have photographic memory. I have never once failed to place a thing I have heard. I went back through every year of 3 lifetimes, and it was not there, and the feeling that I knew it did not go away. You have a perfect memory, I said to myself, and you have a vague recollection. That's new. The seal came open a few days later, and the entire world stood around a hole in the ground and looked at it. A cauldron, copper green, 100 meters tall. And then they had to have a conversation, because every faction on the continent was standing in the same field, the imperial house of the Central Plains. The empress of the southern frontier, the tribes of the north, the religions of the west, the 8 great sects, the old martial families, anyone in that field could have started a war by clearing their throat, and nobody did, and the reason is the great wilderness and what lives in it. So they held a tournament. Every faction would send 1 disciple under the age of 20 into an arena. The winner's faction takes the cauldron. They spent a year building a palace and a viewing platform next to it and invited every martial artist in the world to attend, which is the most civilized thing I have ever seen a room full of monsters do, and they only did it because they were all watching the tree line. I made a fortune. Every scrap of demon material I had been carrying out of the eastern wilderness for a decade sold into a market where every buyer in the world had turned up at once. I bought a storage ring with the proceeds and put everything in it. Not your brother anymore? Said the banner. What about trust? The accounts never match. And in that market I heard, over and over, the rumor that explained everything about that field. The Great Tao, immortal artifacts, are supposed to hold the secret of immortal ascension, because in that world, that is the actual problem. We cultivate, we fight, we scheme, we bleed, and for what? To have a slightly larger fist than the man beside us? Everybody in that field, no matter how beautiful, how powerful, how many kingdoms they owned, was going to end up as a handful of dust. A spirit condensation grandmaster outlives a farmer by a few decades and then does exactly the same thing the farmer does. Ascension is the only door out. Ascension has not happened in living memory, in any of the 5 regions or the great wilderness. It is a legend that all of them are chasing, so they built an arena. The tournament ran for months, and I watched all of it, and I want to record one number. Among those disciples, all of them under 20, there were golden body martial artists, under 20, golden body. I had spent 3 lifetimes, been exiled to a war, been drained by an artifact, been thrown off 6 mountains, and lived a full 62 years as a peasant, and I had just barely got my hand on the door of golden body. These geniuses are outrageous. What kind of root bone is that? Heaven rank? The monk, whose name was Kong Ming, smiled at me. A martial artist's talent is not only the root bone, there is comprehension, physique, the heart of the path, and that elusive thing, luck. All of them together make a person's talent. So you're telling me that I'm not only worse than them in root bone, I'm worse in every other category as well. Amitabha. The Limitless Sword Sect won. Their prodigy was called Thousand Blade Soul, and he was only golden body, and his understanding of the sword surpassed some of his own sect's elders, to the point that the Grand Elder treated him with visible respect. The Limitless Sword Sect, still the best. And that is when I found out who had pulled me out of that valley, the unremarkable disciple 10 years earlier, on the cliff, with 3 swords. He was the sect master. The world calls him the Sword Lord. He caught me looking across a field with tens of thousands of people in it and nodded to me. I smiled politely back. Kong Ming appeared at my shoulder immediately. You know the Sword Lord. He saved my life once and gave me a jade pendant. I took it out. The monk looked at it. Then he reached into his bag and handed me back the bronze sword and the jade slip. On this poor monk's examination, this sword has no affinity with Buddhism, and the technique on this slip is definitely not of the demonic path. It is safe for the benefactor to use. I laughed until I had to sit down. No, you old bald donkey, that's too cowardly. I have no relationship with the Sword Lord. Yes, you have no relationship with the Sword Lord. You don't believe me. No, I do not believe you. And then the tournament ended and everybody went to collect the prize and the Sword Lord started laughing. Ha ha ha, a whole year of preparation and what we have got is a rather large brick. The formation around the cauldron came down and everyone was allowed to approach because the 9 provinces cauldron was dead. Here is the explanation that finally made sense to me, and it came from the banner, which is an artifact and therefore an expert. Think of it as a machine. The cauldron is the metal. The spirit is what runs it. The metal was intact. The spirit was gone. And for anything below heaven rank, you can fix that. A good smith can reshape a spirit, or you can skip it entirely and let the martial artist be the spirit, because a mid-grade sword is simple enough for a person to understand completely. An immortal artifact is not. The structure of one is past what a human mind can hold. Once the spirit is gone, it does not run, and nobody in the world can make it run, and it is an indestructible object with no function whatsoever. The strongest people alive walked up to it one after another, put their hands on it, and walked away disappointed. So I went and put my hand on it too, because when else? The metal was cool, and a face went across the front of my mind. Round, cheerful, slightly cross-eyed. I took my hand off. I put it back on. Nothing. I looked around. Everyone else who touched it looked mildly curious, and then bored. Where did the spirit go? Somebody above me was saying. Does a great Tao immortal artifact simply not have one? If it does, why is it inert? Why doesn't it answer anything? I stood at the foot of a 100-meter cauldron in the middle of the greatest gathering of powers in the world, with my hand flat against ancient bronze, and I said it out loud without meaning to. Pang Dun is an artifact spirit. Outside the simulation, in a small room in my sister's house in White Cloud County, I said exactly the same thing at exactly the same moment. It is insane. It is completely insane. A village keeper from a farming county with the wits of a happy dog is the spirit of a great Tao immortal artifact. And then, 4 seconds later, both of me thought the second thought. Luoding village. An ordinary farming village. Nothing in it. No wealth, no secrets, no strategic value, no feud with anybody. And one night a team of professionals in white masks came into it and did not leave anyone standing. Not to rob it, not to punish it, to find something. And if you do not know which of 100 people is the thing, and you cannot afford to be wrong, you do not sort them. Pang Dun survived because he was in the river. I survived because he took me with him. Next run, I said, out loud, to an empty room, with my hands shaking on my knees. Next run, I take Pang Dun to that cauldron. There was one more thing I picked up in that field, and I picked it up standing in a crowd listening to men fly overhead and complain. What a pity, the Sword Lord said, high up. With a complete Great Tao immortal artifact, the martial artists of the 5 regions could enter the Great Wilderness and take back the 3,000 heaven rank veins the demon race is sitting on. Records of the Great Tao immortal artifacts have been blank for tens of thousands of years, to finally have one appear, and for it to be empty. At present, the only family among humans that holds one is the reclusive Starry Sky Shen family. I stopped breathing. The Shen family's Chankun mirror is not complete either. It's badly damaged and it goes berserk. When I visited them once, it nearly threw me into a space-time turbulence. The Starry Sky Shen family. The people who came out of the sky and took my brother-in-law. The only human power in the world that owns one of these. Brother-in-law, I said, to nobody. You are amazing. And then I stood in that field and made the decision that ran the rest of that lifetime and the whole of the next one. I am Gao Ming. Gao Ming is me. Elders, in the next run, you are going to come and take me home. They took the cauldron back to the limitless sword sect with 1,000 flying swords, since without a spirit it could not even be put into storage, and the greatest gathering of powers in recorded history broke up and went home in a bad mood. I went west with the monk, not for enlightenment. Because I was 62 years old, I could not break through. The ley line hunt had produced nothing in 20 years, and Western Liang is where the world keeps its worst ideas. Old monk. What's the most sinister cult in Western Liang? That would be the Sacred Fire cult. They worship fire. Their initiation involves setting themselves alight. They are, frankly, insane. Excellent. Perfect. Is it? No. I mean, these heretics must be wiped out. Lead the way. I shall act on behalf of heaven. Western Liang is 3 countries, and all 3 are run by religions with a king in the front window. They spend all their energy accusing each other of heresy, which is why they took no part in any of the wars going on everywhere else. Finding an underground cult in a country that is itself underground is not simple, but Kong Ming had a method. Every member of the Sacred Fire cult has burns, and burns need a specific painkiller they brew themselves from a herb, and there is exactly one market outside one border city that sells that herb, which narrowed it to, find the man with the burned face. Except everybody in Western Liang wears a veil in public, because that is the custom. So the monk walked up to a stranger in a herb market and said, "My lord, your forehead is dark. You are approaching a calamity of the sort that involves a great deal of injury. This poor monk can read your face and turn it aside. Would you remove your veil so that I may look? Master, please, save me." I gave him a thumbs up, beating superstition with superstition. Then I tried it. "Beautiful lady, your forehead is dark, you're facing a calamity. I can read your face and avert it. Would you kindly remove your veil so I—" "You disgusting old man." She was gone in about a second and a half. "Old monk, I confess, what did I do wrong?" "Benefactor Chen. Have you never heard that clothes make the man and gold makes the Buddha?" He was bald, in a robe, with a staff. It did not matter that the robe was in rags or that he privately drank and ate meat with enormous enthusiasm. He looked like a monk. I looked like a man in a market. I understand. So when we found the burned man, I shaved my head completely and found a torn curtain somewhere and wore it, and Kong Ming introduced me as his senior brother. Amitabha, benefactor. Answer a few questions honestly, and this calamity will not be difficult to dissolve. Master, please ask. Are you a follower of the Sacred Fire cult? This. Do not hesitate, do not falter, do not lie. There are gods 3 feet above your head, and, Buddhas. I dare not deceive the master, I did recently join. But there are many misunderstandings about the Sacred Fire cult, and I hope the master will not expose my faith. Don't worry, this poor monk is the most tight-lipped man alive. Second question, does your Sacred Fire cult possess any pill or secret method that can break a realm bottleneck? Kong Ming's eyebrows went up about a finger's width, which for him is shouting. So that's why you wanted the heretics. I haven't been a member long. But I've heard that when a brother is stuck, the cult performs the 10,000 fires devouring heart to push him through. Excellent. Now, for your calamity. And I invented a set of remedies on the spot involving guanyin clay tea, praying in a specific direction, and not leaving the house on the first 2 days of the lunar year, and that man listened with total sincerity and thanked me for saving his life. That would get you laughed out of a tea house in the Central Plains. In Western Liang, it is Tuesday. We followed him. The Sacred Fire cult lives in a cave, which makes sense once you think about it, because they keep fires burning day and night, sleep beside them, and set themselves on fire recreationally. Wooden buildings do not survive that hobby. Stone does. Benefactor Chen, we've found the lair. Between the 2 of us, they should be trivial. Who said anything about wiping them out? You said you would act on behalf of heaven. No, I want to join. I really like fire. And I put my palm out and let a tongue of flame come off it because my outer art was the Crimson Heart sect's advanced fire technique, and I am not above a demonstration. Kong Ming looked at me for a long moment. Benefactor Chen, I understand you less and less. Old monk, thank you for finding them. We'll meet again. For the sake of the Sword Lord's face, please don't touch the Sacred Fire cult. Amitabha, the benefactor insists on jumping into the fire pit. This is his tribulation. This poor monk will not interfere. Take care of yourself. And he left, and his last expression was disappointment, and I registered that and kept walking. I made an entrance. I walked into a cave full of people kneeling around a fire doing something unidentifiable and performed a full routine of the Crimson Heart Fist, which throws flame with every strike. They were terrified for about 4 seconds. Then they were thrilled. I want to join the Sacred Fire cult. You are a saint. Wow. That was a fast promotion. I spent a few days trying to fit in, and I want to report on the culture. They do not eat cooked food. They put food in a fire until it is charcoal and then eat it with the embers. They do not drink water. They hunt and drink what is in the animal. Training consists of burning yourself. And every man in that cave was wincing constantly while shouting things like, "By your side, fire god." Everyone inside that cave keeps a fire lit at all times, including while asleep. I watched men wake up in the middle of the night specifically to add wood and then go back to sleep. You people are insane. I felt permanently out of place because I was too normal. So after a few days, I stopped pretending. My lord, I've been stuck at the peak of soul tempering a long time. I hear the Sacred Fire cult has a way through. The leader had a completely white beard and lit up at the question. Yes. Yes, Saint. You are at the peak of soul tempering? Why? Does the Sacred Fire cult not have a single soul tempering left? Alas, you are new, and you don't know our history. 40 years ago, in that disaster, we lost not only our leadership and our elite, we lost our techniques. Without the key art for strengthening faith, our cultivation is very difficult. Difficult. Yes. I imagine self-harming daily has a poor return on investment. They all agreed instantly that the ritual was no problem at all, a formation drawn in charcoal on the cave floor. 60 members sitting cross-legged around the edge of it, each with a fire burning behind him. Brothers and sisters, today we burn our bodies and our souls to aid the saints' breakthrough and pray for the rebirth of the Sacred Fire cult. Hold on, I said. This 10,000 fires devouring heart. Whose heart is being devoured? Not yours. The flames devour us and transform us into your breakthrough, which is a sacrifice ritual, and I sat there in the middle of a charcoal circle feeling genuinely uncomfortable, and then decided that a cult that lures people in and burns them was making a modest contribution to the world by ending and let them get on with it. The believers raised their hands and lay back and let the fires take them. Burn my broken body, to save the world, ignite my ambition, to become the god of fire. And halfway through, I noticed that I could not move. The charcoal circle under me had stopped being a diagram and become a cage, and something was going out of me. Brother, said the banner in a completely relaxed voice, you've been caught. They're eating your root. Of course, the best hunters always present as the prey. The burned man at the market was bait. The whole thing was bait. The 10,000 fires devouring heart works exactly as advertised. It simply runs in the other direction, and the 60 people lying in the fire were not sacrifices. They were the mechanism. I got extremely angry. You dare scheme against me, heretics. Alien Daddy does nothing at all. They were human. 100 Ghost Night Parade. Every soul in an advanced immortal artifact banner released at once into a cave. 60 people, the strongest of them at soul tempering, and it took less time than it takes to say. There was not even much sound. I left the leader alive. He looked at me standing up out of his own ritual circle unharmed, with a smoking black banner in my hand and several thousand demon souls stacked behind me, and I could see him decide that I was worse than he was. You had a treasure like that. You hid it well. I miscalculated. He was remarkably composed. That is because he had done this many times and understood that eventually you meet somebody who is doing it back. What a pity. The Sacred Fire cult was once the first power of Western Liang, and now it has been wiped out by you. You stinking monk. I had forgotten I was still bald. That man died believing Buddhism had finally finished them, and I decided not to correct him because it was funnier. Last time, did you actually send anyone from soul tempering to the golden body? He laughed at me. From the early road to the middle road? Geniuses cannot cross that. What makes you think the Sacred Fire cult can push you through? If we could do it, we would have used it on ourselves. Why would you exist? Then you're no use to me. And I was about to finish it when his robe fell open at the chest. There was a tattoo on him, a flame. I had seen that mark before, on a white mask, on a shelf in a warehouse belonging to a dock gang 3 lifetimes ago. I took the mask out of my storage ring and held it up beside his chest. Is this the same design as that tattoo? The sacred flame emblem. Of course it's the same. I took him by the front of his ruined shirt and lifted him off the floor. Talk. 48 years ago, did you go to the Central Plains and destroy a village called Luoding? He gave me a very strange look. What is your connection to that village? Answer the question. And he did not answer because he had spent his life among people who do not talk, so I used the banner on him. I will not describe it in detail. It goes in, and it makes a mind experience something, and it does not leave a mark, and he screamed for his god the entire time. No, Fire God, don't abandon me, Lord Fire God, burn me, Lord Fire God. At least I remember thinking, the man genuinely believes in something. I stopped it. He came back into a face that had not moved. Was that an illusion? If you don't answer honestly, it will be real. I'll talk. The sacred fire cult has fallen this far. What secret is worth keeping? The Fire God will forgive me. And here is the shape of it. The sacred fire cult was not the client. They were labor. They did not send elites for a farming village. They sent a token squad from Western Liang, and then they contacted their branch in the Central Plains and told the branch to run it. Because at their height, they had reached beyond Western Liang, and the empire forbids foreign religions, so their Central Plains branch had to operate under a different name. A martial sect, the Crimson Heart sect, and the two of them together, a squad from the west and a team of Central Plains martial artists, put on masks with a flame on the face and went into Luoding village at night, which explains the fire techniques, and the red hair, and a corpse in a hole beside the Qing River with a lock of red hair on it. Who ordered it? Who tells the sacred fire cult to go and destroy a village in the Central Plains? He shook his head. I don't know. Don't know, or afraid to say? And he laughed. It was not a good laugh. Do you think the sacred fire cult declined naturally? How exactly do you think all of our leadership and our elite disappeared? I put him down. They were silenced. I never saw it, but I have had 40 years to think about it, and there is no other possibility. So the client hired one of the great powers of the Western continent to erase a village of farmers, and then erased them. Why not the Crimson Heart sect? The men from the Crimson Heart sect who went were killed too, but the sect itself survived. Whoever it was never learned that we and they were the same organization. Outside the simulation, I sat in my sister's spare room in the dark and put the pieces on the table. Somebody could command a power on the level of the 8 great sects, and then wipe that power out almost completely and leave no trace. For a village with nothing in it except a fat, cheerful man who could not count. I can't find you yet, I said. That's fine. Whoever you are, you're enormous, and there is no point in learning your name until I can do something with it. I did not want that name for revenge alone. I wanted it because if the client ever learned there was a survivor, the client would come back, and I would like some warning. I finished the leader of the sacred fire cult and walked out of that cave, and there was a bald head shining in the moonlight under a tree. Amitabha, it seems the benefactor has already dealt with the heretics. I brushed my sleeve. The hem of my robe got slightly dirty. Was the benefactor concerned about danger and said what he said earlier so that this poor monk would not intervene? No, you're overthinking it. I genuinely wanted to join. They were impossible to work with, a pack of lunatics. I had a fit of stupidity and killed them all. Anyway, you'd already left. After leaving, this poor monk thought about it a great deal and felt something was not right and came back to look. I looked at that bald idiot standing under a tree at night in a country he had walked me across for free. I only hope, he said, that the Sword Lord will know that this poor monk did not abandon his dear friend to die. You have completely misunderstood the situation, you bald. 51st year through 57th, age 69 to 75. I looked for ley lines and found none, and in between I worked my way through every unorthodox school in Western Liang, and I would like to summarize the results. The 100 Poisons sect. I drank something that took my insides apart and put me in bed for a month. Breakthrough failed. I then settled accounts with the poison makers, the 10,000 goo cult, a worm in the brain. I foamed at the mouth for 2 days and very nearly did not come back as myself. Breakthrough failed. I settled accounts with them as well, the Joy sect. Surrounded by beautiful women, I very nearly forgot what I had come for. Breakthrough failed. I thanked the ladies and said I would try again another time. I will note that after the Joy sect I was noticeably weaker in a way that reminded me of the end of the second run, only milder, and I have chosen not to investigate that further. And after another one of these went badly, I was lying in a cart being pulled along a road by a monk. Sorry to trouble you again. Benefactor Chen, I have never met a man as persistent as you. I have to break through. You are this old. What is the point of breaking through? It's meaningful. Then let me ask, what is your purpose in cultivating at all? The pursuit of the martial path. Be realistic. Beauty, wealth, long life. To appear before the world in glory. To be respected by everyone. To save the world. To save my world. That is more like human speech. He kept pulling. But even at golden body, even as a spirit condensation like me, you would not pass 100 years. Your time is nearly gone, especially with how you have treated your body. Aren't all the things you want castles built on air, without lifespan and a body to hold them up? I lay in the cart and looked at the clouds and said nothing at all, because he was right. 52nd year, age 70. The text turned rainbow. Outside the simulation, I came off the bed so fast I knocked over a stool. Second prismatic myth of my life. 1 in 500 at that point, and it was proficiency. Congratulations. From today, comprehension no longer matters to your cultivation of techniques. By repeatedly practicing a technique until you have reached the required number of repetitions, you directly raise that technique's level. Heaven rewards diligence. Get to work, young man. I sat down on the floor of my sister's spare room and started laughing. Every technique in that world has 6 levels of mastery, from beginner up to perfection, and the level is what actually decides how much a technique gives you. A perfected mid-grade art beats a fumbled advanced one, and the level depends on understanding, which depends on talent, and I had just been handed a system where understanding is replaced by a counter. One is simulator, the other is proficiency, I said. Are all the prismatic ones just cheats? And then a genuinely dangerous thought arrived. The protagonist of a novel gets 1 cheat. I get a shelf. The simulated me sat straight up on the cart, took out the jade slip the monk had stolen and returned, looked at the earth rank art recorded on it, and started making the opening gesture in the air with 2 fingers. Master Chen, have you lost your mind again? I have told you repeatedly, stop trying strange and unorthodox. Monk, you were right. From today, I never touch another crooked path. I'm going to practice martial arts properly. Benefactor Chen is truly a man of fashion. He is half buried, and his ambitions have changed again. The art on the slip was called Star-Shattering Wave Finger, Earth Rank. It fires a beam from your fingertip. The panel said beginner, 1 out of 100, so I did it 100 times. At 99, I still had no idea what I was doing. I was copying a shape. I understood nothing about how the 3 energies were supposed to move or what any of it meant. On the 100th repetition, all of it arrived at once, like a door opening in a room I had been standing in for an hour. I pointed at a hillside. The air distorted along the line. A rock the size of a house several hundred meters away turned into dust. There was a trench in the ground afterward, and every plant along it had been flattened. That is a killing move, and it's ranged. Kong Ming was standing in the traces of the cart he had been pulling, staring. We had previously agreed that he would learn it first and then teach me. Benefactor Chen, please pull the cart. Let me sit in it for a while. Perhaps the cart has a special effect that enhances enlightenment. He learned it eventually, several years later. With my help. 57th year, age 75, and I made a discovery that I have never told anybody. The 6 levels of technique mastery are not 6. Above perfection there is another one called superb mastery, and almost nobody in the world knows it exists because almost nobody in the world ever perfects a technique and then keeps going. And when I hit superb mastery, the counter did not stop. There is at least one more above that. I do not know what it is called. I have never had the time. The repetitions required scale brutally. A mid-grade art past superb mastery costs more repetitions than every other technique I own put together, and a heaven rank art would be worse by an order I cannot compute. But it is only time, and I am a man who can buy time by the lifetime. 62nd year, age 80, purple, senior tomato user. Your resistance to poison is extremely high. Common poisons do nothing at all. Special poisons, including pill residue, demon venom, and technique-based poison, are greatly reduced, which sounds situational, and stopped being situational about 4 years later in a way I will get to. By then, Kong Ming and I were simply 2 unemployed men walking around a continent together. He wanted to see the whole mainland, having seen through the illusions of the mortal world in middle age. I wanted a ley line. Our schedules were compatible. That was the second time I lived to 80. The first time I had been a poor old man in one county with no idea what the world looked like. This time I got to watch the world end. Because while we were walking back into the central plains from western Liang, we found out what had happened. There was a treaty between humans and demons. Nobody at the level of a martial king or above may kill the other race's people, and neither side may launch a general attack. Below that level, everyone takes their chances. Humans hunt demons for materials. Demons eat humans to grow. If a demon slayer kills you, that is your problem. If a demon eats you, also your problem. And crucially, neither side may call in the heavy ranks over a small matter. It is not a moral arrangement. It is a fire break. 5 years earlier, the demons broke it. A demon monkey was appointed vanguard and brought 100,000 out of the great wilderness in a surprise attack on the eastern wilderness. And behind the vanguard came 1,000,000 elite, led by the Azure Dragon and commanded by 4 demon ancestors. The limitless sword sect had to retreat. That is the sentence that tells you the size of it. The line was the firmament ridge. Human powers massed on one side, demon powers on the other, and the mountains held it, because the demons could not cross with that many enemies behind them, and every human power stopped fighting each other. The Central Plains Empire, the Empress of the South who had spent 30 years trying to take it, and the northern tribes all put it down and went to the same wall. Only the 3 countries of Western Liang stayed home, still arguing about who was the real heretic. They were, I have to say, extremely consistent. But the war did not stay at the ridge, because that vanguard had already broken into the Central Plains in the early days and split into small groups, gathering up every demon already living quietly in human territory. Those ones had spent centuries being careful, taking one person occasionally to keep from getting noticed. Now they had permission. The demon-slaying offices across the empire were being taken apart. The frontline forces could not turn around. And in every province, towns and villages were coming off the map. Kong Ming and I killed a great many things on that road, and one evening he looked at me sideways. Benefactor Chen, this mobilization is suspicious. What's suspicious? Humans kill demons, it's natural. Demons eat humans, that's their nature too. The two can't share a world. I'd say this was always coming. But the 2 races have lived in peace for tens of thousands of years. Why now? Peace. I laughed at him. I don't think so. And I listed it for him because I had personally attended every item. A river god who ate people on a schedule under contract with a dock gang. An entire county where demons had an arrangement with the government to have their killings written up as human murders and innocent men executed for them. And a thing the size of a hill that flattened a sect off a mountain in one motion because it was annoyed. I have never once seen the 2 races living in harmony. The account has been open the whole time. I'm only surprised they moved first, which, from a certain angle, was very funny. And from another angle, it meant that souls would not be a problem for the rest of my life. 63rd year. Age 81. Divine Weapon City again, this time to upgrade the banner, and I arrived on the day the sky over that city broke. The fire-eyed golden monkey was up there in golden mail with the golden staff, fighting his own junior brother. The 4-eyed spirit monkey had changed. He was in bone armor and carrying a purple-black club, and the demon smoke coming off him could be seen from inside a protected city. The shy little thing that used to hide behind a tree trunk was gone. So was the face. It used to be strange looking. Now it was something else. Hehehehe. Senior brother. Long time. Are you and Master still alive? You beast! You have made yourself a demon on purpose. Do you not remember the oath you swore to me, to kill every evil demon in this world? Ha ha ha, we are demons. Why should we kill demons? We should be killing humans. Nonsense. You and I are spirit monkeys born of heaven and earth, with heaven as father and earth as mother. How can we stand with things that eat people? And then he told him why, and I stood in a protected city and listened to it, and it is the most uncomfortable thing in this entire story. Then why did Master give you the divine weapon he forged from celestial gold, and not me? Why do the commoners build temples for you and burn incense for you and give you the title of Great General Monkey God and not me? Because I don't help them. I'll tell you why. Because I look strange, neither human nor monkey, Master. My fellow disciples, and all those stupid mortals, none of them will say it out loud because of Master's face. But in their hearts, every single one of them thinks I'm a demon. And it does not matter how hard I cultivate, or how carefully I behave, or how many people I save. None of it works. And for that, you betrayed the sect, went to the great wilderness, and started a war that is killing everyone? That's right. The human race does not deserve protection. This land belongs to us. And Kong Ming, standing beside me, let out a breath. The prejudice in a heart is a mountain. If the people of the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the prefecture had been kinder to the 4-eyed spirit monkey, this war might never have started. And the locals standing near us laughed at him. I want to record their answer exactly, because I have thought about it for a long time. Give me a break. Which of those 2 monkeys did the seniors not spoil? Sometimes the distribution was uneven, sure, and even then, he got better treatment than most of the disciples. Take the golden staff. There's one. Both monkeys wanted it. One of them was going to miss out. Was he going to die of it? And when we built the temple, we built one for him too. He complained that his temple wasn't as popular as his senior brothers, and made such a scene in it that he frightened the locals. That is why nobody built him another one. I listened to that, and then I looked back up at the sky. Sometimes the prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain, and sometimes people are simply correct about somebody. The fire-eyed golden monkey pretended to lose so that the fight would move away from the city and took his brother out over the horizon. I went shopping for an Earth-rank body for the banner and got quoted numbers that ended conversations, and I tried to introduce the smiths of that city to a revenue-sharing model. Look. You can't guarantee success and I have to supply my own materials, so charge me a base fee if it fails and take a commission if it works. What are you doing forging weapons if you have no money? Get out, you're blocking the counter. And then a handsome young man walked past me and put a storage ring on the counter. I'm paying for this, old senior. There should be enough in there for several Earth rank artifacts. The shop owner opened it, looked inside, and became an entirely different person. Honored guest, tea, bring tea. Is this what it feels like to have somebody pay for you? Oh no, it's love. Sword Lord? He turned around and smiled. Long time no see, demon race buster. I'm glad you're still healthy. Kong Ming beside me gave me a look that could have been printed on a wall. This poor monk knew all along that you have a very close relationship with the Sword Lord. Then he straightened his patched robe, which I will not be commenting on. Sword Lord, both races are at war. Shouldn't you be at the Firmament Ridge? There isn't fighting every day. Both sides need to breathe. I took the time specifically to come and see you. Me? I'm not worth the trip. You're not here to lend me money, are you? Because then I don't want the artifact. You're very funny. The stones were a gift. If you have a decent weapon, it will help with what I'm about to ask. And what would that be? Use your special constitution. Take command of an army and put down the demon scourge. I thought immediately of the thing in bone armor over that city. Swordlord jokes. I don't have your kind of power. I'm not sending you to the front, and I'm not asking you to fight a demon king. And then he explained the actual war, and it is the most useful strategic lesson I have ever received. The people of the 5 regions are being killed by the demons who got in behind us. The prosperity of any race depends on its base population. Even if we hold the ridge forever, if everything behind us is emptied out, the human race ends anyway. The rear has to be stabilized, and that helps the front as much as anything at the wall. Don't worry about the demon kings inside the 5 regions. Somebody is watching them. You will never have to lift a finger against one. What I need is everything below that, and with your constitution, I believe you can do it. It is easier to see the king of hell than to deal with his clerks. Then the text gave me 3 options, and I want to be honest about how I chose. 1. Zhang Zia came out of seclusion at 80, so can I. 2. I'm old, let me retire. 3. I want to go, but I fear my strength is insufficient. Does the Sword Lord have any way to help me break through? The Sword Lord has traveled thousands of li to invite an old man out of retirement, out of concern for the people, I said. If I refused, would I be human? And then, in the privacy of my own head, but this man is enormously wealthy and enormously powerful, and if I take nothing, how does he look extraordinary? Face is something you give each other. I took door 3. Ahem, Sword Lord. Honestly, seeing the people of the world suffer under the demons, my heart aches. I beat my own chest, I stamped, I put my whole body into it, and Kong Ming, who had spent years with me and understood my character precisely, produced a tear and wiped it away. Carry on. The truth is that Master Kong Ming and I have walked all the way from Western Liang, and whenever we found a demon problem, we acted and saved whoever we could. For men who practice the martial path, that is simply what one does. But if you ask me to lead an army of martial artists, I would be responsible for that army, and I am a mere soul tempering. I am utterly unworthy. My ability is insufficient. I could not possibly shoulder such a... The Sword Lord looks about 30 and was considerably older than the 81-year-old man in front of him. He saw straight through it, and then, instead of saying so, he actually thought about it. You have been stuck at the peak of soul tempering a long time. I told you in the eastern wilderness that a low-tier root bone almost never crosses that wall. Only enormous luck does it. Yes, I imagine a man like me would not even get the chance in your sect. That's not necessarily true. I had to physically suppress my own face. He reached into his storage belt and took out a peach. It glittered, which peaches do not. This is the Sword Heart Immortal Peach. At the heart of my sect's vein, there is a divine tree. It buds once every 300 years, it flowers once every 300 years, and it fruits once every 300 years, and produces exactly 1. And if I eat it, I break through. He gave me a slightly pained smile. Do you know who we normally give this to and when it is used? I assume it went to Thousand Blade Soul for his golden body. Thousand Blade Soul is not qualified. I stopped smiling. The Sword Heart Immortal Peach assists a breakthrough to Martial King. We give it to a disciple of exceptional talent who has already sat at the peak of spirit condensation for more than 10 years. Even then, it does not guarantee anything. It improves the odds. I understood exactly what he was offering. That peach is for the step 3 realms above the one I was trying to take. Using it on a golden body breakthrough is firing a siege cannon at a mosquito. However, he said, I have seen your constitution. If you can break through and you lead the army, the demon problem inside the 5 regions is solved. I am willing to trade this peach for your service. I took the peach with both hands. Sword Lord, I will break through even at the cost of my life, and I will clear the 5 regions and give the front a quiet rear. And he smiled and nodded because at his level, he could see whether I meant it. I meant every word. By the way, how did you find me? When I saved you in the eastern wilderness, I left a mark on you. He said it completely straight. I hope you don't mind. I wasn't following you. I simply had a thought at the time that your constitution might one day be useful and that if I ever needed to find you, I should be able to. Swordlord, you may install as many cameras on me as you wish. This is not because of the peach. It is purely because I admire your personal charm. Half a month to absorb it. And then, with him standing guard, the peach put its shoulder against the shackle on my root bone and simply took the door off. Golden body. And here is the reason I am telling you all of this at such length. I had given up on breaking through in that lifetime. I had already decided that a run which crossed one large wall and produced dozens of abilities was profitable enough. The heretical methods did not work. The ley lines were not found. 20 years of effort produced nothing. And then a war started, and the man who won the tournament came looking for a weapon, and a fruit that appears once every 900 years was handed to an 81-year-old man because a monkey with a grudge picked a fight. If I had died at 50, like the previous run, none of that happens. Live longer. That is the entire lesson. Live longer and stay in the world and be there when something arrives. Also, and I say this with respect, it is worth noting that I only got the offer because I had spent 40 years killing demons instead of people. If I had used that banner the way every previous owner used it, then when the Sword Lord finally needed a demon racebuster, he would not have arrived with a peach. He would have arrived to collect one. The whole of Divine Weapon City saw the light. The old man from the market glowed hard enough to illuminate half a district, and martial artists came out to watch. Somebody's broken into Golden Body. I've been stuck at Soul Tempering for 40 years. How does he get that kind of luck? Judging by his age, he's half in the ground already. Breaking through hardly means anything. That's just sour. A breakthrough might even extend his life. Without Martial King, what's the point of extending it? The master of the Divine Weapon Pavilion came personally to congratulate me, which meant Kong Ming spent the rest of the day recalculating everything he thought he knew about me. Sword Lord, is this the demon-slaying marshal you chose? Brother Han. We should get back to the ridge. Lin Dao can handle the rear. And I want to record that a man I had met twice, who was the strongest human being alive, said that in front of me in an entirely ordinary tone of voice, and it did something to an 81-year-old man that I was not expecting. He left me a commander's seal, a general's armor, a command banner, and an Earth-rank flying boat large enough to carry an army. Then he told me that the 9 provinces cauldron was gone. Gone? Sword Lord, forgive me, but even useless, it was still a complete Great Dao immortal artifact. Where exactly did you lose it? Because if it is lost, I will go and find it. I mean, it was stolen. How? It doesn't fit in a storage artifact. It's 100 meters tall. Was it the demons? It was not the demons. It was a person. What faction of the human race could possibly do that? I don't know. He said that without any particular concern. There are always people above you and mountains beyond mountains. As long as it hasn't gone to the demons, it doesn't matter. It is not wrong for a treasure to belong to the strong. That was the second time in one lifetime I had run into something that could reach into the very top of the world and take what it wanted without leaving a name. 64th year, age 82. 30,000 martial artists assembled at Divine Weapon City. Small sects, small families, and loose cultivators. Everything mid-sized and above was at the ridge. Some came because the appeals from the great sects had made staying home impossible. Some came because they wanted to. And when I walked out in front of them, with white hair, a white beard, and a face like a dried riverbed, the reaction was audible. This is the commander the Sword Lord picked for us? This old man is old enough to be my grandfather. Is he going to make it through the campaign lying down? I did not say anything. A few days later, the demons attacked Divine Weapon City to break up the assembly before it finished, and I punched the head off the leader of a Spirit Sea rhinoceros demon, barehanded, in front of 30,000 people. There were men in that army at Spirit Sea. What there were not were men who could remove a rhinoceros demon's head with one hand. Grandfather, I'm your grandson. I'm a scoundrel. That was the man who had made the joke, apologizing at volume. I did not mind. I was 82. Every man in that army was a child to me, and among the attackers there were survivors from the eastern wilderness who had served the Silver Scale Snake King. It's demon-fearing sorrow. How is he still alive? He's broken into Golden Body? Run! That thing kills demons without blinking. And their attack came apart from the inside before we had properly formed up. I stopped hiding the banner that day. It had been upgraded to Earth rank, and it held 10,000 souls, and when I opened it, the whole field went dark. If humanity loses this round, humanity ends. Nobody cares what you killed monsters with. One of the younger men did ask, Marshal, what is that banner? It's smoking. It looks a lot like the 10,000 souls banner from the stories. And another man hit him across the back of the head. Idiot. What 10,000 souls banner? That is a demon subduing banner. It subdues demons and beasts and scatters them on the wind. Have you never heard of it? 65th year, 66th year, 83, 84. I spent them on a flying boat crossing the 5 regions, taking back cities. The Dragon Protection Division fed us intelligence. The local demon-slaying offices guided us and supported us. The demons in the interior had broken into small groups and could not reassemble, and my army grew every month because I recruited everything I passed. I had been a military advisor to a border general for 10 years in another life. It turns out that transfers. And because I was very old and my red hair had gone white, the soldiers stopped calling me Marshal in private and started calling me grandfather. I acquired several thousand grandchildren in 2 years, and I did not hate it at all. Then the demons in the interior stopped running. They pulled together and started hitting the Dragon Protection Division outposts, and the demon-slaying offices specifically, to take away my eyes and my supply. And at a city called Jeju, Kong Ming went in to pull civilians out of a district and got caught by several spirit condensation demons at once. He was old. His skills were not low. That is not the same thing. Old monk, hold on. The medicine from Pill Fragrance Valley is nearly here. Take it and you won't die. His eyes were half closed and he looked entirely at peace. Amitabha, this poor monk is going to meet the Buddha. This is a good thing, Marshal. There is no need to be sad. Rubbish. I'm delighted. I'm overjoyed that you're finally dying, you bald. My voice was doing something. Don't you know I hold grudges? I haven't settled with you for stealing my things in the eastern wilderness. The Marshal is old and forgetful. Did this poor monk not return them? You never paid me back. You're the one who's forgetful, you. And I stopped in the middle of the sentence because he was not there to hear the end of it. He put his palms together and went to find the Buddha in his own heart, with that expression still on his face. That day, the demon extermination army found out what their grandfather looked like, angry. I went into the middle of a city with no weapon and no shirt and took the thing apart with my hands. 67th year, age 85. After the monk died, I stopped talking very much. There was nobody in that army within 50 years of me. Ginger is spicier. When old meant I never felt myself weakening. What I felt instead was a familiar emptiness starting to open somewhere under my ribs. That ability does not extend a life. It only hides the slope. When the lifespan runs out, it runs out anyway. The demons in the interior finally consolidated in the Central Plains, which has the densest population and the richest supply, so my flying boat basically stopped leaving the empire. And then somebody on their side started thinking, Marshal, the village they hit near Tangshan was a feint. They scattered the moment we arrived. Their real target was the Spirit Stone mine at Nushan, 300 li away. They've taken a great deal of stone. Spirit stones in that war were what fuel is to an armored column. The formations along the firmament ridge burned them by the wagon load every single day. My flying boat ran on them. Keeping the supply of stone, grain, and equipment moving to the front was as much my job as killing anything. Why is the demon side using strategy? They prefer to walk through walls. Somebody is advising them. I found him. Because I can use strategy too, and I had 10 years under a man who was better at it than anybody I have ever met. I put 3 spirit stone veins out as bait and staged a series of retreats, and when the demons saw a chance to cut the front supply, they pushed harder and deeper until the bag closed at a place called Chenghan Slope, and standing in the middle of a demon army in human clothes was Feng Yucheng. Feng Yucheng, I should have guessed. Of course you went to them. He looked at me without a flicker of recognition, because in that timeline we had exchanged perhaps 4 sentences 60 years earlier in a village lane. I never expected the famous Grand Marshal of the Demon Extermination Army to know a nobody like me. And here is what stopped me. When I was 18, Feng Yucheng was already middle-aged, 20 years older than me at the absolute minimum. I was 85. He should have been well past 100, and men do reach 100, and men who reach 100 look like it. He looked exactly the same as he had 67 years earlier. He did not have my ability. He had no pill that does that. General Zhou Liang. Check that man's cultivation. Zhou Liang was one of my generals, the head of a martial family, spirit condensation, which meant divine sense. By the way, my own realm had been an ongoing mystery to my entire officer corps for 2 years. At first they assumed I was hiding it. Then they worked out that I genuinely had no divine sense, that I was genuinely a golden body, and after that they respected me considerably more, because nobody could explain the gap between what I was and what I did. Marshal, he is at the 3rd layer of golden body. I smiled. 2 layers above me. Kill him, sir. And the demons went absolutely frantic protecting him, which told me his advice had been working. I did not go myself, because he was human, and my gold ability does nothing to humans, and because a marshal does not spend himself on a target other people can handle. And then Feng Yucheng changed. Horns came out of his head in the shape of forked lightning. A long tail came out with barbs and scales on it. His face pushed forward into something like a beak. Black plate came up over his skin, and a pair of leathery wings unfolded off his back. A little dragon man? That is genuinely what I said. His power went up several times over, and my spirit condensation generals started losing, so I went in. Why would a man refuse to be a decent human being and turn into a monster instead? Don't blame me for using my fists. 10,000 demon souls out of an earth rank banner into the middle of a demon army, and the line came apart, and Feng Yucheng took one look at the shape of it. Withdraw, withdraw, withdraw. Demons, stop, die. I should explain what I had become from their side. In my youth, I was the red-haired demon slayer. In my old age, I was demon-fearing sorrow. And at the very end, I was the demon-slaying Grand Marshal. And by then, the number of demons I had personally killed had produced something around me that soldiers can feel and animals can smell. They call it killing intent. It is simply the accumulated hatred of everything you have ever destroyed standing in the air around you. To a demon, I had stopped being a man and become weather. But several Spirit Sea and Spirit Condensation demons spent themselves entirely to get Feng Yucheng off that field, and Zhou Liang was too busy, and anyone else who chased would only be donating a life. And standing there in the middle of a one battle, I felt something turn over, and I understood that Changhen Slope was probably where my account closed. I did not hesitate for even a second. Finish the rest. Leave this one to me. Marshal, don't go. Marshal! Rocket step, and an 85-year-old man went across a battlefield like a burning meteor. Feng Yucheng, prepare to die. And I turned alien daddy all the way up because he was not human anymore, which meant the treaty of my own personal biology now applied to him. I also lit the golden body, which is the exclusive trick of that realm. The whole body goes gold, and everything physical about you multiplies, and it burns your stamina at a terrible rate, and it is the closest thing that world has to simply becoming a better animal for a few minutes. 100 times body force, in a golden body, threw one fist into the ground. The crack ran across the field and caught up with him, and he had to get airborne. Those wings could not really fly. They could keep him up briefly, which meant he was a slow target in the open, and I stayed under him, hitting him the entire way. Lin Dao, the demons have lost. Spare me, and I will never come back to the 5 regions. Dream on, traitor. I did all of it to become stronger. I don't have the talent those geniuses have, so I use whatever there is. Whoever makes me stronger, I work for. I heard you're also a low-tier root bone. Can't you understand that? And that is the closest that man ever came to reaching me, because I did understand it. I understood it completely. I had spent 4 lifetimes in exactly that position, and I had made a study of every crooked path in the world, and I had drunk poison and put worms in my head trying to get around the same wall. I have never once betrayed my own people, I said, so no, I can't understand it. Even with the realm above me in that shape, he could not handle alien daddy. Nothing that is not human can. He tried to run, and I cut him off every time. I took his tail off with the sword, and then I brought the same swing back around for his head, and Spider Sense went off screaming behind me. The tail I had just removed was moving on its own. I got the sword around and shattered it, and I was fast enough, and the very tip of it still caught my forearm. It was nothing. It did not even bleed properly. A mosquito would have done more. Then I went down on one knee with the sword holding me up and could not get air. Feng Yucheng wiped his mouth with a scaled arm and started laughing. Lin Dao, you're finished. I win this round. Your tail. Poison. Of course, it is my greatest card. Everything before this was simply arranging you in front of it. And then he could not help himself because that man never could. You're supposedly human, so why turn into this? That's what opportunity is. I have taken every single opportunity I could reach, and that is why I am what I am. Haven't you noticed I am older than you and look younger? He was so pleased with himself. His eyes were still up when the star-shattering wave finger went through his chest. I stood up, slowly, with 2 fingers together. No, impossible. The Dragon Man poison has no cure. It kills a martial king. How are you standing? I took his head off with one sweep. And the last thing that had heard, spinning in the air, was an 85-year-old man shouting, I'm a senior tomato user. What poison have I not tasted? What's a little bit of poison to me? Except. That is not an ordinary poison, and senior tomato user does not say immunity. It says greatly reduced, and my lifespan was already at the bottom of the jar. I could feel it going through me while I stood there. Well, this is a good place to stop. I've kept my word to the Sword Lord. The demon threat inside the 5 regions is broken. And the old monk won't be disappointed either. I didn't break my promise to your idol. I walked over, moved what was left of Feng Yucheng aside with my foot, and picked up the stone pot he had been carrying. A spirit's voice came out of it immediately. Oh my, old marshal, greetings! One look at you, and I can see you are 100 times more impressive than Feng Yucheng. You are absolutely amazing. I stood in a field with poison going up my arm, and did not move for 3 full seconds. 10,000 souls banner. Are all of you immortal artifact spirits this abstract? Hey, brother, you can say what you like, but you can't say whatever you like. We immortal artifacts are extremely high class. The pot was called the Demon Refining Pot, and it was an immortal artifact, and unlike my banner, it was in its original body. It had been forged in antiquity by somebody powerful specifically to kill demons, exactly the way my gold ability does, which is to say it is devastating against one target category and mediocre at everything else. It has 99 ways to kill a demon and is otherwise not much better than a heaven rank artifact. Over the ages, it had drifted until the demons of the great wilderness ended up holding it. They were afraid of it. They could not destroy it, so they sealed it at the bottom of a lake called 10,000 Demon Lake and posted guards. And when this war stalled at the Firmament Ridge, they remembered it, dug it out, and the Azure Dragon handed it to the four-eyed spirit monkey, who handed it to Feng Yucheng. Pot, I have wandered half my life and never met a wise master. If you will not abandon me, this pot is willing to acknowledge you. Demon Refining Pot, have you no shame? Must we immortal artifacts always submit to some cultivator? Can we not be independent? Little Earth-rank spirit artifact, now that you have seen a true form, why do you not pay your respects? My banners started producing black smoke. Who is an Earth-rank spirit artifact? I am an immortal artifact. I merely suffered a calamity. My body was destroyed, and I am temporarily residing in this little Earth rank. Oh, how strange. All the rest of us are intact and unharmed, and you alone were destroyed. Did you perhaps commit a great many evil deeds and become a target? Ah, you damn chamber pot. I swear I will use you as a chamber pot. I sat down on the ground in a field full of the dead and listened to two immortal artifacts insult each other, and I laughed until it hurt, which by then was not very long. Then I did the last useful thing of that lifetime. 10,000 souls banner. A question. What? Where were you before I met you? Specific day, preferably the hour. How would I remember that? It was around. And I sat in a field, dying, and made it talk me through the years before the graveyard in Hongtong County, and I wrote every word of it into the one place that never loses anything. Because I was going to have another life, and in that one, I was not going to wait 17 years. The poison got to the rest of me, and my eyelids came down. And just before they closed, I saw somebody running toward me across a field, and I am fairly sure she was calling me uncle. I woke up in a tent on a bamboo bed. Uncle, you're awake. The medicine His Majesty gave me is working. There was a young woman in purple sitting beside the bed, and it took me a moment because the last time I had seen her, she was a middle-aged woman in a county town. Gao Lan, my niece. Looking about 22. Gao Lan, what are you doing here? Your face? My master gave me a precious medicine that restores a youthful appearance. My master also sent me to find you. She has a letter for you. Master? Who is your master? The Empress of the Southern Border, Xiaolian. I lay in a tent on a battlefield and stopped understanding my own life. That can't be right. Xiaolian is an empress? She wasn't even a martial artist. If she were that powerful, why did Great Qian send her south in the first place? My master could not cultivate it first. She was born with a sealed constitution, and it needed a treasure of heaven and earth to wake it and give her a root bone. She never made the marriage. She ran. Everything after that is in the letter. Master said uncle would understand when he read it. I got as far as the first fold and coughed something black onto the bedding. Uncle! Gao Lan started for the tent flap and I caught her wrist. Don't. There's no cure for this. The medicine only bought me enough clarity to finish a conversation. Uncle. Well, at least I get to see family before I go, and somebody will bury me properly. That's more than most men get. I made myself sit up a little. Stop that. Tell me how you became her student. After my master took the throne, she kept sending people into the Central Plains looking for you. She wanted to make you her consort. Her palace has stayed empty all these years. She was waiting. Ah, she could not find you, so she found me, and my mother, and Pang Dun. And that is how I learned that my sister spent her last years in an imperial palace being looked after, and died peacefully in it. That my niece got a teacher who took her seriously, and that when they eventually located a fat old man from a farming village who had once been kind to somebody the Empress cared about, they invited him to the capital and kept him comfortable for the rest of his life. The Empress could not find me for one simple reason, which is that I was never anywhere. Eastern wilderness, then Western Liang, then a flying boat that never landed twice. I had no idea she felt like that. Where is she? Didn't she come with you? Gao Lan looked at the floor of the tent. My master fell at the Firmament Ridge. I did not say anything for a while. She was an empress. She should have been. And then she told me what had happened at the ridge, and I'm going to give you the numbers because the numbers are the point. Roughly 7 out of every 10 martial sects in the 5 regions were destroyed or nearly destroyed in that war. Of the 8 great sects, 5 lost their elite and their leadership entirely. The remaining 3 were in a bad way. The Sword Lord killed 3 demon ancestors with one stroke and died of it, because that was what it cost. And the Emperor of Great Qian, the incompetent one, the one whose ministers lied to him and who sent 10 golden tablets to a border general and killed the best commander in his own empire, personally led his troops to the ridge and died there. And without his sacrifice, the Sword Lord's stroke would not have been possible. The people petitioned to give that emperor a temple name. They called him the martial ancestor of Qian. I lay there and thought about a man in Yangguan reading a decree by candlelight. And the fire-eyed golden monkey? They say he turned himself into a great rock somewhere overseas and has the demon monkey pinned under it at the bottom of the sea. Forever. The war was not over. Both sides had spent their top ranks. Now they were working through the second tier. After that, the third. What is the point of this war? I said. There is nobody left to win it. Then everything went dark at the edges and my senses started leaving in a specific order. Gao Lan, you should be a martial king by now, shouldn't you? She shook her head. Uncle, I am Spirit C. Martial king is nothing I will reach in this life. The martial path is hard, harder than climbing to heaven. Everybody who makes it has a little luck in them somewhere. Keep your mind level. Uncle, I entered the martial world entirely because of you, and I came this far because of my master. I have no regrets. She stopped. But master has. Gao Lan, go and do your work. I'll read the letter. She did not want to lift that tent flap because she understood that if she left and came back, there would be a body in the bed. But birth, age, sickness, and death are not negotiable, and she was a soldier, so she went. The letter was long. She had a great deal to say. To Brother Chen. I will not use the imperial we with you. Tomorrow the plan the Sword Lord and I made goes into effect. Everything depends on it. I have a bad feeling, so I am writing this in the hope that Gao Lan can deliver it. Thanks to the Sword Lord, I finally know who you are and where you are. I have searched for you half my life, and I have found you, and I do not know if I will ever have the chance to see you again. I am a member of the royal house. In the royal house, a woman without a root bone does not decide her own life. I did not want to be sent away. I resisted to the death, and unexpectedly, you saved me. Having given myself to you, how could I give myself to another? So I ran again, and they chased me to a cliff. And the rest of it was her life. The jump. The strange flower she ate by accident at the bottom. A sacred constitution waking up. An old woman who found her and took her as a student. Years of helping the poor, building a reputation, taking power piece by piece, until she was emperor. The southern frontier is not the central plains. Down there, the country, the system, and the king change every few years, so a woman on a throne is not a constitutional crisis, and no scholars leap out to announce the collapse of all propriety. She started with the Dashi kingdom, the one she was supposed to marry into. Then she took the other 99, and then without pausing, she declared a northern expedition, named herself the rightful heir of the central plains, and went to take back the capital. I want to be honest about one thing, because I read that letter with my eyes going, and I still checked. In the first 2 runs, I never met her, and she did all of it anyway. The rise, the 100 kingdoms, the march north, every bit of it. She was always going to be that. She was a career, walking. This time, she also loved somebody. Outside the simulation, I sat with my hands over my mouth. The most beautiful woman in the 5 regions grew into that. And then, because I am who I am, one night in a cave. Is my personal charm that overwhelming, or is swimming dragon plays with Phoenix simply that powerful? Which is a genuinely difficult question, and I note for the record that a white ability I once called a scam had, by that point, quietly produced an empress, an alliance of 100 kingdoms, and a northern expedition. I finished the letter, and in the dark at the end, I saw a face I had last seen in a cave, and this time she was wearing a phoenix crown, and she came toward me out of a great deal of light. I have lived this life. I fought. I did not win it all. I have no regrets. I heard my own last breath leave, and I heard, outside the tent, several thousand people going down on their knees at once. Martial. Then the poem came up. Eastern wilderness, western Liang, crossing the central plains, putting down demons and monsters, a banner of 10,000 souls. Why does this venerable old man lead an army? An old minister's words echo, and the 5 regions are at peace. 67 years. Golden body. First layer. 67 abilities, including a prismatic myth called proficiency, 2 golds, and everything else. and a technique list that had a fire art at superb mastery, an inner art at perfection, a mind art at perfection, and a heaven rank earth splitting finger technique. The power arrived in a small room in my sister's house in White Cloud County, and this time it was not one realm. It was the whole distance from the early road to the middle road in one delivery. I sat on the edge of a bed with my arms out and let it in. I checked the bronze mirror first, obviously. The red hair didn't come through. Then I ran my energy and watched a faint gold come up under my own skin. Golden body. In White Cloud County, where the entire county had never produced one, and where imperial law states that any martial artist reaching golden body must be given a post at county level or above. I was 18 years old. It had been half an hour since I lay down. 12 slots now. The chart had moved to white 56, green 25, purple 15, gold nearly 4, and prismatic 3 in 1,000. And the system, which has never once let me rest, put up the next guided task. Strike first, strike hard. Between you and Feng Yucheng, there is a subtle karma of enmity, damaging to your future simulations and to your reality. Before he comes into his power, break his cooperation with the demons or remove him entirely. Reward, another run, one draw guaranteed epic or above, and an advanced spirit artifact, the Cold Light Overlord Spear. I sat on the bed and thought about that word. Karma, 3 runs, 2 deaths, both his. Fine, I said. If I'm fated to die at your hands, then you go first. Because in this world, right now, tonight, Feng Yucheng was the chief of the demon-slaying office of White Cloud County, a responsible official, a man with a good record. And I was the only person alive who knew that in 67 years he would be standing in a demon army with a stone pot, wearing a shape that was not human. The difficulty was not killing him. I could kill him with my hands. The difficulty was that reality has consequences and simulations do not. Great Qian is a rotting empire, but the machine still turns. Murder the chief of a county demon-slaying office and the Dragon Protection Division opens a file, and they do not close files. A golden body can do as he likes in one county. A golden body cannot fight a government, so I needed him to die legally, and I already had the method because I had watched it work in the 3rd run. A woman kneeling in a gateway, a commandant who refuses gifts, and a letter. There was exactly one flaw in it. He runs. So this time, I closed the road first. The commandant was months away, which meant I had months. And I knew to the season where a certain banner was currently working on its next owner because I had spent my last conscious minutes on a battlefield making it tell me. We leave tomorrow, I said, and lay down. Now sleep. You're going where? You've only just come back. My sister was making breakfast. My brother-in-law was folding his uniform for roll call and taking my side, which he immediately regretted. The 4th brother is a grown man. He has his own affairs. As his elder sister, you shouldn't interfere in everything. I would not care if he ran naked through the county town, but he's going away for months. Are the bandits out there good people? Are the outlaws and the things that eat people? I smiled and said nothing. 3rd sister. When bandits see me, they give me money. When demons see me, they cannot say father fast enough. I did not say either of those out loud because she would have sent for a physician. We beat her 2-1, which in that house is not how the votes are usually counted. Then Gao Ming went inside and came out with 2 things and put them in my hands. 5th brother. 2 mid-grade spirit artifacts, both from the Shen ancestors, a spear and a breastplate. Take the spear, it's safer to be armed, and wear the plate. It might matter one day. To him, I was a boy with one realm under him going out onto a road full of things that eat people. I thanked him and took both, because refusing would have required an explanation. Uncle, where are you going? I turned around and picked up a 2-year-old. Uncle's going out to play for a while. He'll be back soon. Be good and wait for him. Sugar figure. Absolutely. I'll buy you one. You should spoil her, said my sister. Spoil her thoroughly, and then nobody will marry her. And then I noticed something. 3rd sister. My niece still doesn't have a name? The family had been calling her Mei Mei for 2 years. It's your brother-in-law. He's been at it for 2 years, and he still can't choose. Gao Ming scratched the back of his head, entirely without shame, and I stood in that courtyard with a child on my arm and thought about a woman in a purple robe in a military tent who had held my hand while I died and who had been given a name by a man in a village she never saw. How about Gao Lan, the Jia from Commendation? Gao Ming went very still and thoughtful. Jia, praise, and good fortune. That is a good name. My sister took the baby off me. Look what you've done. You've given your brother-in-law a second option. He'll agonize over this for at least 3 months. I left him to it. At the Yuelai Inn, Zhang Yumei met me in the doorway with a complicated expression. Are you here to collect the round, gentlemen, sir? Because, speak plainly. He eats a great deal. What you left yesterday wasn't quite enough. Her tone was extremely careful because she had worked out I was a martial artist and had adjusted her negotiating posture accordingly. I had wondered about that too, incidentally. A man with Pang Dun's mind, in a poor village, living on what neighbors could spare, and he had always been round and healthy. After the third run, I had an answer for that as well. He was never ordinary. Whatever is inside him was always inside him. Of course he eats. I put a silver ingot the size of half her palm on the counter. She had never met a martial artist who paid like that, and she went slightly pale. Then I went upstairs and woke him. Pang Dun, I'm going away for a few months. Stay here. Don't wander. Somebody will bring your meals and wash your things. You're a guest. Enjoy it. Yes, I know. For Pang Dun, full and comfortable is the entire specification. He does not get bored. He does not want anything. I have never in my life met another person about whom that was true. Then I went to the horse market, because it was a long way and I was not going to run it. And I saw demon smoke, faint, broken, coming and going. I followed it to a stall, and it was coming off a black horse, which is not how demons work. A demon is a person-shaped thing with animal features, and it puts out a steady trace. This was a horse, completely a horse. It was eating hay with its head down, and it had the intelligence of a horse, and the smoke came in wisps and stopped. Did some demon somewhere develop a very unfortunate attachment to a mare? The trader came over at a run. Young hero, buying? These are all excellent animals, hand-picked from the northern grasslands. I looked at him. The northern grasslands are a year away on the hoof. Anything walked here from there would arrive as glue. How much for the black one? That one? I'll give you a discount. Why? It eats and it produces enormously. If I don't sell it soon, I'll go broke feeding it. Just like Pang Dun. Looks like a horse. Contains something else. I bought the horse in the East Market, a saddle in the West Market, dry rations in the South Market, and a long whip in the North Market, and rode out. 2 months to Song'an County in Qian Prefecture, which is the province east of ours, and which is where I had fought the last battle of a life that had not happened yet. The horse was extraordinary. Rest it once or twice a day, feed it enormously, and it would hold a fast pace over mountains and valleys all day without complaint. I've bought a fine animal, I said, and meant it. I cultivated on the road, because after Golden Body you cannot simply build the body anymore. All three energies have to move together, and each one needs its own art running, and the whole thing becomes a scheduling problem, which is exactly why the simulated me stopped advancing after his breakthrough. He had an army to run. I had proficiency, which cut the time on technique work to almost nothing, and the road was empty, and I had nothing else to do. I want to note the comparison that had been sitting in my head since Changhen's slope. Feng Yucheng was over 100 when he died, and he had reached the third layer of Golden Body. That is what a low-tier root bone produces even when you sell everything you have, including your species. Within the frame of that world, he had simply struggled a little longer than everyone else before losing. At Song'an County, I started asking about a place called Goose City because a banner had told me, on a battlefield, that it had found its last owner near there. A few days later, my nose twitched. Hehehe, Fan, I've got you. Guanfeng and Guanlei were brothers. The Zhao family of Goose City was a minor house with no more than 6 martial artists in it, and a year ago, the old master of that family suddenly became a soul tempering, which rearranged the entire local order overnight. The Zhaos went from nobody to first among the local gentry inside 12 months, and their businesses flourished, and money came in. And before they had properly finished celebrating, old Master Guan died, which left a wealthy family with no martial artist in it, holding gold in a street full of people. That morning, both brothers arrived at their father's new grave outside the city, separately, at the same time. Brother, have you come to pay respects at father's grave? Ah, yes, you too? Brother, you came to visit a grave without bringing paper money? Did you bring any? They both kept a careful distance from each other and knelt down. Then both of them started weeping and telling their dead father about the crises facing the family, at length, with enormous feeling. Father, you told me in a dream that if I came to your grave, all of it could be solved. I've come, and what has been solved? Nothing. Guanfeng stopped crying. Father appeared in your dream? What kind of question is that? Father trusted me completely when he was alive. Of course he came to me. Do you think I'd hand it to you? Nonsense. If Father hadn't appeared to me, would I be standing in this wilderness? And while the two of them were looking at each other, their father's grave exploded. Black smoke went up in a shape like an auspicious cloud, and both brothers landed on their backsides. They say ancestral graves give off auspicious smoke. I always thought it was a saying. And out of the smoke came a tattered white banner. Oh, you two filial sons! Do you long to restore the Zhao family's standing and crush your rivals in Goose City? It talked? I am an immortal artifact forged by an ancient sage. I possess terrifying power that spans heaven and earth. I can remake the heavens and the earth, and I can stop a child from crying. For thousands of years, all who have followed me have prospered and achieved greatness in the martial path. I want to note that both brothers were terrified, and both of them listened to the entire advertisement. So that's how Father broke through. And they looked at each other, and the exact same thought arrived in both of them at the same instant, and it was not a family thought. Oh, but there are two of you today. What am I to do? Whichever of you I go with, the other will be heartbroken. This is truly a difficult. Guanfeng stepped back. Second brother. Father trusted you most. Consider this his keepsake. It's yours. Guanlei's whole face lit up. Brother, do you mean that? It is only natural for an elder brother to give way. Brother! And Guanlei's eyes filled up, and he reached for the banner, and Guanfeng drew a short sword out of his sleeve and put it at his brother's back. Guanlei, without turning around, snapped a dart out from under his own wrist. Hidden weapons? Despicable. Brother, is stabbing a man in the back less despicable? Two brothers, 800 schemes between them, and the banner floated at a comfortable viewing distance in a cloud of smoke, absolutely delighted. Interesting. Interesting. You are a genuinely disgusting object, I said from beside it, inciting brothers to kill each other. It came off the ground about a foot. It had not seen me arrive, and I had walked up over open ground because I had silent step on and I had come up through the brush, and unless somebody specifically sweeps for you or looks straight at you, that combination is very difficult. Young man, you'll have to queue, one at a time. I don't have time to watch you make trouble. Come with me. There is exactly one person in this world suited to be your master, and you're looking at him. It released black smoke into me, which is its opening move, and the smoke went in and came straight back out and did nothing at all. Hey, you've successfully caught my attention. Then it coughed and adopted an entirely different voice, a low, grave, elderly one. While those two useless creatures are occupied, let us conduct a brief interview. An interview. First, the title needs work. What is this 10,000 souls banner business? When we travel, you will refer to me respectfully as Immortal Venerable. Second, do not say you are taking me. This is not acknowledging a master. This is a partnership. Understood? Very well. Now, so that we may know each other better, a few simple questions. I started building fighting spirit. Cultivation level? Just reached golden body. Golden body already? At your age? You must have taken some youth preserving very well. And this root bone thing? Low grade. Earth rank? Tisk. Low. Grade. Low grade? Good. Good. Very good. That thing had absolutely no idea how transparent it was. It wanted a man with no talent because a man with no talent is desperate, and a desperate man is easy to steer. There is one more thing. I pulled it out of the grave. It came up like a radish, and then I started hitting it. Pretending. Pretending. What are you pretending for? An interview, Immortal Venerable. Do you think you are somebody? Even if you are an immortal artifact, you are a tool, made by people, to help people cultivate and help people fight, and you think you're going to take over? It did not hurt because it was a spirit. It was, by its own later admission, the single most humiliating experience of its existence, and worse, I had just broken the body it had spent a long time selecting, so it got angry. What is happening? What kind of freak are you? It hit me with its actual killing technique, the one that goes for the soul. Nothing. Alien daddy. Whatever is inside a banner, it is not a person. And it was empty. No master, no proper body, a spirit in decline. That one move used everything it had. Hey, 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 why are you taking this so seriously? I was joking. Then it saw me stop using my fists and start using techniques that actually reach a soul, and the tone changed completely. Do you acknowledge God or not? I do. I do. Your Excellency is absolutely magnificent. A model for us all. I completely acknowledge. Call me Master. Master. Why do I feel so ashamed? I cut my finger and let it fall on the cloth and ran the binding ritual, which I had learned in a life that had not happened, and which I performed with the smoothness of a man who had done it before. No, brother, how are you this practiced? Meanwhile, behind us, the Zhao brothers had finished. Guanfeng was the better fighter, and he stood up and kicked his brother's body aside. Father always favored you. Most of the family business was in your hands. The woman I wanted, he gave to you. Now you're dead, so it's all mine. Ha ha ha. Then he noticed that the banner was in a stranger's hand. He came toward me with his sword out, and his face went cold and professional. Where did you crawl in from, boy? You can't hold an opportunity like that. Hand over the white banner and I'll give you a shop in Goose City. You'll be a rich man. I raised my right hand, and a dragon made of fire came out of my arm and went down the slope. Noisy. Then I collected what was left of his soul into the banner and refined it on the spot. You demonic cultivator, you'll get what's coming to. And that was all of it. not much power. Mosquito meat is still meat. And here's the thing the banner could not process. In its previous life, it had been picked up by a broken old soldier who did not know how to use it. This time, it was picked up by a golden body who had already operated it for 40 years. The same knife in a soldier's hand and in a child's hand is not the same knife. Brother, have you and I worked together before? Then it thought about that. That's not right. Everyone I've worked with, I drank dry. Am I speaking to a master from before my body was destroyed? Which is impossible because that was a very long time ago, and this one is 18. I told it I had a natural gift for handling artifacts. It accepted that because it wanted to, and approximately 40 seconds into our professional relationship, it made its first proposal. Brother. Master. Master. Brother. Do you see Goose City ahead? Under 30,000 people. Strongest martial artist in it is a soul tempering. Go. With golden body and the combinations this banner can run, you could empty that city in a single day, tens of thousands of fresh souls. Give me time to refine them, and we split the power 30-70. Your cultivation goes up like a rocket, and I repair my spirit body. How do we get away afterward? Run, run far, and then do the next place. Do you think the imperial court is dead? Do you think the men who shout about acting on behalf of heaven all day are dead? Simple. I have 9 ways to evade capture and 19 ways to drag righteous martial artists into the water with us. Don't worry about a thing. Just get started. I looked at it for a while. Understand this now. We kill demons. When we kill people who have earned it. That way, there is no trouble. Guanfeng had earned it incidentally. Not because of his brother and not because of the woman, because he had seen my face. The banner opened its mouth to keep selling, and the black horse I had ridden for 2 months went down on its front knees beside me and spoke. Master, please don't kill me. I looked at the horse. You can talk? Damn, said the banner. The horse can talk? What is that horse? I walked around it a couple of times. It still did not look like a demon. The smoke was too weak and too intermittent, and I had never seen anything like it in 4 lifetimes of hunting. But it talked, and it had clearly understood every conversation for 2 months and said nothing. Why did you pretend to be a horse for 2 months? Give me a reason today or I'm eating horse tonight. It put its head on the ground. Master, spare me. This old servant had no choice. If I speak, people say I am a demon and kill me. I understood that when I was very young. I was fortunate. Unlike other demons, I was born looking exactly like a horse, with no flaw anywhere. I am not disguised. This is what I am. So this old servant pretended to be a horse, and worked hard, and never complained, and let himself be ridden and driven wherever anyone liked. And I have never met a master as powerful as you. And when I heard you say you were going to kill demons, I was so frightened that I looked at that animal for a while, because I had spent every one of those 2 months riding it, and it had spent every one of them terrified of the moment I found out, and I finally understood what its previous owners must have been like. 1 second a man is stroking your face and calling you his beloved horse. The next second the same man is coming back with a knife and a torch. It had no idea how many times it had gotten away. Stop calling yourself a servant. I don't keep servants. From today, your name is Shadow Gale, and you will continue as my mount. But you will not speak in front of other people, because I would like you to survive. It raised its eyes very slowly, as if the words might be withdrawn. Shadow Gale obeys. I will not fail your kindness. Not killing you is a kindness now. Have some confidence. You're a good horse. Then I taught it to cultivate, because in that world demons cultivate by bloodline instead of root bone, and they live a very long time and grow very slowly, which is exactly why so many of them risk everything to sneak into human lands and eat people. Eating people is a shortcut. You're a human and he is a horse, said the banner. Even if he were a demon, he could never cultivate a human technique. Which is a fair point, but Shadow Gale was not a demon, and he was clearly not an ordinary horse, and there is a third category in that world called simply beasts, which have power and bloodline and no mind at all, and he was obviously not one of those either, because he had been listening to me talk to myself for 2 months. So I taught him Raging Bull Strength, which is the low-grade outer art I learned at 60 in a training yard in a life that never happened, and which has the enormous advantage of being simple, since Shadow Gale could not read and had never cultivated anything. On the Qing River, I bought a small pleasure boat and went downstream, singing, teaching a horse to cultivate, with a banner complaining continuously in my head. Still asleep? How can you sleep at your age? A low-tier root bone like yours is beyond repair. Breaking through on your own is a fantasy. Find a ley line and I will push you through. Still eating? Cultivation is a boat against the current. If you do not advance, someone else will, and they will step on you and humiliate you at their leisure. Find a ley line, defy heaven, change your fate. Now is the time. I took it out and hung it over the side of the boat. If you nag me once more, I will shout 3 times. The 10,000 souls banner is here. Come and act on behalf of heaven. Heh heh. Look at the mess this has become. I'm the one who needs to break through. Why are you more enthusiastic about it than I am? You are my master. You growing stronger is wonderful. It is so pleasant to sit under your great tree. Is it? I had spent 40 years with that thing in another life. It is foul-mouthed and it schemes constantly, and it is ultimately a tool that cannot be fooled and cannot act, so all it can actually do is talk. I named it Hei Ling because 10,000 Souls banner is a mouthful and because it hated the nickname. Hei Ling, behave. You are not somebody I cannot live without. What? I told you. If I have to raise my cultivation by killing, I choose demons. So guess. Is there something in this world better at killing demons than you are? And the banner went very quiet, because it knew exactly what. A stone pot at the bottom of a lake called 10,000 Demon Lake, somewhere in the great wilderness. And I had no idea where that was or how far, and that was a problem for a future run. Then a thread of demon smoke came down the river. There's one. Shadow Gale took a step back and tried to get into the cabin. Then he saw I was still on deck, came out again, and stood next to me with all 4 legs shaking. I patted his neck, and I looked at that smoke and started smiling because I recognized it. Well, look who it is, old friend. Ahead of us on the water was a large painted pleasure boat, much finer than mine, with music coming off it and people on the deck who were clearly wealthy. The river started turning. That fish had lost its arrangement when I removed the Blackstone gang. No more scheduled deliveries. So it had gone back to working for itself, and it had been careful about it, moving downriver after every incident so no single demon slaying office would build a pattern. It was golden body by then, and it knew that being strong is not the same as being safe. The painted boat went over. Help! I am the son of the Prince of Jinju. Save me. I will reward you enormously. There was a young man in the water in very good clothes, and everything around him, the water, the wreckage, himself, was sliding toward a mouth. It's over. I'm going to die. Father, I should have listened to you and practiced properly. I regret it. I stamped once on the deck of my little boat and it stopped rocking entirely. I stamped again and put everything into a forward push, and a pleasure boat came out of the water like something fired from a bow. Fathead, since we are so fated to meet, why don't you be the first honored guest in my camp? My boat hit that head at full speed and disintegrated, and my fist came out of the wreckage. Who are you? How dare you ruin my meal? I'm your father. I hit it in the back, and its eyes came out of its head, and it returned, involuntarily, everything it had just taken, which is the reason a great many people on that river lived. It hit me with its tail and put a wave over me, and I caught the tail. Then I took that fish and beat it against the surface of the river, 3 times to the left, 3 times to the right. The wave I made was considerably worse for local shipping than the wave it had made. Then I threw it onto the bank. I did not use a single technique. Against something at my own realm and not human, I do not need to. High-level fighting is mostly the simplest possible action performed with an unreasonable number behind it. It tried to flop back toward the water because a fish in a river is unkillable and a fish on a bank is luggage. I caught up with it, took hold of the largest tooth in its mouth, and dragged it into the trees. 20 meters of demon used as a plow through a forest at running speed for about half a lie. I cut a new road through that wood. There is a path there now, and the thing did not even think about the pain. What it thought about, and I could see it thinking about it, was, where did this come from? Did I eat this man's relatives? Why is this happening to me specifically? The answer, obviously, was yes. It looked at me at the end, with those flat eyes, trying to work out what it was looking at. Then I checked that the trees were empty, opened the banner, and took its soul. Huh? Is this the underworld? Am I being reincarnated? Ah. Let me be a human next time. Being a demon is too hard. There are more and more terrifying people in the human race every year. Hey Ling, that one is golden body. Don't melt it. Refine it into a servant. Yes. It had become extremely obedient in the last 10 minutes. I sliced a few pounds off the fresh part, snapped my fingers, and cooked it with the fire art. That's actually very good. Somewhere inside a black banner, a soul was having the worst afternoon in the history of the Qing River. The boy from the painted boat had swum ashore and came over dripping, and bowed properly. Senior, thank you for saving my life. I will not be lazy in repaying it. Please come to the prince's residence and let me hold a banquet for you. Are you actually the prince's son? Because you're traveling without a single decent guard. He rubbed the back of his head. Because I ran away. Father doesn't let us go out and play. We have to finish literary studies and martial training every day before we get a moment. A prince's household with real discipline, and a 15-year-old so bored he escaped and immediately met a demon. That tracks. His name was Xia Hong. Chengqian, as in inheriting Qian. My father is the Prince of Jinju, of the Ji generation. I am of the Cheng generation. When I was born, a master examined me and found a heaven-rank root bone, and my father was so happy that he named me heir on the spot. The name means I will inherit his position. Heaven-rank root bone. I have a low-tier one, and I have 4 lifetimes of memory and a shelf of cheats. and there is a 15-year-old dripping river water in front of me who was born with the thing I have spent 3 lives trying to buy. Young man, I have to criticize you. You're a prince, you have a root bone like that, and instead of cultivating properly, you sneak out to play? At your age, this is the critical period. Cultivation is a boat against the current if you do not advance. I stopped, because I had heard that sentence somewhere. Damn banner. It gets into you. Xiahong gave me a slightly tired smile. I stopped being the heir when I was 12. My elder brother is heir now. So you're a useless prince. He had been an idler since childhood, slacked in his studies, slacked in his training, drove off several instructors. His father gave up and reassigned the position. Brother, I said, from your manners you're neither spoiled nor stupid, so why? And that boy looked out at the river with an expression that did not belong on a 15-year-old. If I hadn't wasted my life, I probably wouldn't be alive now. I have been in enough places to know exactly what that means. Understood. He was extremely generous, in the way of a man who cannot spend money on himself. A new boat, better than the one I had destroyed. A stack of banknotes from an exchange, which finished my money problems permanently. And then the martial artists market at Whitehorse City, where he bought me one of everything I looked at, settled the entire bill against his father's household account by showing a jade token, and did not ask a single question about why any of it was needed. There was so much of it that Shadowgale was carrying bundles on every part of himself, and I was carrying the rest in my arms. So he took the storage ring off his own hand. Benefactor, take this. In that world, an ordinary storage pouch is rare. A ring is another class of object entirely. Master Li, I can't take your ring. Benefactor must take it. I am repaying my life. What are objects? I refused twice, at which point he simply put it on my finger. It fits? It adapts. Advanced. And then the actual request. Master Li, these are all useful, but what I really need is a forge master, preferably one who can produce earth rank. He took me to the 100 Refinement sect, which forges every weapon carried by the prince's own guard, and whose sect master, Shu Tian, had a head like polished stone and the build of a barrel. Young Master Chen Qian, what a rare guest. Xiahong was a well-known story in that province. The deposed heir. Most people were polite about it and enjoyed it privately. Shu Tian treated him as a client because his sect had a contract with the household and money does not care who inherits. He agreed to the commission instantly and refused payment. Put the fee on the household account next month. Young Master Chen Qian, what are you saying? You're doing a favor for a friend and I'm going to charge you? Absolutely not. Your friend is my friend. Then he leaned in toward Xiahong and lowered his voice, and I heard every word of it, because I am extremely difficult to whisper near. Young Master Chen Qian, I am still on your side. Don't give up. I would bet the entire storage ring that he had said exactly the same sentence to the elder brother. Bet on both horses and you never lose money. I handed over the design, and I want to note how careful I was, because reality does not reset. Hei Ling drew the plans. But instead of anything resembling a spirit banner, it drew a military standard, the kind an army uses to inspire troops in formation, a common and entirely legal category of artifact. A flag and a banner are close enough in structure to matter and different enough in appearance to pass, and Shu Tian looked at the drawings and concluded I was the leader of some small sect who wanted a group buff. Simple. Give me a month. My sect will supply the materials. Young Master Chen Qian, go home and wait for good news. And when I left, Xiahong escorted me more than 10 li out to the dock. Master Li, this is far enough. I'm boarding. Take care, benefactor. Please visit the prince's residence in future. I still owe you a banquet. You've already repaid me many times over. Then I will part from my benefactor here. Ah, benefactor. When the artifact is finished, how shall I send it to you? I'll come and get it myself. I led Shadowgale onto the boat. And on the bank behind me, a deposed prince produced a pipa from somewhere, sat down in the dirt in his good clothes, and played and sang me a farewell song. The Qing River runs 3,000 li, and it does not compare to the way Chen Qian saw me off. Meanwhile, in a cave on Flying Tiger Mountain in White Cloud Ridge, a meeting was being held. The demon king of that ridge was a tiger demon blind in one eye, and the local demons called him Leopard Lord, and his title was purely regional. He was soul-tempering. In the great wilderness that would make him a corporal, he looked around the cave at the leaders of every group on that ridge. Snakes, bulls, boars. The county has sent word. Everyone lies low. The prefecture's inspector has arrived. The bull demon leader snorted. What inspector? They come every 5 years, and it is always theater. These officials are soft. They don't go up into mountains. Am I wrong? The cave laughed. The county official says this one is different. Commandant Wei Jing is meticulous, and he will not leave a single corner of this county unlooked at. The laughter stopped. A commandant out of a prefecture office is golden body at minimum. Nothing on that ridge could survive one. So Leopard Lord got up, worked a mechanism in the arm of his stone chair, and a wall opened onto a passage going down. Everyone underground until he leaves. And every demon in that cave made a face, because it turns out that even a race that lives in the wild does not actually enjoy a dark, wet hole. They filed in. The wall closed behind them, and the last bull in the line stopped and put an ear against the stone. Sounds like somebody's coming. The inspector, this fast? Doesn't sound like an inspector. Because what was outside was a man having an argument with himself. What do you care why I'm here? I go where I like. Hurry up. All day, every day, find a ley line, find a ley line. Are you not tired of yourself? Do I have to shout 3 times that the greatest demonic weapon in history is standing here? Leopard Lord, said the bull quietly. This is not right. He's coming toward this wall. He's a passerby wandering through a cave. The mechanism here was installed by a human grandmaster, custom fitted to the mountain, drawing on the Earth's own force. Nobody can break. A fist came through the wall. Stone went in every direction and daylight came in behind it, and to the demons at the front of that passage, it genuinely looked like a god had arrived. Leopard Lord called the contractor several names internally and gave the order. Kill him! They came out of that tunnel 2 and 3 abreast, because that is all the width there was, and I did not even look at them properly, because I was still arguing. I simply held out one finger. See? I told you there were demons in here. Brother, do you have a dog's nose? I sensed nothing. Although to be fair, this rubbish body I'm in is not even a proper spirit artifact and it seriously affects my performance. Stop making excuses and practice your cooking. Ooh, I'm so excited. The star-shattering wave finger fires from a fingertip and puts a hole through whatever is in front of it, and in a corridor 3 demons wide, it works like a loom. They died without sound, 1 rank at a time, which meant the demons further back assumed their brothers at the front were fighting heroically and pushed forward to help. So they came out in a queue, and I processed them in a queue, and the banner narrated the entire thing. I'll take you in first, then you, then you. Yes, all of you. The situation is entirely under my control. It will be your turn very shortly, and I see no reason to keep you waiting. Leopard Lord had entered the tunnel at the front, which meant he came out of it last. Men, this one has seen us. We cannot let him leave. Follow me, and… He stopped 10 paces from me. 1 man, 1 tiger, 3 eyes between us. He looked down at his entire regional authority, lying in pieces across the cave floor. They're all dead. Big striped cat, I said. Do you know that the great Chen has a demon suppression tower? This lowly one knows of it, senior. As I understand it, that tower holds demons who have done evil but are willing to provide intelligence and assistance to the demon-slaying offices. Life inside is not comfortable, but it is life. He was 3 meters tall and standing upright and had claws like farm tools, and at that moment he had the entire body language of a house cat that has heard a can open. So, the demon suppression tower, or do we settle this? This lowly one has always longed to visit the demon suppression tower. All the demons there are senior masters. They speak so kindly. I love it there. Please, senior, give me a chance. Do exactly as I tell you and I won't kill you. I'll have the demon-slaying office send you up the tower to retire. Yes, sir. A few days later, Commandant Wei Jing entered White Cloud County. The county government and the demon-slaying office prepared a magnificent welcome banquet. He did not attend. The local gentry sent gifts to the relay station where he was staying. He did not accept them. That evening, my brother-in-law came past the relay station after a long day and saw the pile of refused gifts stacked outside the gate and sighed at it. I never imagined Lord Zhang would be a man of such principle. And a voice behind him said, "Then let's help Lord Zhang." He spun around and there was a young man with a spear and a sword, and his whole face changed. "Fifth brother, you're finally back. Your sister has worn me down to nothing, asking about you every day." I took out a letter with the location of every demon nest on White Cloud Ridge, which, at that point, contained only remains that would be difficult to identify. "Brother-in-law, I have a way to expose the collusion between the officials and the demons in this county. Would you like to be part of it?" And something came on behind his eyes that I had not seen since a table in another life. What happened next was, beat for beat, what I had watched in a simulation. Gao Ming contacted the families of the men convicted in the cases he had been quietly investigating. One woman was willing to stop the commandant in the street. The rest agreed to stand up after her. She knelt in the gateway. The others came out of the crowd. "Magistrate Fan, with this many people crying out for justice, you are not doing your job well." The fat magistrate sweated through his robes and understood that his good years had ended, and Feng Yucheng, quick as ever, was gone. He did not go home. He did not collect anything. He went straight out of the city and into the hills, moving like an animal. cursing his colleague the entire way. That fat pig fan. I told him years ago, if we frame a man, imprison the whole family. If you can't exile them or execute them, lock them up and let them rot in there. Woman's mercy. He had one plan, and it was a good one. Get to Leopard Lord, collect the demons, and go somewhere else and rebuild the arrangement, because the pill that kept him strong needed them. He came into the cave on Flying Tiger Mountain at a run. Leopard Lord, stop hiding in that miserable hole. You're exposed. Come with me now. I'll take you. And then he stopped, because that cave was full of what was left of every demon on the ridge, and it had been that way for days. He had smelled it on the approach. He had assumed the demons had been eating. That was his one chance to live, and he walked past it, because a man who has spent 30 years arranging for people to be killed does not find a smell like that remarkable. He turned around and ran. Star-shattering wave finger. I was in a tree. It went through his stomach and put him on his knees in the leaves, and he looked around at the direction it had come from with his hands full of himself. You, who are? I did not answer him. I fired 5 more. Then I opened the banner and called his soul into it, and a face I had watched twice from the wrong end came up on the cloth, still talking. Who are you? What grudge do we have? Why have you done this to me? I looked at it sideways. What grudge do the people of White Cloud County have with you? Why did you do it to them? What are you pretending for? Who speaks for the people these days? You're a demonic cultivator. You just want a kill. You're right. I'm not speaking for the people. I'm settling my own account. We have quite a lot of history, you and I. You have earned this. What history? I have never met you in my life. Which was true, and which I could not possibly explain, so I didn't. I was about to melt him down and be done with the whole karma, and then I noticed something in what was left on the ground. A black bead. I turned it over with the point of a sword. Then I put a star-shattering wave finger into it at point-blank range. Nothing. Not a mark. A golden body martial artist with an earth-rank technique at a decent level, focusing destructive force onto a single point, and it did not scratch. Chief Feng, what exactly is this? He tried to get out of the banner, and I want to record that even then he was defiant, which is the only thing I ever admired about him. Don't expect me to tell you anything. You despicable creature, all you ever do is scheme. And Hei Ling spoke up. Brother, why waste your breath? Watch this. The wail of 10,000 ghosts. Every demon soul in that banner experienced something at once, and the sound they produced was so unpleasant that a living man would consider ending himself to make it stop, and Feng Yucheng was inside it, and it went through him from every direction. I let it run and then stopped it because I did not want him ruined. It isn't that I'm despicable, it's that with you I can't be careless. Who knows when you might change shape? And I watched the expression on that face change when I said the word change, which told me the other thing I needed. My gold ability had not activated when I hit him, which meant that in this timeline, right now, Feng Yucheng was still entirely human. The dragon shape was something he acquired later, and I had just removed the 67 years in which he would have acquired it. That thing, he said, is called a demon seed. I have spent my entire life becoming stronger by any means available, and all of it was to get rid of it. Well, you should thank me. I've removed it for you. I'm dead. What use is? What is a demon seed? Why did you want it out? And be careful. You're inside a banner. If you lie, the spirit will know. No vacancies, said Hei Ling cheerfully. Feng Yucheng looked at the thing beside him and gave up. It has been inside me since I was born. I don't know how it got there, but I know this. Every full moon night, it takes control of my body, and it uses ordinary things, soil, twigs, stones, to draw a pattern on the ground. Then it makes me stand inside the pattern and speak to the sky. Saying what? Anchor point in place. I stood in a wood with a black bead in my hand. That's all it ever said? That's all. What does it mean? I don't know. Then you're no use. Hei Ling, give him 2. It felt, said Feng Yucheng, like the seed was calling to something, as though it had arrived first and was acting as a marker so that whatever comes next can find its way. I did not say anything for a moment. That is exactly what I think it is. Great minds, he said, bitterly. I did not melt him. I filed him in the banner instead, because a man with a history that strange is worth keeping. And then, while I was standing there holding an indestructible bead and thinking, Shadow Gale spoke. Boss, I think I can eat that. Eat what? That bead. Don't be ridiculous. I can't destroy it with a technique. How is your grass-eating horse stomach going to dissolve it? I don't know why, but I really want to eat it. Maybe I'm imagining it. I looked at the horse, then at the bead. Shadow Gale was not a horse, not a demon, and not a beast. I had already failed to teach him a human technique. On the way back from Qian Prefecture, I had actually captured a couple of demons and made them teach him a demon technique, and that had failed too. He had never had an instinct about anything before. Eat it. Don't force it. If it feels wrong, spit it out. Yes. He walked over, put his head down, and a hoarse tongue came out and took a bead that a golden body could not scratch. Well, can you digest it? There was no discomfort at all. It melted in my mouth. Is that a description or a statement? It really melted. It went straight into my stomach. And then he started to get restless and hot, and I told him to run it off before he did something to himself. He ran. And on the third stride, black fire came out from under his hooves, and the ground where he stepped caught alight, and he left 2 burning lines behind him across the whole hillside. He went around the mountain and came back at a speed that had nothing to do with the animal I had ridden for 2 months. Boss, I think I've evolved. I gave him a thumbs up. A fine animal. A very fine animal. And somewhere inside a black banner, a soul who had spent 130 years destroying everything he touched, abandoning every principle he had, and finally becoming something that was not human, all in an attempt to get that bead out of his body, watched a talking horse eat it in one mouthful and turn it into personal fuel. Fate, said Feng Yucheng. How unfair you are. Some men achieve enlightenment on a battlefield. He achieved his inside a banner. Then I sent Leopard Lord down to the city gates to surrender. The guards at the gate saw a demon walk out of the tree line and called for everything they had. Leopard Lord put both hands in the air and explained that he was turning himself in. Wei Jing was in the county office at that moment, presiding over the public re-examination of every case, with the magistrate in front of him, and they brought in a demon as a witness. The whole county came. They climbed the walls and sat in the trees. Nobody in White Cloud County had ever seen a live demon, let alone one kneeling in a courtroom giving evidence against a government official. Your Excellency, you must get justice for this small demon. I have lived on White Cloud Ridge since I was born. I am a local demon. I am not like those things that sneak in from the great wilderness just to eat a person. Wei Jing brought down the gavel. Stop rambling. Get to the point. Yes, yes, yes. The cases you have been examining. They were indeed done by the demons of White Cloud Ridge, but we were instructed. The one who arranged it is Feng Yucheng, the chief of your county's demon-slaying office. He required us to kill regularly because the pill he takes needs a large quantity of fresh material and cannot be refined without it. And then he laid the entire arrangement out in front of a courtyard packed with citizens, and I stood at the back and watched the county find out what it had been living in. The chief of the demon-slaying office was working with them. That fat magistrate is worse. He knew those villagers were honest farmers and he had them executed anyway. We all thought the demon problem had gotten better over the years. It was being written down as us killing each other. When the testimony finished, Wei Jing leaned forward. Tiger demon, we could not find you anywhere. Why did you not run? Why come back and denounce Feng Yucheng and Fan Shu? And Leopard Lord recited, and I mean recited, I know my strength is weak and I dare not run. If I run, I will be hunted and live in fear forever. If I surrender, I can be locked in the demon suppression tower and live out a peaceful old age. Wei Jing's eyebrows came down slightly. So there is an expert helping the people of White Cloud County. He was not stupid. He had known there was somebody behind the woman in the gateway. He had assumed a clever person with a plan. A clever person with a plan does not deliver a coerced demon king to a courtroom with his lines memorized. Every wrongful conviction was overturned that same day. The men still in prison went home. For the ones already executed, he took silver out of the county treasury and gave it to their families, which is not justice and is more than they would have got anywhere else. That is what an official is supposed to be. I stood in the crowd and watched it, and when it was done, I turned around and walked out and did not tell anybody anything. The commandant took his team up White Cloud Ridge afterward with my letter and found the nests exactly where I said, and nothing alive in any of them. Heaven above, 30 years a demon slayer, and I have never seen a group die this completely. Whoever did this was extremely thorough. There has to be a deep grudge behind it. At the very least, said Wei Jing, it means the people were telling the truth, and so was the tiger. This ridge is full of nests, and this county reported 1 or 2 incidents a year. Fan Shu and Feng Yucheng were lying in both directions. Sir, should we investigate who wrote the letter? He raised a hand. They do not wish to be seen. Insisting would be impolite. Write it up as demons who could not agree on the division of spoils. That night, at dinner, my brother-in-law drank considerably more than he should have. I always knew there was something wrong with the air in this county. How could there be so many murders? How could there be so much plague? Now it is all clear. He also wanted to report my role and get me a commission. He was extremely enthusiastic about it. A case that size can be worth the chief's post at county level. Does the reward come with money? I asked. Or only with the position? A position isn't enough? Do you know how many men want into the demon-slaying office and can't get in? Then I quietly let it drop. An office comes with duties, and duties come with a schedule, and I had 4 lifetimes of technique to grind and an unknown number of simulations to run. I had gotten what I actually wanted, which is that Feng Yucheng's death was now an entry in a file about a demon collaborator who fled and was never found, and the Dragon Protection Division would file it under closed. But if Lord Zhang asks where I got that letter, what do I say? If he has looked at the places in that letter, I said, picking up a dish, he will not ask you that question. Why not? Brother-in-law, you need to work on your interpersonal skills. My sister found the way I talk extremely funny. How old are you? Giving your brother-in-law advice. I smiled and said nothing. 18 years old, and my whole estate was 3 permanent abilities. Big shoulders, being all right with starving, and not feeling it when a man hit me. 9 months later, I had crossed into the middle road of the Marshall Path in a county that has never produced one, buried the gang that owned me, put a demon king in a witness box, and closed a 30-year arrangement between a county office and the things in the hills, and not one person in White Cloud County knows my name had anything to do with any of it. That is the good news, and I had about 4 hours to enjoy it. Because I was lying on a bed in my sister's spare room with a black bead in my hand that I could not scratch, that a horse had eaten and turned into fire, and that had spent 100 years riding around inside a county official making him stand in a pattern once a month and say 4 words at the sky. Anchor point in place. An anchor is not a weapon. An anchor is a mark on a map. Somebody puts one down so that whatever comes next knows exactly where to arrive. Which means something has already been here, quietly, for longer than I have been alive. It has been standing in a tower in a second-rate sect 2 provinces from where my sister is sleeping, counting up how many human traders it has managed to recruit so far, and complaining that it does not yet have the resources to bring the rest of them across. And it is patient. That is the part I keep coming back to. It has been patient for 100 years. Somewhere behind that, there is an organization of humans, working out of Demon Country, that can hire one of the great powers of the Western continent to erase a village of farmers, and then erase that power afterward to close the account. They came into Luoding village on a night in the spring, in white masks with a black flame on them, and they were not there for the village. They were there for one fat, cheerful man who cannot count past 10. They missed him by 1 river, and he is asleep right now in a room above the ULI Inn with grease on his chin, being charged extra because he ate too much. And I am the only person in this world who knows that the thing they were hunting is the heart of a god. I have 4 lifetimes in my head, and I am 18 years old, and I have never once left this province, so I put out the lamp. Because in the morning, there is a family in the sky who take men out of their courtyards and never bring them back, and they have my brother-in-law, and they still do not know I exist. I intend to be the next thing they collect.